Cultivation, I am the world's heavenly Dao. Chapter 201. The sound of a sword ringing. OM. The sound of a sword. Qi Ling closed his eyes, then turned into light particles and dispersed, merging into the world. The same fate as Qi Ling also happened to these powerful princes, who ended their rather wonderful lives in numbness. Tiangang Tianzun was directly suppressed by Kang. Today I suppress you for 100 years, to pay the price for your help to Emperor Xingtian, and to pay the price for the civilians who died in the war. In this way, Tiangang Tianzun was suppressed into a deep cave. Wukong's Dao power was directly absorbed by Kang, including his soul and body, which were all refined by Kang, and the Qi Dao that had just been opened up lost the Tianzun who opened him up. All the energy was poured into the ghost's body, and the ghost's huge evil ghost body slowly faded away, and then turned into an ordinary Taoist, wearing a cocky Taoist robe, and there was no crack on his face. Kang resealed the evil ghost in the ghost's body, and used this evil ghost as a medium to open up a great road for the ghost. Kang made such a big commotion, but it was his senior brother Ghost who first became a Taoist. Today, the Kangtian army of the Kaladoa continent, the Taoist Master Ghost, has opened up the great road of ghosts, and heaven and earth congratulate him. The words of Taoism between heaven and earth sounded, and a long river of ghosts was opened up in the long river of the road, and the ghost energy of the whole world was constantly sucked by this long river of ghosts. The movement between heaven and earth was very big, but those Tianzun were very confused. This kind of movement was not opened by the creators of those strange phenomena just now. How could they have thought that there were people who could help others open up the road without opening up the road? It is impossible for a Tianzun to help others open up the road, let alone not being a Tianzun. The blessing from the cave world came and helped Ghost Tianzun to forge a celestial human body. The Great Dao of Ghosts was opened on the long river of the Great Dao. Ghost Tianzun's body was reshaped and transformed into the highest level of celestial human body. Junior brother. Ghost Tianzun opened his eyes and saw his junior brother. At this time, Kang looked at his senior brother with a smile. Senior brother, the Kangtian army is handed over to you. Kang looked at his senior brother. What are you going to do? Hearing the words of his junior brother, the ghost became excited. He couldn't lose his junior brother again. Me? Kang seemed to be asking the ghost, and also seemed to be asking himself. He laughed and finally gave an answer. I want to become this sky. I want to put a shackle on these high and mighty celestial masters. After Kang said this, he directly merged into the long river of the Great Dao. His voice rang out in the cave world. All creatures heard it clearly, and those who were sleeping also received the message. Today, the sky is standing, and my eyes will always be on this world. Then, thunders continued to sound in the Kaladoa continent, and all those evil people or monsters were struck by lightning, either dead or injured. Kang became a being like the great dream heavenly venerable. He integrated himself into the sky of the Kaladoa continent, and he became the so-called sky. It is equivalent to a local weakened version of the way of heaven. Interesting. Ron looked at the Kaladoa continent. Ron watched this thing from the beginning to the end. Ron can control this so-called sky at any time. He will slowly become a tool for Ron to manage the Kaladoa continent, and he can manage the Kaladoa continent more meticulously. Perhaps, such an existence should appear on other continents, but Ron still gave up this idea. After all, Kang is integrated into the long river of the avenue, but other guys have no chance to integrate into the long river. Only one special existence like Kang can be born. Kang will become the river flowing in the long river of the Great Dao in the long years, but at this moment he is the most powerful in this world except for Yi Tianzun. After all, if he does something to Yi Tianzun, the world will not give him face. It is impossible for a regional administrator to do something to the son of the world. Let nature take its course. If it reaches the point where Ron interferes with the world, then it is the time for this world to destroy the world. Now the world is in a state of benign development and is continuously providing the power of the world. Ron will not interfere too much. If the world was low level before, Ron could intervene. Now that the world has formed its own complete system, the impact of interfering again may be great. All the creatures on the Kaladoa continent know that there is an existence above their heads, an existence called Kangtian. He is the sky above their heads, and his eyes are watching this world. In the future, Kangtian has eyes. That's what it said. Bai Tianzun looked at Qing Tianzun who was electrocuted into charcoal, and his mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, he didn't let go. Why? Why? Qing Tianzun exhaled a breath of black air from his mouth, with a burnt smell. At this time, he was constantly muttering. He didn't understand why he was struck by lightning every time he went out recently. This is a Taoist injury. Qing Tianzun estimated that he would have to take care of it for another 100 or 200 years to recover. If he was not a Tianzun, he would have been struck to death long ago. When Kang Tian stood in the sky, the whole continent ushered in the punishment of justice. Countless evil people, monsters, or demons, gu masters, and those guys who took human lives lightly, all accepted the punishment of thunder. Kang Yang turned into a being who protected mortals. He came from the mortal world and turned into a being who protected this mortal world. In front of him, whether it was Tianzun or mortal, they were equal, but he didn't know how long he could exist. Or he opened up his avenue, Kang Tian Avenue, but he himself was integrated into the long river of the avenue, using the rules of the world, and he achieved his goal. He believed that when Kang Tian was no longer Kang Tian, the next one would stand up and continue to protect the common people. After Kang turned into Kang Tian, Gui led the Kang Tian army to continue his great cause, but encountered some obstacles. Under Kang's protection, Gui Tianzun invaded neutral Tiandu under the welcome of the people. With the support of Gui Tianzun, Kang's young disciple Lu Jiyi ascended the throne and became emperor, founding the Han dynasty. Gui Tianzun built the Yudu underworld in the place where he suppressed Tiangang Tianzun, and built the Huangchuan Road, Nehi Bridge, Sansheng Stone, Wangxiangtai. Gui Tianzun was therefore also called the Emperor of Yudu. The Han dynasty respected the blue color of Kang, worshipped Kang Tian, and rebuilt the Taoist collection, establishing Taoism as the state religion. The ghost reshaped the dynasty of luck and improved the emperor's law. After all emperors ascended the throne and inherited the dynasty's luck, they could not practice cultivation and could not live forever. However, they would be blessed by the dragon of luck in the capital, and their strength would be very strong. The more prosperous the dynasty, the stronger its strength would be. After the emperor died, his soul would enter the underworld. Not only the emperor, but all souls would be guided by the underworld after they were born, and rewards and punishments would be made according to their good and evil deeds in their lifetime. Since then, the emperor could not live forever or practice cultivation, and the legend of the underworld in the underworld began to spread in the Kaladoa continent. Kang and the ghost did not do well enough, but they did their best to complete what they thought they should do, and the world gradually became what they hoped it would be. Chapter 202. The war on the Kaladoa continent ended. But the war between the Longman clan and the Sea clan alliance in the cave world continued. The war stopped for a while under the influence of Kang, but the war machine was turned on again later. However, the fall of the Tian dynasty on the Kaladoa continent shocked the world. A dominant force that had influenced the Kaladoa continent for thousands of years disappeared in the dust of history. The new Han dynasty rose and inherited all the heritage left by the Tian dynasty. The other descendants of Yi were arranged by the Han Emperor Lu Jiyi as the guardian sequence of the burial cave. The Han dynasty began to close external exchanges and built the Border Great Wall and the Sea Great Wall. The Han Emperor began to make small-scale institutional changes to the new Han dynasty. Most of the remaining systems inherited the systems left by Xingtian Emperor Qiling. For example, the Prime Minister and the General, the civil and military divisions were divided, and 6 major departments were established, namely the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Rights. The Patrol Department, which was specifically responsible for the monks, and the Gate of Ghost Control, which controlled the weirdness, as well as the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which was specifically responsible for the royal family, and the royal family's exclusive military Tianwei were all retained. However, the magic system was replaced by the Taoist system. The Han dynasty advocated Taoism and began to vigorously promote the Taoist system. As for the magic system, it was only circulated in some areas, and the Xiantian sect was suppressed by the Han Emperor. The Han dynasty was still influenced by the culture of the Tian tribe. Tiangang Tianzun was suppressed under the nether capital and could not break the seal within 100 years. The commander-in-chief of the Changren tribe this time was Su Yaowai from the Sea Kingdom. He inherited all the inheritance of the first general of the previous generation, Gudmont, and also studied at the Atlanta Military Academy. He was considered half an Atlantan, so he served as the commander-in-chief of this war. As an old-school continental hegemon, the Sea Kingdom still has strength. Its navy is still a first-class fleet in the current Dongtian world. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. It was able to challenge the Sky tribe and has been preserved until now, which is enough to prove the strength of the Sea Kingdom. The orthodoxy of several tribes in those days has disappeared in the dust of history. Only a few confederations with low presence in the Dark Continent have been preserved. The rest have changed their rulers in history due to war or civil strife. The Hulong Kingdom sells a large amount of arms worldwide and snatches the arms share of the arms king Yelong, which has caused extreme dissatisfaction of the arms king Yelong. The arms king helped the Hero King unify the Nakado continent, but asked the Hero King's army to join the war against the Sea Alliance. So, 1,500 years later, the Nakado continent was unified, and the Hero King and the Stone Dome were officially divided into two individuals. There was no more obstacle on the way to the Stone Dome's breakthrough. Under the order of the Hero King, the Nakado continent quickly completed the grassroots arrangement and launched a war against the Sea Alliance, but the Stone Kingdom did not join the Tall People Front. Posun in the Shark Sea declared war on the whole world, and the monks of the Great Laiyan Temple frantically saved all living beings on the sea and sent those people to see the god of creation. The Sea Alliance angered the Nakado continent, the Ge Grimwich continent, and half of the Dark continent. Almost 3 continents joined the war against the Sea Alliance. The Sea Clan Alliance attracted some of the big demons to join the battle, such as the Viper demons of the Supreme Yaoming, the Bone demons and the Megalodon demons that fled overseas. After these demons joined, they supplemented the middle-level combat power of the Sea Clan Alliance, but angered some countries that hated the demons. Some island countries and continental countries declared war on the Sea Clan Alliance, such as the Salt Kingdom of Caledoa Continent and the Ala Kingdom in Dongsheng Shenzhou. The ice people in the extreme Iceland successfully built an ice ship, but they can only move in the northern waters. The glaciers will melt after passing the southern glaciers, so many ice people drowned. Unlike other forces, the ice people eat everything they see except their own race. With thick hair and sharp horns, the ice people's strong physical fitness made them quickly adapt to the battle at sea, so going out to sea to hunt became their daily routine. They also learned from the cave people to build their own capital, and their capital was called Viking, so the ice people were also called Vikings. The winged people of the Sky Continent joined the camp at the invitation of the Sea Clan Alliance. Mo Changshen's actions in the Sky Continent were discovered. This guy set an ambush and wanted to capture Floating Lord and refine him into a magic weapon. He was tortured by Floating Lord, but with the blessing of many magic weapons, Mo Changsheng escaped to the Caledoa continent. But escaping to the Caledoa continent may not be a good thing. Kang Tian monitors the entire Caledoa continent. Mo Changsheng was discovered by Kang Tian as soon as he entered. Then Mo Changsheng fled into the Jiaohe area after breaking thousands of magic weapons. Here Mo Changsheng met the pioneer of the Demon Avenue, Bosun Tianzun, so Mo Changsheng discussed with Bosun and joined the Great Laiyan Temple. He became the second Buddha in the Great Laiyan Temple besides Bosun, the Demon Buddha, the Medicine Buddha, responsible for providing magic weapons to other monks. The gourmet hunters of the Zonghai continent joined the camp of the Long people, the fairy trainers joined the Sea Alliance, and invited the Fuxi clan and the Central Bloodvine Elf clan. The Storm continent in the north was also unwilling to be lonely. Xiao Yi, the son of Xiao Tianzun, privately agreed to the Sea Alliance to join the battle against the Long people without Xiao Tianzun's consent. The situation of this war has begun to get out of control. All 8 continents of the Cave Heaven world have been pulled into this ocean war, and even the land has also opened a war. There was no war under the Kangtian of the Caledoa continent. Even the big sects suppressed their disciples. If anyone challenged the order he created, they would be like Tiangang Tianzun. Kang killed one Tianzun and suppressed another Tianzun. Later, Kang's ancestor Xian Tianzun came forward and did not let Kang release Tiangang Tianzun. The ancestors of the 3 sects of Shushan Sword Sect, Jianmen, and Xiantian Sect were all Xian Tianzun or his disciples. Strictly speaking, most sects in Caledoa continent were related to Xian Tianzun. Kang Tian was ruthless. He would not break the rules he made for others, so Xian Tianzun was rejected. Then Xian Tianzun didn't care and teamed up with Ming Tianzun to worship Yi Tianzun. After Kang Tian appeared, the suppressed Gu Tianzun was struck by thunder every day, day and night. He committed more sins than other guys, so he naturally had to pay special attention to him. In the year 1510, a major battle took place in the deep South Sea between the 2 camps, and the war continued to escalate. Chapter 203. Multiple factions participated in the Chenese campaign. First, the Kugu Empire and the Wizard Empire of the Geglanwu continent declared war on the 2 countries at the same time. Kurong Tianzun served as the commander-in-chief of the Geglanwu continent coalition. At the same time, Jun Tianzun sent Yu Tianzun to help Kurong Tianzun fill the gap. A total of more than 8,000 giant ships formed an army of more than 2.4 million, of which 80% were the troops of the Kugu Empire. Then there was the Tall Man Camp, with Su Yaowai as the commander-in-chief. The high-level combat forces included Bei Shao Tianzun, Miao Tianzun, Abel Tianzun, and Gaia Tianzun. The participating troops totaled more than 30 million. The commander-in-chief of the Sea Clan Alliance is Su Wai Miao, who is also from the Sea Kingdom and from the same family as Su Yaowai. However, Su Wai Miao chose to join the Sea Clan Alliance and quickly became the commander-in-chief of the Sea Clan Alliance with his superb military command skills. The Sea Clan Alliance's Tianzun level includes Dong Tianzun, Fukong Tianzun, Uchiha Tianzun, and Xiao Tianzun, who had to join because of his son. The two sides tied in front of the high-level combat power, but in terms of the army, the Sea Clan Alliance was slightly inferior to the Tall Camp, with more than 10 million less than the Tall Camp, but the middle-level combat power was stronger than the Tall Camp. The two sides tied in the Chenese Sea area, and a meat-grinder-like war was launched here. With Chenese City as the center, both sides successively invested more than 80 million troops, and the death toll reached more than 30 million. Let Hong Tianzun, who was hiding here, feast on the food, and Hong Tianzun left the battlefield with sufficient energy and life. Hong Tianzun knew that it would not be so easy to make money after the war escalated, and he might be affected. The Nukato continent began to attack the Halong Kingdom and opened up new battlefields in other seas. The fleet of the Giglinwu continent entered the deep South Seas and bombarded the Tall Man Camp and the Sea Clan Alliance Camp, directly disrupting the strategic deployment of both sides. The two camps had to turn their guns to deal with the Giglinwu continent. Seeing that the two camps still dared to resist, the Wizard Empire launched a large-scale conscription to let them see the strength of the ancient overlord forces. The Bone Empire became an auxiliary and was responsible for providing logistical resources. Alchemy warships were like dumplings, and crazy wizards joined the war. The Wizard Tower Academy opened a war branch, and a steady stream of troops entered the deep South Seas. At this time, the deep South Seas were in chaos, and the entire sea was full of artillery roars and fighting. The number of the three armies increased to 150 million. Each country showed its strong military strength. Various war machines were deployed on the battlefield, especially the wizards who liked research and development. The alchemical creations of the alchemical wizards let them see what alchemical technology is. There are tens of thousands of alchemical cannons on the 10,000-meter-long alchemical mothership, and there are also alchemical giant cannons weighing 1,000 tons. Under the coverage of the mothership's artillery fire, a fleet of hundreds of thousands of people can be crippled in an instant, and the alchemical mothership can also be split or deformed for landing operations. In terms of combat, Yu Tianzun can even fight Tu Tianzun alone. When someone besieges him, he will call for help. The 8 Tianzuns from the Changren camp and the Haizu Alliance camp jointly strangled him, so Yu Tianzun called Hong Tianzun and Jun Tianzun, 3 Tianzuns in one family, and the strength of Hong Tianzun and Jun Tianzun is not an ordinary Tianzun. Jun Tianzun was the first to open the way, and Hong Tianzun was also the first to open the way, and he also had sufficient energy and life reserves. The 3 Tianzun plus a Kurong Tianzun directly suppressed the 8 Tianzun on the opposite side, especially the newly promoted Miao Tianzun, who almost took out Hong Tianzun's heart. The high-level officials therefore restrained each other. As long as they did not siege, Yu Tianzun would not call for help, so this war was destined to sacrifice those ordinary soldiers to achieve their goals. The resources stored by the major forces were rapidly consumed, and Ran's world power was also rising continuously. This war was estimated to last for hundreds of years, and several forces had already fought. This was a good opportunity for those contractors. With this war, they could soar into the sky. Ran no longer cared about these so-called contractors and would not take the initiative to kill them. The major races in the Dongtian world had a certain study of these contractors and reincarnations. They would be killed the moment they were exposed, and their behavior must be consistent with the identity they replaced. In short, the Cave Heaven world is currently a world that should flourish. It is constantly advancing to the fifth order world, and the flow rate of the world is slowly converging to chaos. When it reaches the 9th level, the speed of time in the world may be similar to that of chaos. Too fast a speed is not good for the world, and it will accelerate the loss of the world's lifespan. Therefore, the higher the level of the world, the slower the speed of time. And this rule is engraved by the root of chaos. All worlds and races under the chaotic order must abide by it, otherwise you will see the blow from the root of chaos. However, the chaotic order is almost collapsed, and those races are gradually testing. If the chaotic order collapses completely, then the entire chaos will enter chaos, and it will not recover until the next order is born again, but it is unknown how many worlds and races will perish in this process. After the collapse of the previous order, only 3 transcendental original worlds and several races survived, and they became the overlords in the current chaos. Therefore, Ron must speed up the development of the world. These messages are collected by human bodies. Collect enough world power and upgrade the world to resist all unknown situations after the collapse of the chaotic order. The human body also entered the special demon castle. This time, the task was to promote the human body to the 6th level. However, there were too many people in it. First, there was Shi Kyung, who served as the housekeeper of the castle, then the groundhog who served as the gardener, the big fat cat who served as the chef, and Jin Jin who was responsible for managing the castle's treasury. Originally, there was no position to manage the treasury, but after Jin Jin's operation, this position was created. The owner of the castle, the demon prince Yalan Jun, fell asleep. Now Shi Kyung has the highest position in the castle. Although the rules of the castle must be followed, those rules are full of loopholes in front of Jin Jin and others. As long as Ron's human body passes the level of the castle, he can get the promotion certificate and rewards. All this wave can be manipulated fiercely. You must know that the demon prince is at least a 9th level existence. Even some garbage in his treasury is precious, and the demon castle is a special place notarized by the root of chaos, and there are many treasures in it. So these professionals began their operations, allowing those contractors who came to be promoted to see the shock from the professionals. Chapter 204. In troubled times, there will be talents, countless heroes will emerge. This is an era of strong people and heroes are only a thought away. Just because of the chaos in Kaladoa, there were 2 people, Kang and Gui Tianzun. If it weren't for the war, they wouldn't have grown up so quickly and achieved the position of Tianzun in just a few decades. The continuous war in the Deep South Sea also promoted the development of various systems, allowing them to continuously develop their own systems in battle. Practice makes perfect. In the continuous battles, they can find their own shortcomings and modify them. As long as they don't die, their systems will continue to be modified and then perfected to be comparable to the mainstream system. After the great wizard Huanyang spread Buddhism in Xinyu Hezhu, he used the incense power of believers to create a 12-leaf white lotus, and used this incense instrument as a carrier to open the way, opening up the Buddhist road in the long river of the road. The power of incense is a variant of the power of faith. After being transformed by Huanyang Tianzun, it has become better. Like the power of faith, the power of incense also has toxins, but the toxins mixed with the power of incense are weaker than the power of faith, and the toxins in the power of incense can be refined. As long as it does not exceed the limit of the body, it is basically harmless. After opening up the Buddhist road, Huanyang Tianzun received the attention of Jun Tianzun. Under Jun Tianzun's pursuit, Huanyang Tianzun fled to the Jiaohe area and joined the Great Leiyin Temple. He escaped under the protection of Bosuan, so Huanyang Tianzun became the 3rd Buddha of the Great Leiyin Temple. As for the White Lotus Buddhism in Xinyu Hezhu, it was divided, and it was rumored that the White Lotus Buddha had entered the Buddhist world to pursue the traces of the Supreme Buddha, so the Buddhism in Xinyu Hezhu all took the pursuit of the Supreme Buddha as the ultimate goal. A genius named Tang Ersi appeared in the Tang sect in the Salt Kingdom, who directly opened up the 100 Changes Avenue, making the Salt Kingdom famous in one fell swoop. The Tang sect's hidden weapon industry was also expanded by it, and a large number of them were sold to the magicians of the Fire Continent. The Tang sect also occupied a small share of arms. In the long-term war, a single arms dealer could no longer meet the requirements of various hegemonic forces. The market became more extensive, and the savings of the hegemonic forces were still sufficient. Just robbing a wave of light and shadow worlds was enough to support them to fight a war for hundreds of years. Now the war is to see whose economy can no longer support it. My Yacht Company made a lot of money in this war, but My Yacht also knew that after the war, these guys who made a fortune from the war would be purged, including My Yacht, so My Yacht began to prepare in advance. My Yacht began to build a huge city in the White Ice Sea, and hired architects and masters from various continents at a huge cost. He even invited the founder of the alchemist wizard Skek with a reward that even the alchemist wizard Sketchers could not refuse, intending to build a city that could never be breached, which could at least resist the attacks of Ten Tianzun, consuming more than 80% of the resources of My Yacht Company. You must know that this is the wealth accumulated by My Yacht in thousands of years of business. He wants to leave something for his My Yacht family. This huge city, which he calls Yuchen, is the wealth he leaves for future generations. Naming this city Yuchen, on the one hand, means that this city cannot be defeated and breached like Yi, and on the other hand, the worshippers of Yi Tianzun in the Kaladoa continent provided a lot of construction help, and the only requirement was to build a statue proportional to Yi. Then the greatest miracle appeared, built by a businessman who was rich enough to rival the world. The arms king Yelong was assassinated in an arms deal, and his grandson Arthur inherited all his wealth and worshipped the hero king as his teacher to learn knight skills. After completing the unification of the Nikado continent, the hero king opened up the martial arts avenue, which continued the highest stage of the martial arts system. The martial arts system began to sweep the Nikado continent. The martial arts avenue expanded rapidly under the blessing of a continent, and the hero king's strength soon surpassed most of the Tianzun. Among the Vikings, there was a guy named Lichen who broke through the racial restrictions and opened up the way of extreme ice without a teacher, becoming the first Tianzun among the Vikings. It is estimated that there will be only one such individual among the Vikings, and it will never be born again, just like the masters of the megalithic civilization, which cannot be copied. Speaking of masters, after being refining by Longyang Tianzun, the masters have reached enhanced strength. Now they are controlled by the hero king and have become. In order to offer sacrifice to the dean of the martial arts academy, the hero king learned the alchemy system and strengthened the equipment later. The hero king is an individual separated from the stone dome, with all the characteristics of the stone dome. All systems will be quickly controlled by him, and finally become one of his combat power, and all systems will become one of his skills passive. Some reincarnationists have planned to deal with him. After detecting the dense passives, these reincarnationists left this world contentedly, leaving in the physical sense. And now there are some unwritten rules among the contractors and reincarnationists. Don't take action against those Tianzun. After taking action, you will die miserably, and you will be hunted down and cleansed by the Tianzun. All contractors and reincarnationists in the area where the Tianzun is located will be killed. You can make plans for the Dao Lord level. The Dao Lord level can be killed under siege. The Tianzun level basically requires those T0 level contractors to deal with, and the chance of killing the Tianzun is still very small. Ron would not let them kill the Heavenly Venerables. If one Heavenly Venerable died, the Dao Law would be plundered. If the Dao Master was killed, only part of it would be plundered. If the Heavenly Venerable was killed, the entire Dao would be robbed. Ron would feel bad if the loss was too great. Therefore, the Heavenly Venerables in the Cave Heaven world were the most difficult bosses that these paradise contractors and reincarnators had ever encountered. The lowest level of the Heavenly Venerables was the world boss level, while the Dao Masters were the regional bosses. As for the Heavenly Venerable Yi, he was a neutral unit, but even a T0 level one would die. In the Paradise Camp, the Cave Heaven world was a relatively special world, but because of its low level, it did not attract the attention of those high-level contractors. After all, the transcendent native world would be more perverted, and the Cave Heaven world was just more perverted in the low-level world. The stories of heroes and geniuses from all sides continued with the war. Chapter 205. Ring. The barrier of the cave world is absorbing chaotic energy crazily, constantly improving the level of the world. Ron spent more than half of the world's power to strengthen the world barrier and improve the world level. The cave world, which has just been upgraded, has rushed to the top of the 4th level and is beginning to touch the threshold of the 5th level. Fortunately, a large amount of materials have been prepared before, and a lot of materials have been obtained by cheating. Now we just need to accumulate enough energy. First, we need to accumulate 1 million ounces of world power. This is a long process. Even if there is a war in the cave world now, the world power is growing rapidly, but after all, it is only growing in a short period of time. Ron has to start worrying about resources again. He can't stop the energy in the world again, which is tantamount to exhausting the pond to catch fish. Even Hong Tianzun would not cut the grass and root it out when harvesting, so Ron would naturally not do such a thing. Otherwise, if he killed this batch of Tianzun directly, it would be tens of thousands of ounces of world power. However, after killing them, the world would probably be in turmoil. Tianzun is connected to the luck of each continent and represents the law of the world to a certain extent. However, not being able to kill these Tianzun does not mean that they cannot be deducted from their food. Ron can reduce the energy concentration and deduct the power of the long river of the Great Dao. In this way, these Tianzun will probably hide in the realm again, but this has no effect on the Dao Lord level and other energy systems. Hong Tianzun felt ominous in the dark, so he ran out again to harvest energy. When he was harvesting in the old place, Nakado continent, he was chased by the Hero King. Fortunately, he ran a little faster and was almost chopped to death by the Hero King. Now Ron only has 50,000 ounces on hand, and there is still more than 900,000 ounces of world power to be promoted to the 5th level. It is destined to be a long process, but time is precious. Ron can only think of some ways to speed up the income of these world powers. It is impossible to develop the world slowly. We can only plunder externally. We have just digested the light and shadow world. Now we can consider dealing with the next world, such as the world that Ron's human body has visited before, called the Thorn World. The Thorn World is still at the 3rd level. They don't have the heavenly way like Ron, so they won't be promoted so quickly. The Cave World is an outlier among other worlds, but there are other worlds like the Cave World. For example, a world called the Time World, their world is full of time development, and the speed is not controlled. That world was promoted to the 9th level in less than a chaotic year, and almost promoted to the transcendent original world, but after the Time Master who led the Time World disappeared, that world no longer had the effect of accelerating time. It is worth mentioning that there is no heavenly way in that world. Chaos is huge, and low-level worlds are born and destroyed all the time, so it is not surprising that some strange worlds appear, but if those strange worlds do not grow up quickly, they will soon be controlled by some big races and forces. The Cave World has begun to be targeted by those big races, but because the Cave World is currently a popular mission world in the Paradise Camp, it is concerned by major paradises and the root of chaos. These races dare not provoke these rule-based big daddies, otherwise the Cave World has become a colony of the big races. There are advantages and disadvantages to being targeted by the Paradise, which is reflected in this incident, but if it is only targeted by the main god space, it will be simply thrown away. Even if the world is destroyed, no one will care. After all, the main god space is an illegal account in the root of chaos, and attacking the main god space may also get rewards from the root of chaos. The central 1550 years, the war has been going on for nearly 100 years, and the two camps have fought tens of thousands of battles of all sizes. The battles are all over the Cave World, and more than 70 countries have perished because of this war. The war has reached this point, and one of the two sides must be completely defeated before it ends. There is no surrender anymore. The alliance between the Long people and the Sea people has become a blood feud. The Tall people have committed several massacres, and the Sea Clan alliance has killed 3 million Tall people. At this time, the war has begun to change. They no longer fight for profit. At this time, their goal of war is to fight to destroy the other race. The war goal has changed, and naturally the intensity of the war between the two sides has not changed. Basically, they have begun to not take prisoners, but they still retain their rationality when dealing with the Cave people. After all, the Tianzun of the Tall people and the Sea Clan alliance is no match for them. The Tianzun of the Cave people. Although the Tianzun of the Cave people also fight among themselves, if the alien race kills the Cave people without reason, they will accept the blow from the Tianzun of the Cave people. It is no exaggeration to say that the Tianzun of the other races combined are not the opponents of the Tianzun of the Cave people. Not to mention Yi Tianzun, the Great Dream Tianzun who exists in the dream alone is an unsolvable existence. The Great Dream Tianzun who wanders in the dream has no entity. Only your race has the habit of sleeping, so wait for destruction. You can attack the Cave people, but you can't do it without reason and bottom line, such as slaughtering the surrendered Cave people and killing innocent Cave civilians at will. Many monsters massacred the Cave people. After killing millions of Cave people, they were killed by Xian Tianzun and hung in the Monster King city. The injured Qing Tianzun was beaten by Ming Tianzun and Xian Tianzun who broke in. He was let go after Bai Tianzun repeatedly assured him. There is no way to let him go. Kang Tian stared at him. If Bai Tianzun made any unusual movements, he would be struck by lightning. Xian Tianzun was still Kang Tian's chief master, not to mention that Kang Tian was a caveman. Kang Tian had no good impression of those monsters who took human lives lightly. Many monsters died under Kang Tian's magnificent thunder and turned into ashes. The caveman was also a tyrannical existence among many races. The 5 largest continents were ruled by the caveman, the volcano continent was ruled by the werewolf, the Zonghai continent and the sky continent were ruled by the winged people, and some other small plates were also ruled by the caveman. As the first intelligent creatures to develop in this world, the caveman was undoubtedly powerful. Even if the Longman had a short heyday, it could not compare with the first caveman. In this war, the Sea Clan alliance gradually fell into a disadvantage, and the Longmen did not gain an advantage. Instead, the two camps were suppressed by the wizards of the Jelenmu continent. The number of war wizards is increasing rapidly, and the originally stagnant anatomy and witchcraft are also developing and improving rapidly. The war has provided a large number of corpses for these wizards. The wizards of various races cannot use up all the corpses. Under the huge achievements of witchcraft, the Wizard Empire has once again recruited soldiers. Chapter 206. The Northern Barbarian Sword Sect welcomed a special guest. The 9th generation of the Sword Sect's book monster King Guji returned to the sect with his disciple Chuzizi. After returning to the sect, the book monster died 3 days later, leaving Chuzizi to join the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion has become the strongest lineage in the Sword Sect since the Great Dream Heavenly Venerable. Countless talented disciples have joined the Sutra Pavilion to learn the Great Dream Heavenly Scripture, but none of them succeeded. In the end, they could only waste their time and switch to other lines. However, even so, some disciples who were guided by the Great Dream Heavenly Venerable became elders in the Sword Sect. Today, Jianmen has been passed down to the 13th generation of disciples. Basian Xianxi abdicated, and now the 9th generation senior brother Feng Shuzi has inherited the position of the head. The Basian family suffered heavy losses after a calculation, but it is still the most powerful family in Jianmen. Family power has been formed in Jianmen, and interests are intertwined. Jianmen's resources have begun to be controlled over the years. Without the threat from the demon clan, they have also begun to fight internally. Many geniuses have been suppressed by these big families and cannot find a way out. And these guys also secretly suppressed the lineage of the Sutra Pavilion. When the old guys in the Sutra Pavilion die, it is estimated that it will become a place to collect waste again. What the Great Dream Heavenly Venerable taught to those disciples is not something that ordinary people can understand. It belongs to the unique fate of the individual. After Chuzizi came to Jianmen, he only learned some health-preserving exercises for physical exercise, and the rest of the time he was immersed in the vast sea of books in Jianmen. In less than 10 years, Chuzizi had read all the millions of books in Jianmen. He often used a sentence from Shi Qiang, the god of war worshipped by the northern barbarians, as his motto, which was, "Conquer people with virtue." For this reason, Chuzizi also tattooed a big word virtue on his back according to the practice method of the blood-marked warrior. This tattoo, combined with his height of 2.5 meters and muscles, was simply domineering. Although Chuzizi did not learn those high-level practice methods, he learned it by reading thousands of classics. He wondered whether words and poems could be used as a means of fighting against the enemy. Since the former head of Shushan Sword Sect, Basian Yunhai, could open up the road of martial arts, why couldn't he open up a road of literature? Chuzizi had a strong executive ability, so he forged a giant axe. Chuzizi decided to travel around the world and went all the way south to visit Shushan Sword Sect and borrow books from Shushan Sword Sect. During his travels in the northern barbarians, Chuzizi found that the northern barbarians did not pay attention to some etiquette in their daily lives. Unlike the Han dynasty in the south, Chuzizi felt that he should play an educational role for these people. When Chuzizi went down the mountain, he encountered a robber named Wang Erniu who robbed him on the road. Chuzizi decided to use the principles he learned from books to persuade Wang Erniu. He found that reasoning was not convincing, so Chuzizi could only use virtue to axe people. Under the influence of love, Wang Erniu became Chuzizi's disciple. Chuzizi named Erniu Chongyang, so Wang Chongyang, the senior brother of the back mountain under the seat of Mr. Chu in later generations, was born. The folk customs in the northern barbarians are simple, and it is reasonable for everyone to engage in side jobs while farming and grazing. Chuzizi encountered more than 400 guys who engaged in side jobs of robbers and bandits in less than a year after he went down the mountain. Many of them were convinced by Chuzizi's virtue, and a small number of them refused to obey, so Chuzizi could only send them to the underworld to reincarnate. Taoist myths and legends have become very famous on the Kaladoa continent under the spread of the Han dynasty, especially the fact that people go to the underworld to reincarnate after death, which the lower class people firmly believe. Chuzizi did not talk about reason anymore, he just showed his tattoos and then took out the axe of virtue, and directly convinced people with virtue. His disciples recorded his quotations and summarized them into a classic, which is called Luonyu. For example, if you hear the truth in the morning, you will die in the evening. The disciples understood it as knowing the way to your home in the morning, you will die in the evening. Parents are still there, don't travel far, and travel must have a way. The understanding of this sentence is that if your parents are still there, you can't run away, and if you run away, there are ways to catch you back. A gentleman is not powerful if he is not heavy, a gentleman must hit people hard, otherwise he can't establish prestige. Many of his quotations were regarded as classics by his disciples, and Chuzizi was called Kaihuzi. Kaihuzi believed that his school was always elegant and easygoing, and won people over with virtue, so he called his school Confucianism. Travel along the way. Kaihuzi accepted a total of 3,000 disciples, all of whom were 2-meter-tall men with the word virtue tattooed on their backs, holding a large axe, wearing a long sword on their waists, and carrying a longbow. Under Kaihuzi's teaching, all of them had reached the sun and moon realm at least. Among them, 72 people had time to engage in side jobs after practicing and were beaten by Kaihuzi. They were called 72 idle people, and later they were mistakenly called 72 sages. And Kaihuzi's legend soon spread among the northern barbarians. A group of fierce guys caught people everywhere to spread their lunyu, and asked everyone if they wanted to join their school. The northern barbarians were full of curiosity about this newly emerged Green Forest gang. This group of people did not do bad things, except for a little strange, but it was in line with the style of the northern barbarians. After all, most of the northern barbarians would engage in side jobs, and this group of people seemed to suit their tastes. However, the books on etiquette written by Kaihuzi himself were generally burned as firewood. This group of Confucian disciples followed Chuzi to wander among the northern barbarians. Chuzi's powerful strength was treated with courtesy by many tribes in the northern barbarians. Those large tribes bought many books from them, which made Chuzi so happy that he got drunk for 3 days. Chuzi thought he could reorganize the northern barbarians' etiquette system, but after seeing the northern barbarians use those books to start a fire, he hid in his room for nearly half a year without going out. After healing his soul, Chuzi drove a carriage and left this place with simple folk customs. He decided to spread Confucian culture to other regions, where people were difficult to educate. The northern barbarians did not like those etiquette books, but the lunyu annotated by his disciples was very popular among the northern barbarians. So Chuzi gradually spread among the northern barbarians, and his reputation was constantly rising. Some northern barbarians who had an epiphany because of lunyu even built a temple for Chuzi. It's true that if you plant flowers with care, they won't bloom, but if you plant willows without care, they will survive. Kaihuzi's Confucianism eventually spread among the northern barbarians in other ways, making the northern barbarians more simple and honest. They thanked Kaihuzi and were willing to take only half of Kaihuzi when they got him as a side job. In this way, Kaihuzi traveled to other parts of the continent. Chapter 207. The sea area is a relatively unknown sea area. There have been no famous events or strong people in the history of Dongtian. It was only because this sea area was given to the great king of Teya when the siren divided the sub-kings, so this sea area got its name. Even though this sea area has expanded tens of thousands of times more than before, its name remains. It is rumored that the former king of Teya city and the treasures of the former Changren kingdom are buried under the sea area. However, these are not important. The sea area of Teya will become famous because of an event in the future, because the location of the decisive battle of each camp is decided in this sea area, making it the decisive battle site to end the 100-year war in the world of Dongtian. However, the Tianzan-level warriors tacitly did not participate in the war. After decades of fighting, there was no result, and it wasted energy. Yu Tianzan kept summoning Jun Tianzan, so Jun Tianzan directly sealed him up and turned him back into a green bull. And Jun Tianzan warned those Tianzan not to take action again. If they disturbed his experiment again, he would let Hong Tianzan keep an eye on them and sneak attack them once there was a chance. These Tianzan could not hold on to the siege of the 3 Tianzan. Yi Tianzan fell into a deep sleep and fell asleep in the Heibo Sea. This sea area is not famous like the Teya Sea area, but after Yi Tianzan fell asleep here, it became a Tianzan restricted area. A group of Tianzan watched this battle in the Teya Sea area. In fact, this battle was also planned by these Tianzan. After such a long war, too much power was consumed. The Tianzan did not want to fight anymore and decided to end the war. As for the opinions of those people at the bottom, who would care about them? No matter how big their opinions are, they can only execute the orders of the top, even if there is a blood feud. There are 4 forces in total. One is the Giant Stone Kingdom of the Nikado continent. The Giant Stone Kingdom, which has unified the Nikado continent, has the resources and talents of a continent. It continues to exert its strength in the war and occupies a large area of sea. The Giant Stone Kingdom has not lost its mind. All their military actions are for their own interests. They have not developed to the point of blood feud like the alliance between the Tall People and the Sea Clan. The second force is naturally the Wizard Empire and the Bone Empire of the Giggling Wizard continent. The wizards brought their little brothers, the Little Fog People, to kill crazily, accepting all comers and using them as experimental materials. Moreover, the wizard's strange and bizarre witchcraft made the Tall People and the Sea Clan alliance overwhelmed. If the Wizard Empire had not joined, the two camps would have ended the war long ago, and it would not have developed to this point. The two sides only disliked each other at first, and now it has developed to this point and turned into a blood feud. On a warship built with a giant tree from the Sea Kingdom, all the commanders of the Tall Man camp gathered here. If an alchemical bomb was placed inside the ship at this time, the command system of the Tall Man camp would be completely paralyzed. As the chief commander of the Tall Man camp, Su Yaowai, after concentrating on commanding many battles, is now like a dying old man. Su Yaowai's cultivation talent is not good, his own level is not high, and his life is consumed very quickly due to years of thinking and brain overload. Even the commanders here who are stronger than Su Yaowai respect him very much. Su Yaowai has won several large-scale battles commanded by him, and once defeated the Sea Clan alliance with a loss ratio of 1 to 30. His record surpassed Gudment and became a new generation of military god. However, after Su Yaowai fell ill several times, the Sea Clan alliance took the opportunity to win back a few games. Su Miao's tactics were still not as good as Su Yaowai, who learned from the previous generation of war god Gudment. However, the final battle of this war may also determine the final victory or defeat of the two heroes of the Su family, the battle between the eldest son and the illegitimate son. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, we have occupied the Finnish islands in the south of Teia, and used it as an outpost to radiate forward. We have now contacted the Sea Clan alliance. The group of crazy wizards is still far away from us. Senna, the deputy commander-in-chief of the Tall Camp, said. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yaowai made his deployment, but he had to think about every step he made, and his face gradually turned pale. He had just recovered from a serious illness. Dispatch the fleet of the 7th Legion to station at Ryan Island, northwest of the Finnish Islands, to stop the group of wizards. That is their only way. Dispatch the 8th and 17th Legions, merge the incomplete 36th and 39th Legions into the 3rd Legion, and give me these 3 legions. Advance to the Finnish archipelago front, the 14th Legion will serve as the follow-up force, and they are required to hold out for a year, collect resources on the spot, and I will provide them with 3 legions of new soldiers. In addition, all commanders of the headquarters will return to their corresponding troops. I will take the command ship to the front line, and my guards will serve as the supplementary force for the Finnish archipelago front. Request the Emperor of the Atlanta Empire to graduate all the remaining officers who have not graduated in the academy in advance, fill them into various new recruits, and replenish the troops of 80 legions for us. Su Yaowai kept giving orders. This time it was really going to be a decisive battle, so Su Yaowai had to go all out. He also knew that he didn't have much time, so he planned to join the game and hit the Sea Clan alliance camp hard. A regular Navy Corps has 1 million people, and there are a total of 400 such regular corps and long camps. Together with some army corps and other arms, the regular army of the long camps reached 200 million. This generation of elders is prepared for war. They have been trained by the country since birth, and then received military training since childhood. They will be put into battle after they turn 10 years old, and they will be employed after graduation, with a 100% employment rate. Since the outbreak of the war in the Atlanta Empire until now, the population is only 80% of the previous one, and their fertility rate is not as good as that of the Sea Clan alliance, which has even achieved positive growth. Su Yaowai understands that if he does not fight a decisive battle while the Tall People are barely maintaining their peak combat power, then there is basically no hope for the follow-up. Under the setting sun, a huge warship slowly sails to the front line under the protection of thousands of frigates. Su Miao, who is also in the Teia Sea, is also looking forward to this battle. Unlike Su Yaowai, he is not very weak, but full of energy. He wants to prove that he is stronger than Su Yaowai. Su Miao has already made battle deployments. On the peak of a small island, countless Sea Clan soldiers are guarding, and Su Miao is looking into the distance at the top of the peak. Before the battle, everyone is enjoying a moment of tranquility, waiting for the battle to begin. Amid an explosion that shook the sea, the Teia Grand Four-Way Battle broke out. Chapter 208. After the battle started, the armies of the 4 forces quickly started fighting, and the entire Teia Sea area was in chaos. Some skills could block communications, so at this time, they could only rely on grassroots command. The Atlanta Military Academy provided a large number of grassroots officers for the Tall Camp, and a large number of officers in the Holy Military Academy also joined the Tall Camp under the influence of the Sea Kingdom, so the grassroots command system of the Tall Camp was slightly better. As for the worst command system, it was the Wizard Empire, but their alchemy technology was strong enough. Under the firepower suppression of the 10,000-meter giant ship, everything would be beaten to ashes. If it weren't for the slow movement of the battleship and the excessive consumption of resources, the wizards would have built a few more to end the war. The main battlefield of the four forces is in the central area of the Teja Sea. The main battlefield of the Navy is the Sorai Trench, and the main battlefield of the Army is the Sorai Islands. There was originally a country of Sorai here, but it was destroyed in the Long War. The country was directly destroyed and became a recruitment point for many forces. Now it is deserted. This kind of intense war can't survive at all. Hundreds of lives died in 1 second. This is war. The blue blood of the elders and the red blood of the cavemen mixed together to form a strange blood lake. The blood of the mermaids in the Sea Alliance is the same as that of the elders, but the fishmen are colorless and transparent blood, which turned into brown jelly-like solids under the high temperature of artillery fire. Various witchcrafts are flying all over the sky, and colorful skills of various systems are released. From time to time, explosions are heard, and there are shells. Even some steam guns appeared on the Nikado continent. New weapons appeared in this world. However, Ron locked the technology tree, and could only develop up to the level of muskets. The rest of the firearms or technologies could not be developed. The world on the technology side would generally stop at the 7th level. Ron did not want to be locked, and the mechanical disaster broke out at the same time, so those worlds on the technology side were the focus of attack. However, there were still some black markets selling the creations of technological civilization in the chaos. For example, Ron's human body encountered a strong man of the mechanical clan, who was of the 9th level. It was said that he came from the last era, and the internal core energy was almost exhausted. The strong man of the mechanical clan provided Ron with a lot of information. Su Wai Miao continued to command the front line and make adjustments in a hollowed-out mountain. Contact the 9th Mermaid Army again and ask them to continue advancing and suppress those guys back to the Finnish Islands. Also, contact the 1st Mermaid Army to hold back those wizards and don't let them come over. Contact the Hulong Kingdom again. They must withstand the pressure from the Stone Kingdom, at least suppress the Stone Kingdom at sea. They were formerly the United Navy. If they lose to the Stone Kingdom, then let them bear the cost themselves and send an army to support them. Su Wai Miao looked at the sea map of the Teja Sea projected by magic, constantly moving troops, simulating battles, and then giving orders. A Centaur staff officer reported, "Report to the Commander-in-Chief, the command ship of the Tallman camp appeared on the front line of the Finnish archipelago. Their Commander-in-Chief seems to have appeared on the front line. The Mermaid First Army requests instructions." After listening, Su Wai Miao walked back and forth. What does he want to do? Going to the front line, isn't he afraid of being focused? This is not a qualified commander. Su Wai Miao customized the map, watching the Tallman troops gather on the front line, and then seemed to understand something. He wants to eat up the main force of my mermaid corps. So that's it, using himself as bait? Then I'll eat it. Dispatch all the troops that can be contacted to encircle the Finnish front line. I want to behead their commander. Su Wai Miao slammed the table hard. At this moment, Su Yaowai was already terminally ill. He sat in a wheelchair with a pale face and coughed from time to time. His personal guard Belady pushed the wheelchair with a worried look on his face. "Commander-in-Chief, let's go back for treatment," Belady said carefully. "It's incurable. The source of life is exhausted. Even if Tianzun comes, it's useless. Push me out to blow the sea breeze." Su Yaowai coughed violently again and spit out blood. "But there are enemies outside now," Beldy said. "It's okay, go," Su Yaowai said. So Beldy pushed him to the deck. The artillery fire in the distance was roaring continuously, and the waves brought hot wind to the faces of the two. Su Yaowai, staring into the distance, as if looking at his opponent, Su Wai Miao was also looking at him. The two looked at each other regardless of distance and space. "After I die, you will be me. This time, we will eat his mermaid army and encircle them. You can just split up the battle plan I left behind in order." Su Yaowai's face flushed. He suddenly became energetic, stood up from the wheelchair, and sang the ballad of his hometown softly while holding the railing. He had not returned to his hometown for many years. He didn't know what happened to his mother, and he didn't know what his hometown looked like now. Belt stood behind Su Yaowai with tears streaming down his face. The great commander of the tall camp left this world accompanied by ballads and sea breeze. Su Wai Miao felt an ominous premonition, and at the same time he felt as if he had lost something, and his heart was empty. He repeatedly looked at the sea chart, watching the current deployment of troops on both sides, and then suddenly became frightened. The mermaid army is in danger. But it was too late to save the situation. Su Wai Miao slumped in his chair, and he was still inferior in skills. Since Hui is here, why is Miao here? In Su Wai Miao's view, the war was over. He dismissed the people in the command room, and then ended his life after a gunshot. A large number of officers from the Sea Alliance rushed into the command room and found that their commander-in-chief was dead. This became a question in later generations. Why did Su Wai Miao seem to know the result of the defeat before the two sides started fighting? The highest commanders of the two camps died on this day, and Su Yaowai won the battle between them. The heirs of both sides took over the command of the war. The Sea Alliance camp was completely annihilated by the Tall Man camp. All the legions of the mermaid sequence were also surrounded and crippled. After the Sea Alliance camp gathered the remaining soldiers, it was also defeated. The Tall people won the war against the Sea Clan Alliance, but the war is not over yet. The Sea Clan Alliance has basically withdrawn from the war. The Sea Clan Alliance camp and their allies have all withdrawn back to their homeland, but have not announced their surrender. Next is the struggle between the remaining three forces. The Tall people lost most of their troops in the process of fighting with the Sea Clan Alliance camp, and it is estimated that they will be the second force to be eliminated. Chapter 209. After Chu Ziyai left the northern barbarians, he travelled on the Kaladoa continent and found that people in other places were not as hospitable and simple as those in the northern barbarians. This made Chu Ziyai feel that these people were suitable for his doctrine. Therefore, Chu Ziyai began to spread his doctrine at the request of those rulers. Chu Zi's ritual system advocated the relationship between the ruler, the minister, the father, and the son. People should carry out their daily lives according to the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues, which was conducive to the ruler's rule over the country, so they won the support of some small country rulers. Especially when Chu Ziyai passed by Lu was attacked by Yu. In addition to Chu Ziyai and his 3,000 disciples convincing people with virtue, Yu gave up its prejudice against Lu and chose to withdraw its troops. King Lu Shang of Lu allowed Kaihuza to establish a school in Lu to spread his doctrine, and the king of Lu would help him spread the doctrine, on the condition that Confucian disciples must help the people of Lu when other countries attacked Lu. Kaihuza established the Jixia Academy in Lu and served as the dean of the academy himself. His disciples served as teachers of the academy, and he spread the news that he wanted to recruit students regardless of their qualifications. Kaihuza created a method of cultivating the way of literature. Cultivating literary spirit can fight against enemies with words, a poem can calm the mountains and rivers, and a word can determine the fate of the world. Confucian disciples only cultivate spirit and qi, not body, so most of them have a lifespan like ordinary people, and can exert super strong combat power. If it is matched with the Luck dynasty system of the Han dynasty, it will have a qualitative effect. Since Ghost Tianzun established the netherworld, Gigzu gradually stopped absorbing those souls, and only became a place where the residual souls of some powerful people who did not want to reincarnate survived. Gigzu was the old territory of the monsters, and this old copy was still loved by the contractors. In this great world, the number of ghosts gradually increased. Even in the Han dynasty, there were still frequent incidents of evil ghosts harming people. However, the emerging Han dynasty was founded on Taoism, and those Taoists continued to travel and slay demons and monsters. In addition, some other sects did the same, so it was still a peaceful scene. In 1560 years, Lu Jiyi, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, passed away. His son Lu Hanqing inherited his position and started a large-scale reform. After decades of development by Lu Jiyi, the Han dynasty had begun to prosper, and the treasury was enriched. Lu Hanqing believed that it was time to change the old system of the previous dynasty, so he started a large-scale reform, established the inner and outer courts, strengthened the power of the emperor, and integrated various extraordinary institutions into the imperial observatory. The change of the dynasty's fortune gradually emerged. The emperors of the Han dynasty had a shorter lifespan than ordinary people. While controlling powerful forces with mortal bodies, they had to bear the price of power. Confucianism was introduced into the Han dynasty. Emperor Han Chonglu Hanking found that Confucianism was conducive to the rule of the dynasty, and began to use a large number of these Confucian disciples. Confucian scholars could rob on horseback and reason on foot, which was very suitable. The affairs of dynasty governance gradually shifted to Confucian students. A large number of Confucian students entered the temples of the Han dynasty as officials, and the status of Confucianism gradually occupied an important position in the Han dynasty. In Dongsheng Shenzhou, Li Er transformed Taoism into Taoism and spread Taoist doctrines to the world. All Taoist mythological books were compiled, and a huge heavenly mythological system began to take shape. Li Er compiled all the heavenly lords into this mythological system. The heavenly lords of other continents were just the guardian gods sent by the heavenly court to suppress the wild land. This mythological system was unanimously recognized by the people of Kaladoa, so it spread on the Kaladoa continent. After compiling the mess left by his master, Li Er immediately opened the way and entered the land of Gigzu. He became the first heavenly lord who opened up the avenue and died. He opened up the natural avenue and was also called the natural heavenly lord. After Li Er entered Gigzu, he beat up the monsters and ghosts in Gigzu everywhere. Li Er's shouts could be heard every day from the hero town. "Where are you going, monster? Great and powerful dragon, thunder and lightning descend, exorcise monsters and demons." The Dushan master and his fellows watched the weird Li Er being beaten outside, and then slowly drank the special wine brewed in Gigzu. As soon as Li Er arrived at Gigzu, he started to shout that the heavenly palace had fallen and was invaded by evil demons. After failing to find his master, he began to kill people. Li Er was very sensitive to those reincarnations and contracted people. He could sense their differences from the creatures of this world and thought they were the evil demons from outside the world in Taoist legends. Killing one by one, the hero town became depressed. The residents of Hero Town had no way to deal with this situation. They could not beat this weird guy. If the stone dome body had not been expelled, they could punish Li Er, but now there was no way to punish him. The reason why Dushan Master and his men were not killed was because they were recorded in the heavenly court compiled by Bodhi Taoist. Li Er believed that they were the remnants of gods who died in resisting the evil demons from outside the domain, and he respected them very much. "Humph, the monster dared to ask me questions." Gu Tianzun's good partner question wizard entangled Li Er. These monsters could not be killed, but it would take time to recover after being eliminated. Now there are fewer strange stories in the cave world, and these monsters have obtained less power, so they rarely leave Gigzu, but some monsters have begun to give birth to spiritual intelligence. Boom! There was an explosion in the distance, and Li Er returned to the hero town in a panic. "Thank you for your hard work, seniors. These foreign demons are too difficult to kill. I would like to trouble you to protect me." Li Er pulled the long river of the avenue to replenish his strength. A group of residual souls stared blankly at the big commotion Li Er made. In the outside world, the war in the Teya Sea area ended. The Tall People camp was defeated. The Nikado continent withdrew from the war. The guys of Jelinwu began to wipe out the remnants of the Tall People and the Sea Clan alliance on the sea, and occupied major waterways and built witchcraft transmission towers. The Chenese Sea area was completely controlled by the Wizard Empire. The wizards organized a large force to enter Chenese city for exploration and invited Jun Tianzun. The Atlanta Empire fell apart, and the Sea Clan alliance was in the same situation. The two camps fell into civil strife after the war ended, and their territories continued to shrink. The Demon Clan suffered a serious blow. Several large demon families that helped the Sea Clan alliance were all exterminated. After the war, they lost their value. The Dragon Palace paid a huge price to preserve them. The final winner of this war was only the Giglinwu continent, and the rest of the forces all suffered huge losses. The war led to tremendous changes in the pattern of the Dongtian world. After the end of the Ocean War, wars on various continents also broke out. Chapter 210. The once prosperous New Atlanta has also become dilapidated with the disintegration of the empire. Most of the people walking on the streets are old people. Young people lost their lives in the war. There are also children picking up some garbage on the street. They hope to exchange these things for some food. The emperor of the empire was killed in the war, and the rest of the royal children also died one by one. Some people say that the royal family controlled the power of taboos and now suffered the backlash of power. The one who controls the royal family now is Gong Gong, the master of the waterway supported by Heilong Atis. For a period of time, Miao took his position as the master of the way, but after Miao was promoted to Tianzun, he regained control of the waterway. In the central square, the statue of Poseidon has long been covered with sea moss, and no one comes to clean it. The white floor on the square that used to shine has also lost its brightness because no one repairs it. From time to time, a column of air spurts out of the fountain, but it has lost its regularity. The vendors on the streets are only scattered, and they are too lazy to shout. The people in the city are numb. They have been numbed by the long years of war. Even after the war, they still haven't come out of that state. Many of the streets that originally led in all directions were congested due to the collapse of buildings. The street lamps in the city that were erected like shells were also shining sporadically, and some had long lost their ability to emit light. This city, which was originally called the Little Sun Under the Sea, has long lost its radiance. In the past, this city radiated light for 24 hours, making the nearby sea bright both day and night. Gong Gong stood on the top of the new Atlanta city and looked down, constantly thinking about the powerful empire of the past. A blue seahorse floated beside him, but the color looked very dim. The seahorse was already very old. This city was also built in imitation of Atlanta, which was a city enlarged dozens of times. The emperor of the empire lived at the highest point to protect his people. Gong Gong never thought that he would stand here one day. The seahorse next to him was the sea dragon Atis. At this moment, he was constantly spitting bubbles. The old seahorse couldn't bear to watch the empire fall like this, so he helped Gong Gong and sneaked into Nightmare Atlanta City to find the trident of Poseidon. However, Atis also hurt his origin because of this. He was about to die. He was now the oldest existence in the world and knew a lot of historical truths, but he was not a heavenly master and his life was about to end. Child, can you protect the Long people for me? Atis still couldn't bear to watch this race fall. He recalled the time when he and Poseidon rode the waves on the sea. At that time, the world was still small, and it took some time to swim across the entire sea. Now Atis can't even swim across a sea area even after hundreds of years. Okay. Gong Gong looked at the old seahorse in front of him and made his promise. After receiving Gong Gong's promise, the old seahorse's eyes gradually dimmed, the color on his body slowly faded, and his body slowly became smaller, and finally turned into a stone seahorse the size of a little finger. The stone seahorse floated up and fell into Gong Gong's palm. Gong Gong carefully took the jade box and preserved Atis's body. Then Gong Gong looked at the buildings below again, and his eyes became firm when he looked at those numb people. The Atlanta Sea was in chaos. His ruler, the Atlanta Empire, was divided into hundreds of forces that attacked each other. The ruling power of the Longman clan over the Atlanta Sea was no longer the same as before. Like the Atlanta Sea, the Mermaid Kingdom was also divided. The fishmen who were used as cannon fodder launched a rebellion and returned to the waters near the Halong Kingdom to rebuild their country and no longer ally with the mermaids. All the major seas fell into chaos. Sometimes the collapse of a powerful force is not a good thing. It means that a relatively stable environment is about to become chaotic. All the basic buildings originally built in the ocean were destroyed, and all kinds of warlords and bandits of all sizes emerged like mushrooms after rain. They attacked each other and even affected the trade routes on the sea. The warlords controlled the trade routes and collected trade taxes. Once those continental countries sent people to kill them, they would hide in the seabed again, and there was no way to deal with them. So several major powers on the continent began to support some warlords and let those warlords restrain each other. Barely maintaining the sea trade route, while the warlords of the tall people targeted the warlords of the former Sea Clan alliance. The war was over, and the two major camps had disappeared, but the racial blood feud left over from the last war still kept the war going in some areas. After becoming the Emperor of New Atlanta, Gong Gong began to restore the name of the empire, began to restore his influence within the radiation range of New Atlanta, and relied on the trident of the sea god to attack other warlords. After obtaining the tacit approval of Miao Tianzun, Gong Gong began to conquer foreign countries, attempting to restore the Atlanta Empire's rule over the Atlanta Sea, but there was no way, and people no longer yearned for the dead empire. Just like Mao on the earth, they will miss the era of Mao, but no one of them wants to go back to the era of Mao. Mermaid Reef, Mermaid King Palace. At this time, the Mermaid King is the great-grandson of Dongtian Tianzun, but his situation is very bad at this time. The rebellious fishmen killed his mermaid guards. Those who stayed behind demanded equal power. After being rejected by the Mermaid King, they launched a rebellion. A group of fishmen surrounded their leader and entered the palace. The weapons in their hands were still dripping with blood. The leader was an 8-meter-tall fishman. This fishman had the blood of giants, whales and cavemen. He was a wonderful species created by Walnut. This fishman was called Tahi. As the leader of the fishmen who stayed in the Mermaid Kingdom and demanded equal power, he also led the fishmen to launch a rebellion. Dong Tianzun was entangled by Miao Tianzun and had no time to manage the Mermaid Kingdom. You shouldn't be alive. Tahi directly pinched the Mermaid King to death. He was not afraid of Dong Tianzun coming back. He wanted to destroy this unequal country. Boom! In the sound of an explosion, the mermaid reef was destroyed, split into hundreds of pieces and fell into the deep sea. The remaining part was less than 1/10 of the original. The fishmen who were not treated equally destroyed this place. Tahi fled to the Deep South Sea and joined the pirate group of the revived Deep South King to establish a fisherman detachment. After learning that the Mermaid Kingdom was destroyed, Dong Tianzun furiously killed 90% of the fishmen in the waters near the Halong Kingdom. After the Halong Kingdom used a trump card left over from the Navy period, Dong Tianzun was injured and left. Chapter 211. The next day, the police arrived. Contractor 001258, encrypted, confirms to enter the Special Devil Castle. Yes/no. Selection successful, loading. Transmitting, please be ready, countdown 5 minutes, 4min59s, 4min58s. Ron's human body entered the Devil Castle amid the countdown of the Abyss Paradise. It was dark in front of him. After a while, Ron found himself in a hall and sat on a chair, but his head was still a little dizzy, because the transmission equipment of the Abyss Paradise was too powerful. Welcome to the Devil Castle. Getting the information of the Special Devil Castle. Getting successful. The following is the information. Special Devil Castle. Level, Leave 59. Introduction, this is the trial place for promotion to the 6th level, and it is also the place where the Demon Prince sleeps. The demon who likes to tease people has set up a series of games. When you win these games, you will get gifts from the demon, but please don't anger the Demon Prince Yalan Jun, otherwise. Game Introduction, Werewolf, Desperate Escape, Forest Treasure Hunt, Devil Gambling, Life Showdown, Iron Man Trial. Unlocked. Please start your fun. Ron began to observe the surroundings. He sat next to a round table. In addition to himself, there were 11 seats, and people appeared one after another. Every time the white light flashed, there would be one more person on the seat. An hour later, all 12 seats were full. These people were all from Paradise, and they all came to participate in the promotion trial. After everyone arrived, a familiar figure appeared. Jin Jin, wearing a tuxedo, appeared on the round table after a burst of singing, holding a stack of cards in his hand. Hello, fellow trialists. I am the current acting steward of the Demon Castle. I am here to announce the rules of the first game for everyone. The first game is Werewolf. After this game begins, everyone's power will be sealed, and all extraordinary means cannot be used. Only the identity abilities of the cards in the game can be used. The cards in my hand are from number 1 to number 12. Each card has an identity behind it. The game is divided into 3 camps, and different identities belong to different camps. They are the Good Camp, the Werewolf Camp, and the Hunter Camp. The identities of the Good Camp include civilians, wizards, prophets, and guards. There are 4 civilians and 1 identity each for the rest. The Werewolf Camp has only 1 identity, the Werewolf, and 4 werewolf cards. The Hunter Camp has only 1 identity, the Hunter, and only 1 Hunter card. Various identities in the cards: civilians have no special abilities, wizards have healing and poisoning abilities, prophet can check identity cards, guards can protect themselves or others, werewolves can kill others, hunters have shotguns, and will take a random player away when they die. Each player has 1 vote. They can use their abilities when it's dark, and they can freely discuss and vote for an eliminated player when it's dawn. When all the civilians in the Good Camp die or all the werewolves die, the game ends. The side with more people wins, and all the members of the winning side are resurrected. Hunters will automatically belong to the winning side. When you die in the game, you will die for real. Now please draw a card. The cards in Jin Jin's hand floated up and then arranged in the air, from number 1 to number 12, with number 1 closest to Ron. Jin Jin blinked at Ron. Ron chose card number 1. The identity on card number 1 shows that it is a civilian wearing ordinary clothes, but after a twist, it slowly turns into a hunter carrying a shotgun. All 12 players have made their choices, but some players remain calm, while some look quite proud, as if they have chosen a good identity card. Ron does not have to worry about losing this game. The identity Jin arranged for Ron is simply perfect. No matter which side wins, Ron can win easily. As long as the identity is revealed at the beginning, no one will dare to kill the hunter, otherwise a lucky person will be taken away with one shot. This identity card was transformed from the good camp to the third camp by Jin through special means, and the tricks are still to come. The identity card selection is completed. Please prepare yourself and return to your room. Some rooms. Neutral units can provide help to players, please use them reasonably. The game has some hidden rules, please explore by yourself. Now, the game begins. After saying this, Jin disappeared, and a corridor appeared in the empty space around the round table. Inside the corridor were rooms, and numbers were written on the doors of the rooms, but there were more than 12 rooms. A piece of information appeared in the player's mind. Ron found his room, entered it, and read it carefully. Jin can help Ron, but Ron still has to do something himself. Jin can change local rules, such as controlling identity cards, but it is very difficult to control during the game. He can only provide help to Ron 3 times, and he will run away after 3 times. It's dark, please go back to the room, there can only be 1 player in each room. Ron returned to the room. There was a bed and a table in the room. On the table was an hourglass, a few pieces of paper and a quill pen. There were some words scribbled on the paper, which seemed to be from a diary. This guy might not be a serious person. There were a few words written on the first piece of paper. The owner of room 88 seems to have lost something. The owner of room 13 likes to eat candy. The owner of room 7 is likely to be a werewolf. The owner of room 3 seems to be a wizard. The owner of room 56 has a bad temper, but likes to talk to people. In addition, there was a spider drawn on the other papers, and there was a faceless woman. I don't know what it means. There were a few words written in blood on the table. Ron took a closer look. There were 4 words, being teased. It seems that the last guy was still alive when he was killed, and he wrote this paragraph. In addition, there are many graffiti in the room. The hourglass on the table is flowing rapidly, as if the flow rate in the room has changed. A voice sounded in the room. It's dark, and the werewolves are starting to move. A wolf howled. After a while, screams began to be heard outside. I don't know which player was killed. Chapter 212. The sun was shining, and the sky was full of stars. A shotgun appeared in the room. This was the ability of Ron's identity card. Now Ron could only use this firearm. This shotgun had only 1 bullet, but under Jin's operation, it became 3. If a werewolf dared to stab him, Ron would not mind giving him 1. The hourglass flowed quickly, and soon the sand ran out. Then the hourglass automatically turned over and started to flow again. It's dawn, please return to the round table. Player number 7 died last night. Ron pushed open the room and saw a werewolf lying in a pool of blood. The werewolf had a card on him. Ron picked it up. It was player number 7. The rest of the players also came out of the room, with different expressions, some were confused, some were secretly happy, and more were expressionless. Back to the round table, Jin appeared again, but this time he was wearing a blood-red tuxedo. Player number 7 died last night. His identity was a werewolf. Now please let player number 1 speak. Ron put his shotgun on the table, and then chose player number 2 to speak. Player number 2 lived opposite Ron, and Ron did not hear any movement last night. Player number 2 was a middle-aged man with a mustache. Judging from his paradise mark, he seemed to be from the paradise of light, and his temperament looked like a charlatan. The protection of light, I was not hurt last night, I am just a civilian. Then it was the turn of player number 3. Player number 3 was a soft and cute girl from the paradise of life. Judging from her profession, she seemed to be a priest. I don't know why she was assigned to the most difficult trial place like the Demon Castle. If it wasn't an accident, she would not be a simple character. Well, I seem to hear some movement in room number 5. I am a civilian. Number 3 said weakly. Player number 4 is a young man from Dark Paradise. One of his eyes is a mechanical eye that keeps turning. I am a wizard. I saved myself last night. I have a bottle of poison. If I am killed tonight, I will take the hunter away. Player number 5 is a strong man from Earth Paradise. He said that he is also a civilian, and there are 3 civilians at present. Player number 6 is from Enlightenment Paradise. He is an old man with a goatee. I am a prophet. I checked the ID card of number 7 last night, but it is obvious that he is a werewolf. Player number 7 died last night, and the cause of death is unknown. You are a prophet? Then what am I? I checked you, number 6, last night. You are a werewolf card. Player number 8 is from Holy Light Paradise. At this time, he stared at player number 6. Take off your clothes for me. Don't wear the prophet's clothes. I checked number 10 last night. Number 10 is a werewolf card. Number 9 is a little boy wearing glasses. He comes from Water Source Paradise, a paradise that ranks slightly higher than Abyss Paradise. I am a guard. I was guarding myself last night. I was attacked. Number 10 is a male contractor from Fengling Paradise. Number 11 and 12 both said they were civilians. Both of them were from Apocalypse Paradise and both were female. The speech is over. Number 7 left 2 words before he died. Spider. Please vote according to the information you have and vote for the werewolf hidden among ordinary people. Ron chose to abstain. He wanted to see how other players voted. The first to vote was the wizard who revealed his identity. The wizard voted for number 6. The guards also voted for number 6. The rest of the so-called civilians could only vote for number 6. Number 6 was eliminated with 8 votes. Number 6 is out. His identity is a civilian. Please leave your last words. Ha 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 ha, I won't play with you anymore. Being eliminated is not death. Beep. Number 6 turned into a pool of blood, and then a succubus servant came to clean up his traces. Then, the game continues. Players can move freely before dark. During the day, all identity skills of players other than hunters cannot be used. See you tomorrow. Jinjin disappeared. These players looked at each other. Several players who wanted to save their lives by being eliminated also gave up. Number 6 committed suicide directly. So one of the players number 7 and 8 must be a prophet. If you don't give enough value tomorrow, both of you will be eliminated. Anyway, you will be resurrected if you win. If you are a civilian, you can block it. Knife. Player No 4's mechanical eye turned, and then stared at Ron. Don't make trouble, otherwise I will poison you to death. Player number 4 warned Ron. Ron did not speak, just looked at number 4. This number 4 was doomed. He had no intention of intervening in them, just wanted to watch the show. Ron's heavenly Deo body likes to watch all kinds of things happening in the cave heaven world, and naturally the human body will also have a hobby of watching the show, but when the spectator is threatened, Ron does not mind making the threat lose the qualification to win. Guards protect me tonight, I still have a bottle of poison in my hand, believe me. Number 9 nodded. Ron left his seat. He didn't want to watch these guys playing those tricks. Instead, he wanted to see what other rules were hidden in this werewolf killing scene. The note he saw last night said that the owner of room 56 liked to talk to people, and perhaps he could get a lot of information. Ron walked to the door of room 56 and kicked the door open. Which bastard dares to kick my door? Looking for death. There was a short man in the room, but he soon quieted down because Ron aimed his shotgun at him. Sir, please take a seat. The dwarf forced a smile and then moved a chair. The hunter's shotgun is a rule-based creation in the demon castle. It is a sure hit, and if you are hit, you will die immediately. When there are bullets in the shotgun, anyone who wants to deal with the hunter must think twice. Ron just kicked the door. There is no need for him to risk his life to provoke Ron. Half an hour later, Ron left the room contentedly. The owner of room 56 repaired the house in less than a second and added a layer of iron sheet on the outside. He likes to talk to people, but doesn't like to be a man holds a gun to his head. Ron got some information from the owner of room 56. Some of the information was probably false. After all, with a gun to his head, he couldn't possibly tell the truth. The next game is also related to the first game. The more information you know in the first game, the more helpful it will be for the next game. Ron took the candy he stole from the owner of room 56 and went to room 13. There are 24 rooms in total, 12 of which are occupied by players, and the rest are occupied by other residents. Chapter 213. The World of Caves and Heavens. After the war on the ocean ended, the Fire Continent itself broke out in war. When Uchiha Tianzun participated in the war and the 5 major countries and the 2 holy places had no time to manage internal affairs, the Purged Academy was re-established and the Xiaoguang organization was established. The leader of the Xiaoguang organization came from the Senju clan, and the deputy leader came from the Namikaze clan, namely Senju Suzuki and Namikaze Naruto. The Namikaze family was the original investor of the Xiaoguang organization. The goal of the Xiaoguang family is to unify the Fire Continent, so that the people of the Fire Continent will always be peaceful, have the right to receive equal education, and no longer be tools for those magicians to sacrifice at will. They formulated a plan to capture the tailed beasts, and absorbed a large number of geniuses among the civilians. They launched a coup in a small country, Rain Country, and established a base. They controlled the daimyo's mansion and the art village of Rain Country, and blocked the border of Rain Country. In the central year 1561, the Akatsuki organization invaded the Kingdom of Gold, captured the one-tailed black turtle beast, and sealed it into the body of Fukuro, so that Fukuro could use and control the power of the tailed beasts. In the same year, the other 4 tailed beasts were also imprisoned one after another, and 5 tailed beast masters appeared. The Akatsuki organization relied on the Rain Country to expand outward. The 5 major countries joined forces to resist, but they were unable to resist without the tailed beasts. When the 2 holy places did not react, the Akatsuki organization quickly swept across the Fire Continent and established the Art Country. The entire Fire Continent was unified. Under the shouting of the people, the Namikaze clan became the ruler of the Art Country. Senju Suzuki died after the unification because of excessive use of forbidden techniques to control the tailed beasts. His descendant Senju Itaki inherited the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization took the tailed beasts and hid in the dark. When the Fire Continent splits, they will stand up again. After Uchiha Tianzun returned to the Fire Continent, he found that the whole continent had changed. He did not want the continent to continue the war, so he restricted the Holy Land. The 2 Holy Lands have not appeared in the cave world since then. After Naruto Bofang became the lord of the country, he established a hierarchy system for magicians and popularized life magic on a large scale, allowing magicians to enter the civilian world. He did what the academic school had not done before. And Naruto Bofang took the lead in breaking up the family and dispersing the family members. He also ordered that all major families should not live together, and all the major magic families in the country of magic were disbanded. And Naruto Bofang began to learn from other continents, replacing blood politics with geopolitics. All officials of all countries were selected through selection and assessment. Officials were not allowed to serve in their birthplaces and could not serve in the same place for more than 5 years. The Kingdom of Art has the 2nd largest shipyard in the world of Dongtian. Naruto played his role, opened trading ports, encouraged citizens to do business, and sent tailed beast owners to clean up the warlords in the waters near the Fire Continent. For the dragons on the Fire Continent, Naruto abolished the custom of using people for sacrifice, killed those dragons that ate people, and retained those dragons that had not killed people. The power of the Dragon Palace on the Fire Continent was greatly weakened. Under the development of Naruto, the Fire Continent recovered rapidly, and the large-scale popularization of basic magic selected a group of geniuses for the Kingdom of Art. The Golden Generation appeared in the Fire Continent, among which Naruto's son Boruto and Itachi were the most outstanding. The system of art on the Fire Continent also developed at this stage. The system that had been stagnant was rejuvenated after the emergence of a generation of geniuses. Itachi Senju and Boruto Namikaze were sent to the Kaledoa continent by Naruto Namikaze to learn and summarize other systems. After being sent off, the 2 went to the Han dynasty on the Kaledoa continent. It is rumored that the dynasty was established by overthrowing the ancient Tian dynasty. There is a place where the living beings reincarnate, and there is a sky above their heads that stares at all living beings. The purpose of the 2 people's visit this time is to perfect their own immortal arts. There is a Tianzun on the Kaledoa continent, called by Tianzun, who is the venerable who created the immortal road. If you can get her guidance, then the speed of creating immortal arts will be greatly accelerated. The 2 people carried the token of the Dragon Palace. It is said that it was copied by Naruto Namikaze when he copied the Dragon Clan's house. It is estimated that it will be useful for them to bring it. Maybe Bai Tianzun will give some guidance for the sake of the Dragon Palace. After completing the initial reform, the Han dynasty also opened its borders, and the dynasty combining Taoism and Confucianism was initially presented to the people of Kaledoa. In addition, the ghost Tianzun went down. Ling asked Lu Hanqing to send people into the Earth dynasty to find their master, but all the people sent into the Earth dynasty disappeared in the end. Finally, Gui Tianzun personally went out, but found that the entire Earth dynasty had disappeared. There was only a piece of empty land on their original territory, and there was not even a trace of buildings, as if this dynasty had never existed. In the dream space of Damon Tianzun, a large number of continuous buildings appeared. When Damon Tianzun woke up from his sleep, he smelled the smell of wine. Jianmen Pass. Seeing this large complex of buildings, Damon Tianzun was a little confused. When he raised his hand, scenes appeared. After watching, Damon Tianzun had understood. Did the power from time and space send them here? It's very interesting. You don't have to run around anymore. There is wine to drink here. Damon Tianzun picked up the wine gourd and drank it, then strode into the Earth dynasty. Jianmen Pass, there is an inn. Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkai were drinking. We have been here for a month, and I don't know how Kang and Gui are doing. Wang Buluxing said worriedly. The two of them left Kang and Gui in the Heavenly Dynasty, and then went to the Earthly Dynasty to travel, but they didn't know that they couldn't get out because of special reasons. They were trapped in the Earthly Dynasty, and they didn't know that when they were trapped here, nearly 100 years had passed in the outside world. One of their disciples became Kang Tian and the other became the master of the underworld in Yudu. Emperor Haoshan is looking for a way to return. It seems that there are some clues. Those scholars are already studying it. Han Gongkai took a bite of beef and put it in his mouth and chewed it. This is the reason why the Earthly Dynasty prevented outsiders from entering before. After those people entered, the space of the Earthly Dynasty became more unstable, and Emperor Haoshan was afraid that those ordinary people would be in danger after entering, so he closed the border and sought a solution. Emperor Haoshan was exhausted from the early battles and entered his twilight years. He was no longer the same as before. Now most things are handled by the Emperor and Empress. Chapter 214. An interesting thing happened in the cave world, and Ron turned his perspective from the heavenly body back to the human body. A reincarnation of the main god Space died in the Earth Dynasty, and then the props on his body were intercepted. The props were a very special time and space props, and then they were triggered. Afterwards, the territory of the Earth Dynasty was shrouded by the props, in a state of time and space conversion, from real to virtual, and was attracted by the dream core of the Earth Dynasty, so it was transferred to the dream space. But now it seems that the prop has undergone a second transformation, and the individuals affected are still Wang Buliuxing and Han Gongkai who have entered the Earth Dynasty. There is an inn. Han Gongkai and Wang Buliuxing are toasting. Boom boom. Jianmen Pass trembled, as if something big was going to happen. The two put down their silver, picked up their weapons, and then walked out of the inn. They wanted to see what was going on. The illusory sun in the dream was shining, sometimes day and sometimes night, and the buildings and creatures began to fluctuate. As soon as Demeng Tianzun filled up the wine, he felt that the dream space became unstable, as if there was a force of rules surging. Strange, but it shouldn't be a big deal. Demeng Tianzun shook his head and then went into a dream. That dream was the dream of Yi Tianzun who was sleeping. In the dream, Yi Tianzun was awake. The two of them became good friends. Demeng Tianzun often went to Yi Tianzun's dream to find Yi Tianzun to drink, and would also receive Yi Tianzun's guidance. Although Yi Tianzun's advice was about the physical body, Demeng Tianzun drew some inspiration from it and then created the method of combining the body with the soul. Wang Buliuxing and Han Gongkai looked at the sun in the sky, and then they felt a flash and came to a place. There were many soldiers in armor guarding here, and thousands of bronzes were placed, and the flames in the bronze tripod were burning. Wang Buliuxing and Han Gongkai had been here before. This was the imperial temple of the Digi dynasty, but it was not like this when they came before. When they came, it was completely open. There were no bronzes, no so many soldiers, and the imperial temple was not so big. Brother, what happened here? Wang Buliuxing asked the nearest general, but the other party seemed not to hear it, and still stood like a stone, without any movement. Don't ask, idiot. Han Gongkai rolled his eyes at Wang Buliuxing, they can't hear us. We don't seem to be in the Earth dynasty now. The armor style these soldiers are wearing is from the Taishan Emperor period. We seem to have returned to the Taishan Emperor period. I don't know if it's a phantom left over from history or something else. Then, Han Gongkai touched the soldier next to him, and his hand went straight through the soldier. We are just a passerby. We can go back when the time comes. The thing that brought us here is probably the thing that caused the abnormality of the Earth dynasty. Wang Buliuxing nodded, and then asked, "Brother Gongkyu, do you think we can change history?" Han Gongkyu sneered, "This thing doesn't have such great power. We can't change history. History will automatically correct itself. Take a good look at the scenery of this era and the scene in which the human race is the blood food of the monster race in this era. However, we can enter this real imperial temple and see the legendary Taishan emperor who killed a monster. The existence of the Lord. In a sense, this half-demon Taishan emperor protected mankind. If it weren't for the Jianmen Pass he established, it is estimated that the Jianmen human domain would not have survived in later generations. Unfortunately, he was a traitor to Jianmen and has never been recognized by the people of Jianmen. It seems that the unofficial history says that he deliberately betrayed Jianmen. Today we may know the truth of history. Time has covered up many historical truths. Today we will also be witnesses of history." Han Gongkyu walked towards the emperor's temple, stepping up the stairs step by step. The two of them approached the Taishan clan, who was very controversial in the history of Jianmen human domain, with a nervous mood. As they got closer, they came to the temple gate that was tens of meters high. There were various demon tribes and various strange runes carved on the brass temple gate. These runes seemed to have the function of concealing the breath, and they also contained great power. The two took a deep breath, and then passed through the temple gate. Entering the imperial temple, they saw the legendary Taishan emperor. The temple was brightly lit, and under the lights was the Taishan emperor. The huge body of the Taishan emperor brought a huge visual impact to the two people, but the scales on the old dragon were dull and had no color. The decayed breath surrounded the Taishan clan. Even if the two had no senses, they could feel that the Taishan emperor had weakened to the extreme. At this time, the Taishan emperor closed his eyes tightly, his huge body was constantly rising and falling, and he was sleeping. Suddenly, the Taishan emperor suddenly opened his eyes, his huge eyes were shining, and the domineering breath pressed towards Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkyu as his eyes opened. This domineering force crossed time and space, and the two couldn't help trembling. This was the submission of the lower to the upper. Taishan emperor's eyes showed curiosity. "What is this? You can actually exist in this form. You don't exist in the past, nor do you exist in the present. Are you from the future?" Taishan emperor couldn't see the two people, but he could feel someone watching him. This person had no ill will towards him, and he was not in this world. With the taste of the unknown, Taishan emperor unconsciously had the answer in his mind. This was a guest from the future. "Yes, we come from the future, just passers-by in history," Wang Buluxing said respectfully, his body still trembling unconsciously. Taishan emperor felt the vibration from that place. It should be the other party answering him, but he couldn't hear. "I can't hear your voice. What are you doing here from the future? What will the human race be like in the future? Have you realized the glory of your ancestors?" Wang Buluxing nodded hesitantly, and Han Gongkyu shook his head. Wang Buluxing felt that the era of the demon race had passed, and the human race was no longer a blood food like in the past, but the life of ordinary people was sad. Han Gongkyu believed that the cannibalism was just a change from a demon to a demon in human skin. "What does it mean to nod and shake your head?" "But I believe the future of the human race is bright." Emperor Taishan thought there was only one person. That person nodded and shook his head, which made him tremble. Could it be that there will be new changes in the future of the human race? After the demon race was expelled, a new race oppressed the human race? Squeak! The temple door was pushed open, and Emperor Taishan stopped talking to the future visitor. Chapter 215. The visitor was Emperor Haoshan, the son of Emperor Taishan. Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkyu had also seen Emperor Haoshan in later generations. He might not be strong, but his oppression was stronger than their leader, and he was extremely cunning. After listening to the conversation between Emperor Taishan and Emperor Haoshan, the two knew why Emperor Haoshan, a human with a shallow foundation, ascended to the throne. Emperor Taishan controlled everything. He brought all the other children into the mausoleum and cleared most of the obstacles for Emperor Haoshan. While waiting for the two to continue exploring history, the prop that brought them to this era seemed to have reached its limit. After another round of dizziness, the two returned to Jianmen Pass and stood in front of an inn. There was a box in their hands, with strange seal characters engraved on it. Han Gongkyu knew this kind of characters. He had studied those foreign god books before, and these characters translated as box that travels through time. "I'm afraid it was this thing that brought us to the past, but why did it choose us?" Wang Buluxing said. "This thing is very old, and it looks like it is still incomplete. The serial number on it seems to be 7. I guess there are many similar boxes. When Han Gongkai was not traveling with Wang Buluxing, he was in a pawn shop. His adoptive father also had a lot of knowledge about the research of ancient cultural relics. However, Han Gongkai's adoptive father and his brothers had passed away decades ago. Thinking of this, Han Gongkai couldn't help but feel sad. Wang Buluxing noticed that something was wrong with Han Gongkai, as if he was missing the past, probably thinking of his relatives, so Wang Buluxing changed the subject. Let's go find Emperor Haoshan together. With this box, we can probably leave this illusory land. Han Gongkai nodded and recovered from his memories. The two walked towards the imperial palace in the center of the city together. After announcing their identities, the guard went to the palace to report, but whether Emperor Haoshan would see them was another matter. After a while, the guard came back with the news, the emperor wants to see you too, go straight, don't go anywhere else. After thanking him, Wang Buluxing took Han Gongkai into the imperial palace. The blue stone slabs extended all the way to a hall, and there were some forks, but the two were not curious, just walked straight in. At the end of the stone road was a solemn hall made of brass. The style of this hall was the same as that of the imperial temple of Emperor Taishan. At this time, the palace gate had already been opened, and there was no guard around. Looking from the outside, it was very dark and gloomy inside. Emperor Haoshan was lying on the throne. He was very thin, his eyeballs were sunken, and there was no flesh on his face. Only skin-covered bones, and there were spots of old age. Emperor Haoshan seemed to be in a worse state, but his eyes were still bright, just like his dead father Emperor Taishan. However, Emperor Haoshan's tyranny was restrained, not like Emperor Taishan's. The two walked into the palace respectfully and performed the junior ceremony. They still respected this emperor who cared about the common people, even Han Gongkai, a cynical guy. What are you two doing here? I asked you to leave before, but you didn't leave. Why are you looking for me now? But you can't leave. The scholars are still studying. Emperor Haoshan sat up and looked at the two with a smile. Han Gongkai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Time is indeed the strongest weapon. The young Emperor Haoshan was full of vigor and vitality, but now the Emperor Haoshan is exhausted and dying. Emperor, we are here to give you this. This will help scholars. Wang Buluxing took out the box. Oh! Swish! The box was taken by Emperor Haoshan. After looking at it for a while, Emperor Haoshan nodded. Then a masked figure appeared beside him and took the box away. Thank you, it should be solved soon. This box is very strange. Do you want any reward? Emperor Haoshan asked. The two shook their heads together and then planned to say goodbye. They just wanted Emperor Haoshan to solve this matter quickly. They were going to return to the Heavenly Dynasty. They didn't know what the two little guys King and Gui were like now. It's difficult. Do you think our Jianmen Pass is not as good as your Shushan sword sect? Emperor Haoshan smiled. Before the two could answer, Emperor Haoshan continued, my father, Emperor Taishan, was also a. He has practiced in the sect, and he left some experience, which I will give to you two today. Emperor Haoshan raised his hand, and a box appeared in front of the two. No need to refuse, I always feel that I have seen you somewhere. When my father was alive, he asked me to pass these things on in the future. Now I will give them to you, hoping that they will be helpful to you on your path of practice. The two had no choice but to accept it, and then put the contents of the box into the storage ring, and then they left the imperial palace and returned to the inn to wait for news. Rumble. In the 1565th year of the Central Period, on a plain next to the Baikal Sea in the Zonghai continent, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky and earth, and a large group of buildings appeared here. The Zonghai alliance established by the winged people on the Zonghai continent sent people to check it out, and a large number of gourmet hunters and fairy trainers went to explore. This group of buildings was the Earth dynasty that came out of the dream space, but after returning to the cave heaven world, it did not return to the Kalidoya continent, but came to the Zonghai continent ruled by the winged people. After a series of changes in the Zonghai continent, the Gourmet Hunter Association, the Fairy Trainer Association and the Winged Kingdom jointly established the Zonghai Alliance to deal with the drastic changes in the cave heaven world. The Earth dynasty descended on Zonghai after the continent, it attracted the attention of the Fuxi clan and the Bloodvine Elf clan, and the two clans sent envoys to negotiate with this force that descended from the sky. Fukin Tianzun personally went to the Digi dynasty as an envoy and felt the breath of Tianzun. In order to prevent the winged people and these other races from harming the dynasty, Emperor Haoshan invited the residual soul of Emperor Taishan from the Imperial Mausoleum. The entire Digi dynasty was mobilized, and many veterans who survived the battle with the monsters also put on their armor again. In their view, the Fuxi clan, the Winged People clan, and the Bloodvine Elf clan were no different from the monsters. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Even though the Winged People had been oppressed by the monsters, they were not cave people. They were different from cave people and had wings. Moreover, those fairy trainers were friends with the monsters, which made the Jianmenguan people who hated the monsters hate them very much. Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkai stayed. They liked the Digi dynasty, so they decided to protect the Digi dynasty. Chapter 216. The Emperor wore the armor of the Demon Era, and he was ready for the final battle. 9 dragons pulled a brass chariot, and Emperor Haoshan stood on the chariot, holding the sword of the founder of Jianmen in his hand, and the wheel of Tao behind him was turning, but this time he was old. The Emperor and Empress were half demons, so the current Emperor and Empress were still in their prime. The lifespan of the demons was much longer than that of humans, even if they were half demons, their lifespan was much longer than that of humans. Empress Yao Qi sat on Fengpan, looking at the Bloodvine Elves and a group of Fuxi opposite. There were many winged people gathered at the border of the Earth dynasty. Some were flying in the air, and some were looking up on the ground. Not only cave people, but also some descendants of cave people who were stranded in the Zonghai continent during the war. Some descendants of cave people mated with winged people, so some hybrids with disabled wings were born. These people have extraordinary talents when communicating with goblins. What do you aliens want to do? Emperor Haoshan asked indifferently. Behind him were many veterans who followed him to fight against the goblins, and some disciples of Jianmen who stayed after the war. Among them was the senior master of Wang Buliuxing and Han Gongkai, Chen Ping, who had received the guidance of the Great Dream Heavenly Venerable. Now he is also the ancestor of a sect. The Tianjian sect he founded is famous in the Earth dynasty. Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkai stood beside Chen Ping. Chen Ping was old and liked to talk. At this moment, he pulled the two of them to tell the stories of the past, the stories of the Great Dream Heavenly Venerable. The disciples of Jianmen in the Demon Clan era all practiced the visualization system. This system cultivates the spirit but not the body. Their lifespan is much shorter than that of the cultivators who practiced the Tao system. However, there was no other way. The Tao system in that era could not allow the human race to survive. Today I am just here to explore. I hope you don't worry. This is the Zonghai continent. Your country descended from the sky, so naturally there must be an explanation. I am the Heavenly Venerable of the Fuxi clan, and my Taoist name is Fukin. Fukin Heavenly Venerable did not oppress Emperor Haoshan with her powerful strength. Her attitude was very gentle, which made the people of the Digi dynasty not so disgusted. Our Digi dynasty was affected by the things of the foreign gods and was moved here from the Kalidoya continent. Please forgive me, Tianzun. I will find a way. Forget Tianzun to restrain these foreign races. Otherwise, the Digi dynasty is still strong and can still fight. The voice of Emperor Haoshan reached the ears of everyone on the border. He was not afraid of these foreign races, but it was not right to harm his people because of the war. Zhongzhou. After hearing this, Fukin Tianzun became a little afraid. That place was full of monsters, and now it actually ran to Zonghai continent. For Kalidoya continent, Zonghai continent is a wild land. Now in the minds of the people of Kalidoya continent, Zonghai continent is still a wilderness ruled by the demon race, and the Fuxi clan is included in the demon race. Roar! A huge dragon covering the sky and the sun flew over, stirring up a gust of wind. When it approached, it turned into a blonde man, with flames like the color of the sun wrapped around his body. This giant dragon is the Sun Lord. After seeing the strange phenomenon here, the Sun Lord, who was chasing the sun, flew over. A place with many people means there is excitement to watch, and when there is excitement to watch, the Sun Lord can show his power in front of people. Over the past 100 years, the people of Zonghai continent have become accustomed to the existence of the Sun Lord, and even many people have benefited greatly from the guidance of the Sun Lord. However, the Sun Lord still has a sense of propriety and dares not leave the Zonghai continent. This world is too terrifying. After seeing the Yi Lord who hammered Prometheus, he knew that he was a little Karami. Meet the Sun Lord. The people of Zonghai continent below saluted one after another, which made the Sun Lord very happy and waved in response frequently. Another demon clan celestial master, but Emperor Haoshan's expression remained unchanged, all foreign races are not allowed to enter the Earth dynasty, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Kill without mercy! Kill without mercy! Kill without mercy! The soldiers on the border shouted, overwhelming the people of the Zonghai Alliance outside the Zonghai continent. What a big tone! When did you build a city here? Why haven't I seen you before? Sun Tianzun sneered. Ahem, they are from the Kaladoa continent, and they came here because of the outer gods. Fukin Tianzun reminded. Sun Tianzun was stunned. Kaladoa continent? That monster continent? But you can't lose face in front of these mortals. So what? Then you can. Can you try to see if my sword is sharp? Emperor Haoshan drew out his sword, and the Dao wheel behind him started to spin rapidly. His aura continued to rise, and his blood and chi became full. Humph! The Sun Lord snorted coldly, and turned into his original body to press against the border wall of the Earth dynasty. Bold demons, you have invaded my border, please help me, father. Emperor Haoshan drew his sword and attacked the Sun Lord. Empress Yao Qi flew out from Fengpan and fought with Emperor Haoshan against the Sun Lord. Roar! Above the border wall, the Emperor's mausoleum of Emperor Taishan appeared and directly knocked the Sun Lord away, but the Sun Lord was not seriously injured. Seeing the Sun Lord go up, Fukin Tianzun naturally followed. She wanted to see what strength these Kalidoyans had, and why they were so arrogant. A dragon was hovering in the sky, but it was a little illusory. Dark clouds accompanied the dragon. This was the residual soul of Emperor Taishan, and it was also the last resort he left for Emperor Haoshan. It could fight the Heavenly Lord, or even kill the Heavenly Lord. After all, Emperor Taishan was also a top powerhouse in the Demon Clan era. But Emperor Taishan was not the Heavenly Lord after all. Once the residual soul was exhausted, it would disappear, and the Imperial Mausoleum would eventually disappear. Emperor Taishan. Countless veterans shed tears. This was the emperor they had followed. When the people of the Zonghai Alliance saw the two Heavenly Lords taking the lead, they all rushed forward. The fairy trainers were still a little hesitant, but those gourmet hunters were completely reckless. Their profession represented everything. They could pay the price of their lives for wealth. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. An Eastern dragon and a Western dragon were fighting each other. Even the residual soul of Emperor Taishan was larger than that of Emperor Taiyang. For a moment, it seemed that Emperor Taishan had the upper hand. This was just the strategy of Emperor Taiyang. He only needed to if they could win by exhausting the power of this remnant soul. Why did they have to disperse it in such a mess? Emperor Haoshan burned his last blood and energy. He wanted to let these alien races see the blood of their human race. He seemed to have returned to the time when he ascended the throne. Fukin Tianzun did not use too strong means. She was afraid that some old guys would come out from behind this dynasty, which would be difficult to deal with. However, the crazy fighting style of Emperor Haoshan and the Empress forced her to take it seriously. Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkai stood on the top of the city, killing the winged people who rushed up one by one, as well as some hybrids of winged people and cave people. Chapter 217. Senior, I'm here. Demeng Tianzun struggled to get into Yi Tianzun's dream. Yi Tianzun was too powerful, and the barrier of the dream was very thick. If Yi Tianzun hadn't rejected him, Demeng Tianzun would probably not have been able to get in. At this moment, Yi Tianzun was beating 12 bloody beasts. If you look closely, these beasts are similar to the tattoos on Yi Tianzun's body. Knowing that Demeng Tianzun had arrived, Yi Tianzun stopped his hand, and the 12 beasts hugged each other and trembled. Saved! Dongfang boy, you are here, what good things did you bring this time? Yi Tianzun walked over. In the dream, Yi Tianzun was only more than 2 meters tall, not as huge as in the outside world. Senior, this time I brought the fine wine from Kaladoa, but it comes from reality, not those fantasy products. Demeng Tianzun took off the gourd from his waist. Ha 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 ha, then I want to taste it. Yi Tianzun laughed. When Yi Tianzun was sleeping, he was awake in the dream. When he was over, he would be confused, so Yi Tianzun was mostly in the sleeping period. Unless something triggered the instinct of his body, he would wake up from the dream. For Yi Tianzun, Demeng Tianzun was a junior. After all, if we talk about seniority, Yi Tianzun is the ancestor. Not only that, Yi Tianzun is also the first god recognized by the people of Kaladoa. Demeng Tianzun handed over the wine gourd. Yi Tianzun took the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. He drank tons of it and drank it for more than 10 minutes in one breath. Demeng Tianzun's wine gourd can hold hundreds of tons of wine. Good wine, much better than the wine of my time. Tianzun Yi had almost finished drinking and passed it to Tianzun Damon, who then drank it. After drinking the wine, Tianzun Yi wanted to show off his skills, and then he ran to whip the blood beasts. These blood beasts were killed in their lifetime and tattooed on their bodies as a way for Tianzun Yi to show off his achievements. After death, they were summoned by Tianzun Yi in his dreams as sandbags. They looked pitiful, but they were not pitiful except that they devoured Tianzun Yi's fellow tribesmen. They were destined to be stepping stones for Tianzun Yi. Crackling. Tianzun Yi beat the blood beasts severely. The blood beasts did not even dare to make a sound, fearing that they would stimulate Tianzun Yi's hunting instinct, and the beating was even more severe. Yi, the first fierce man in the ancient tribal era, this name is not a joke. Even now, the giant transformed by Tianzun Yi's obsession is still a first-class fierce man in the cave world. It is estimated that the rest of the Tianzuns combined will be enough to tie. In a word, how fast the world is promoted, how fast Yi Tianzun is promoted. If he is not a broken board now, Yi Tianzun can help you reach the 7th level in the 4th level world of Dongtian world, leading the world by 3 levels. This is a tough guy. Hey! Demeng Tianzun felt as if someone was calling him, and it seemed to be an acquaintance, his descendant, who should be a member of Jianmen. After drinking and showing his 18 martial arts, Yi fell into memories. He remembered his subordinates Bei and Yan. Now Yi in the dream is still in obsession with the broken board, and does not have the complete body of Yi. He did not show the tyrant side of Yi, otherwise Demeng Tianzun would probably be in trouble. Dong, Feng, uncle, save me, I am Chen Ping. The intermittent voice sounded in the dream, and Demeng Tianzun heard it. Senior, I'm going to deal with some things. Demeng Tianzun looked apologetic. He had originally agreed to discuss Taoism with Yi Tianzun today, but he did not expect Chen Ping to ask for help. Yi Tianzun waved his hand, it's okay, I can't help much, but if I really don't want to, I can wake up, but I may not be able to control it. After waking up, I will be affected by obsession. Demeng Tianzun clasped his fists and slowly dissipated, and he left the dream space. At the border of the Digi dynasty, the war lasted for half a day, the sky collapsed, the Great Wall collapsed, and there were people fighting everywhere. Emperor Haoshan was getting younger and younger, and his strength was getting stronger. Fukin Tianzun had to use more means. Emperor Haoshan's moves could threaten her. If she didn't pay attention, she would probably be killed. Fukin turned into Fuxi's true body, controlling a 6-stringed zither. She kept plucking the strings of the zither, emitting waves of sound, which shocked Emperor Haoshan and the Empress. Your Majesty, your body. Empress Yao Qi said while dispersing the attacking sound waves. Nothing. Emperor Haoshan waved the long sword in his hand and rushed towards Fukin Tianzun. The shadow of Taishan Emperor's residual soul is getting closer and closer. The weaker it got, the more it had to be said that the Sun Lord's method was correct, but the other guys besieged the Sun Lord, which made the Sun Lord very uncomfortable. Wang Buliexing and Han Gongkaiu, as well as Chen Ping, the ancestor of the Tianjian sect, besieged the Sun Lord together. As for the strong men of the Earth dynasty, they were blocking the winged people from entering the dynasty. Some of the dynasty's strong men were purged during the Taishan Emperor period, and some died in the battle with the demons during the Haoshan Emperor period. As time passed, some of them also passed away, and the strength left now is not at its peak. Old soldiers never die, they just gradually wither. The incarnation of Bello, the ancestor of the Bloodvine Elf clan, also came to the scene. The Earth dynasty was suppressed, and there were old soldiers who died with those winged people. Boom! In the sound of the explosion, the residual soul of the Taishan Emperor dissipated, and his imperial tomb disappeared with it. The residual soul disappeared, and this was the last time that the Taishan Emperor protected his Jianmen Pass. Father! Emperor Haoshan shouted, and then the Dao wheel merged into his body, and he poured all his strength into the sword. Seeing Emperor Haoshan and others in such a posture, Fukin Tianzun couldn't help but curse them as crazy. She didn't understand the people of Jianmen Pass, and didn't understand the cave people who struggled in that era. Although the Fuxi clan never admitted that they were monsters, they were essentially the same as monsters, but they didn't kill human beings like those monsters. Emperor! The veterans and the border soldiers of the Earth dynasty couldn't help shouting, and then they swung their long swords with more strength. Countless vines grew, destroying the border wall of the Earth Dynasty, killing and devouring the soldiers, and these winged people broke into the Earth Dynasty. This scene reminded the veterans of the monster era, and they couldn't help but burst into tears, and exploded one after another, taking away those food hunters and the soldiers of the Zonghai Alliance. Chen Ping's face was gloomy. Many disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were killed by that group of people. Many strong men of the earthly dynasty were maintaining the formation. Now the strong men of the border wall were less than 30%. The combat power of 3 heavenly venerables was a disaster of destruction for the earthly dynasty. No one dealt with the Sun Heavenly Venerable, so Chen Ping went up alone. Monster, let me deal with you. Chapter 218. Boom. The Sun Lord grabbed Chen Ping with one claw, and was about to crush him to death. Chen Ping felt the fatal threat, so he shouted, "Uncle Dongfang, save me, I am Chen Ping." Buzz. The great dream is a lifelong dream, the seasons change, the world changes, I still live forever, I am the great dream lord. The Sun Lord found that he could not move, and his claws were slowly loosening automatically, and he put down Chen Ping in his hand. After hearing the familiar voice, Chen Ping knew that he had escaped. A middle-aged man with long flowing black hair and a red and purple wine gourd tied around his waist appeared. After becoming a heavenly venerable, Dongfang Yueming's temperament was different from before. He was not as sloppy as before, but had a sense of ethereal aura. After saving Chen Ping, the great dream heavenly venerable smiled and said, "You kid, if I hid in a dream and fell asleep, I guess you would be crushed to death today." "Thank you, uncle." Chen Ping saluted the great dream heavenly venerable, and a white-haired old man saluted a middle-aged man. Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkaiu came over, and Chen Ping introduced them as if nothing had happened. "You two come and meet the ancestors of Jianmen." The two saluted together. When Fukin Heavenly Venerable in the distance saw the great dream Heavenly Venerable appear, he was shocked. Sure enough, there were some old monsters behind these people. This Heavenly Venerable Fukin Heavenly Venerable had not seen it yet. Most of the Heavenly Venerables Fukin had seen it, but she had not seen the great dream Heavenly Venerable hidden in the dream. The strength of the great dream Heavenly Venerable was unfathomable to Fukin Heavenly Venerable. She had no way to tell the truth, but it could also be a problem with the other party's Dao. However, she had felt the movement of the great dream Heavenly Venerable's enlightenment, so he could not be a weakling. Fukin Heavenly Venerable hurriedly contacted his ancestor Lazy Heavenly Venerable. This time, it was probably difficult to solve. He did not expect that these people from the Earth Dynasty were so stubborn. However, the Sun Heavenly Venerable next to him was already in a state of excitement, and he did not have so many thoughts. He would not let it go after being rescued so easily. The power of the Dao was mobilized, and the whole body radiated light. The Sun Heavenly Venerable broke free from the control of the Great Dream Heavenly Venerable, and then slapped the Great Dream Heavenly Venerable directly. The attack was accompanied by the sound of breaking wind and continuous rumbling. Seeing the Sun Heavenly Venerable attacking, the Great Dream Heavenly Venerable stopped communicating with Chen Ping and others, slowly took off his wine gourd, and then threw it up. Boom boom boom. The gourd grew larger as it rose higher, absorbing the solar flames ejected by the Sun Lord. The blazing solar flames did not harm the wine gourd at all. The wine gourd was a product of dreams, and these attacks were of no use to him. The Great Dream Lord gently extended a finger and pressed it down. The wine gourd instantly became larger than the Sun Lord, and then it smashed down heavily. Dong! The wine gourd smashed into the Sun Lord, and suppressed his avenue, making him drowsy, and the power of the avenue was imprisoned. Jia! Fukin Lord woke up the Sun Lord, who turned into a human form and moved away from the gourd of the Great Dream Lord, but a big bag grew on his head. The Great Dream Lord waved his hand, and the wine gourd returned to its original shape, and then the lid was opened, and the Great Dream Lord drank the wine in big gulps. "Two demon lords, I will protect the Jianmen Pass today. Do you also want to go with me to dream the spring and autumn dream?" Damon Tianzun said with a smile. Emperor Haoshan was already exhausted at this moment. After Damon Tianzun arrived, Emperor Haoshan fell into the arms of the Empress and then closed his eyes. The Emperor's mausoleum, who had just left, appeared again, and Emperor Haoshan was led into it. "After I die, Liu Ming will be the next emperor." As soon as Emperor Haoshan finished speaking, Emperor's mausoleum disappeared with Emperor Haoshan. The Empress looked at the winged people in the distance, and there was no movement for a long time, like a volcano before eruption. "Let those people stop, we won't leave, the Emperor stayed here, so let's stay here too." From this day on, the Earth Dynasty and these bird people will have an irreconcilable hatred. As soon as the Empress finished speaking, countless beams of light surged up in the Earth Dynasty, and hundreds of strong men rushed out to drive out the winged strong men who had already entered the Earth Dynasty. This really became a blood feud. The Earth Dynasty was originally still studying how to return to the northern barbarians, but came here, which accelerated the death of Emperor Haoshan and also caused the people of the Earth Dynasty to have a blood feud with these intelligent races in the Zonghai continent. Sometimes things develop so nonsensically, and both sides have their own positions. Great Dream Heavenly Venerable and Fukin Heavenly Venerable, Sun Heavenly Venerable. The battle between the three did not end with the death of Emperor Haoshan. The Great Dream Lord continued to emit rainbow-colored beams, and the Fukin Lord and the Sun Lord dodged in a panic. Thunder rumbled, and a thunder area appeared here at some point, and the Lazy Lord came. Outsiders, this is our territory. Lazy Lord looked at the Great Dream Lord who suppressed the two lords, and was slightly unhappy. He also knew that the Zonghai continent was also at fault for this incident, but a strange force suddenly appeared in his territory, and these reactions were justified. Another demon lord came, and it seems that the remnants of the demon clan era have not passed yet. The Great Dream Lord directly beat the Sun Lord half of his body. The three lords, the Great Dream Lord was probably not their opponent, so he was naturally not afraid. They could not do anything if they escaped into the dream, but the people of the Earth Dynasty could not do that. Humph! How can the demon clan compare with my Fuxi clan? If those two snakes dare to come, they can't leave Zonghai continent. Lazy Tianzun took action. After digesting the harvest plundered from the light and shadow world, Lazy Tianzun's current strength is much stronger than before. The strength of the old Tianzun is not comparable to that of the Sun Tianzun. Demeng Tianzun is not a pedantic person. Lazy Tianzun can call people, so he can call people. Yi Tianzun, who was beating the blood beast in the dream, received the news from Demeng Tianzun. Come quickly. So, Yi Tianzun, who was sleeping in the sea, revived. The titans around him were used to it, and they packed their things skillfully and then carried the island. God! Where is it? After resurrecting, Yi Tianzun had a little sobriety, but not much, but he knew that his purpose this time was to go to Zonghai continent, where there should be someone waiting for him. Dong, dong, dong. As Yi Tianzun moved, the seabed made a noise, and the god walking in the ocean appeared again. Xian Tianzun and Ming Tianzun naturally followed their Yi Shen, so the three Tianzun approached the Zonghai continent. Then a scene appeared on the sea. A cloud-top giant was running fast, two rainbow lights were chasing the giant, and a group of small giants were carrying islands and chasing the cloud-top giant quickly. Chapter 219. The battle was so fierce that the enemy was defeated. The Great Dream Lord was defeated by three lords from the Zonghai continent and a blood vine, the ancestor of the Heavenly Lord level. He became embarrassed. Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkaiu had no way to join the battlefield of this level. They could only help the strong men of the earthly dynasty to fight against the winged people of the Zonghai continent. Thunder and lightning often appeared in the Thunder Lord, and the battle between the four lords began to affect the people around them. Both sides consciously moved the battlefield to the air. The Han dynasty, the netherworld. In the hall, Ghost Tianzun, who was reading some books, suddenly felt, Master and the others seem to have appeared, but not in this continent. Brother, Master and the others are in Zonghai continent. I can feel their breath. You go. The voice of Kang Tian reached Ghost Tianzun's ears. He had become Kang Tian of Kalidoya continent. He could not leave this continent, so there was no way to find Master. Ghost Tianzun put down the books and walked out of the hall. All the souls he met on the way saluted respectfully. Whoosh! Ghost Tianzun turned into a light grey rainbow light and flew towards Zonghai continent. For a while, many Tianzuns rushed to Zonghai continent. Ghost Tianzun had been looking for their master for many years. At this moment, he got the news from the master, so he sped up. Lazy Tianzun, who was fighting, felt something was wrong. He always had an ominous premonition that something terrible was going to happen, but he had already investigated it. That Yi Tianzun was still in a deep sleep and it was estimated that he would not be an opponent in the near future. Lazy Tianzun was not afraid of Hong Tianzun's words. Even Jun Tianzun Lazy Tianzun had the means to deal with him, so Lazy Tianzun thought it was just his illusion. But this premonition became stronger and stronger as time went by. Lazy Tianzun confirmed that his premonition was correct. He relied on this instinct to escape many disasters. With a palm slap, the three Tianzuns attacked together to disperse Damon Tianzun. Damon Tianzun condensed his body again. His current body was a product of dreams, and Damon Tianzun had long been a product of the physical body. Lazy Tianzun wanted to run, but it seemed too late. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was shaking, as if something was coming. Both sides of the battle stopped, as if they saw something incredible. A giant that went straight into the sky was walking towards here. Lazy Tianzun's body was like a child in front of the giant, and as for Sun Tianzun, it was just a bigger puppy. The two of them were not even as good as some titan giants. God? I found you! Yi Tianzun's voice was like thunder, and the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. He had lost his mind and trampled on many villages and towns of the Zonghai Alliance. Some Zonghai Alliance strongmen chased him, but were killed by the titans who followed behind. Hearing this voice, Lazy Tianzun felt endless fear in his heart. This was the fear from his blood. Facing Yi Tianzun, Lazy Tianzun had no courage to resist at all. Run! Lazy Tianzun turned into a lightning and was about to leave this place. Demeng Tianzun saw Yi Tianzun coming and started laughing. Isn't it just calling people? Let's see who is more awesome. However, Yi Tianzun would not let Lazy Tianzun escape so easily. Feeling the disgusting Shinto aura on Lazy Tianzun, Yi Tianzun blasted out with a palm, and the space was deformed. Bang! Half of Lazy Tianzun's body exploded and turned directly into blood mist, but his power of the avenue instantly repaired his body. This is the strength of the strongest person in the cave world. Humph! Yi Tianzun snorted coldly, and then Lazy Tianzun had to face Yi Tianzun's overwhelming attack. The people on the battlefield were miserable and affected. Whether it was the strong men of Zonghai continent or the Digi dynasty, they became the same thing after being affected, directly turned into air, and disappeared from the world in a physical sense. After seeing Yi Tianzun coming, the great Dream Tianzun returned to the dream and asked Chenping and others to leave here with their people. The next battlefield was not something they could participate in. Fukin Tianzun and Taiyang Tianzun next to them were also terrified when they saw Yi Tianzun coming. They had seen the scene of Yi Tianzun killing Prometheus, and they were directly slaughtered unilaterally. The three of them had no intention of fighting, but Xian Tianzun and Ming Tianzun, two old Tianzuns, had blocked the vicinity. They could not escape from here, so they could only bite the bullet. Xian Tianzun and Ming Tianzun did not dare to too close, otherwise the unconscious Yi Tianzun might kill them too. Boom! The earth was cracked by Yi Tianzun's blow, and an earthquake occurred in the entire Zonghai continent. Some volcanoes were affected and erupted prematurely, and countless creatures in the Zonghai continent were affected. Fukin Tianzun and Taiyang Tianzun did not dare to attack Yi Tianzun at all, fearing that Yi Tianzun's attention would be diverted to them. Now Lazy Yi Tianzun was being beaten hard by Yi Tianzun, and Lazy Yi Tianzun's thunder did not leave any trace on Yi Tianzun. Ha 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 ha! Yi Tianzun laughed while beating, and became more and more excited, and Lazy Yi Tianzun's breath became weaker and weaker. But he was not going to die, but Lazy Yi Tianzun was trying to escape by pretending to be dead. Boom! Yi Tianzun threw Lazy Yi Tianzun to the ground and stomped on him hard. Yi Tianzun's fighting method was very primitive, but they were no match at all. Seeing that his ancestor was about to be beaten to death, Fukin Tianzun could not help it, and used the clone of the ancestor bloodvine to give birth to bloodvines to entangle Yi Tianzun. However, before he got close to Yi Tianzun, he turned into nothingness, and the powerful force directly annihilated these bloodvines. If it was the original body of the ancestor bloodvine Balo, it could be entangled for a while, but this was only the clone that gave birth to it, and it had no effect at all. However, if the ancestor bloodvine came, it would probably die miserably. The powerful life force was injected into Lazy Yi Tianzun's body, and Lazy Yi Tianzun had to stand up again, and then was pinched and beaten by Yi Tianzun again. God! They all have to die! Yi Tianzun beat Lazy Yi Tianzun violently. Xian Tianzun and Ming Tianzun sighed at the power of Yi Shen, worthy of being their first king, worthy of being the legendary god killer. Ghost Tianzun also arrived at this moment and joined the crowd, and then asked Xian Tianzun about his master's news. Master Xian, have you seen my master and uncle? Xian Tianzun informed him of the news about Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkaiu, and Ghost Tianzun entered the Digi dynasty to look for the two. Sun Tianzun pounced on Yi Tianzun, but he was blown up after a while, and then he recondensed his body and did not dare to rush forward. Chapter 220. The two of them were beaten. After a while, Ghost Lord rushed out and rushed towards Fukin Lord and Sun Lord, wanting to attack them. This was his master's order, but Yi Lord, who was beaten, slapped him away. Now Yi Lord was stepping on lazy Yi Lord with one foot and beating Sun Lord with one hand, while Fukin Lord was punched from time to time. Xian Lord and Ming Lord each took out the magic tools purchased from the Wizard Empire to record this moment in history. Judging from this situation, lazy Yi Lord is estimated to be dead today, and the other two lords are estimated to have a chance of survival. Xian Tianzun finally couldn't bear it and made way for them. After all, these comrades had fought together in the world of light and shadow. Xian Tianzun would not hinder their survival if there was no threat to their own interests. If Hong Tianzun was here, these three Tianzuns would all die, but if Hong Tianzun was here, he would probably be beaten to death by Yi Tianzun. Boom boom! A natural disaster broke out in Zonghai continent. Fukin Tianzun and Taiyang Tianzun escaped, while lazy Yi Tianzun was beaten to death by Yi Tianzun with his flesh, but because of the special nature of lazy Yi Tianzun's avenue, he will be reborn from his avenue one day, but I don't know if he will be the real him at that time. Maybe lazy Yi Tianzun at that time was just a divinity with the believer's imagination of him, without his own nature, which is the drawback of faith. Fukin Tianzun hid in lazy Yi and dared not come out again. Taiyang Tianzun also ran back to his dragon kingdom, completely closed the space, and dared not leak a breath. After killing lazy Yi Tianzun, Yi Tianzun lost his target and wandered around Zonghai continent. Finally, he re-entered the sea in the west and fell asleep in the nearby waters of Zonghai continent. The Titans also habitually settled down nearby. The Digi dynasty gave up returning to Kaladoa continent. Emperor Haoshan, who led them through the demon era, died on this continent. They also wanted to stay on this continent and wipe out the races that participated in the siege of the Digi dynasty on this continent. The Dragon Kingdom, the Bloodvine Elves, and the Zonghai Alliance were all included in the blood feud list by the Digi dynasty. Liu Ming, the 10th son of Emperor Haoshan, inherited the throne. After Emperor Liu Ming took office, he repaired the border wall. He knew that the Digi dynasty had no way to take revenge at present, so he made good defense first. With the help of Gui Tianzun, the Digi dynasty established a teleportation array with the Han dynasty and opened trade with the Han dynasty. The Taoist system of the Han dynasty was introduced into the Digi dynasty. After obtaining the help of the Han dynasty, the Digi dynasty started a war with Zonghai continent. This war was destined to be long-lasting and a war between races. Zonghai was over. The Tianzun level would not appear in the war between the two races. If this was really the case, then the Tianzun of the cave people was no joke. The Tianzun still had the luck of the race. If a race war really started, the Zonghai continent would be destroyed. Lazy Yi Tianzun died, the luck of Zonghai continent was damaged, geniuses fell inexplicably within 10 years, and the harvest was poor. The Zonghai continent did not attract the attention of other places, but it was mentioned slightly in the newspaper of Maiyad Trading Company. The overall situation of the entire Dongtian world was that small wars continued, and the war had just ended. As for Ron's human body, Ron started to let it go directly, and he and Jinjin continued to do various tricks in the demon castle. Nothing would happen. Now the only thing in the castle is that the owner is not his own, and the others are all his own. What can the contractors of other paradises use to fight Ron? Lazy Yi Tianzun's death this time gave Ron more than 1,000 world powers. As expected, leaks still need to be of high quality. If all low-quality leaks die, they will probably not be as good as a high-quality leak. There is still room for improvement in promoting the growth of medium and high-level leaks. Ron decided to put some pressure on them. Without pressure, there is no motivation. Then the leader of the next era will be the demons. Those channels in the demon world will be opened for some reasons. After the demons living in the barren demon world see such a rich environment, they will launch an attack. The combat power of the creatures in the demon world is very strong. It broke out in the dark continent before, and its spread is very difficult for the people in the cave world. In the central 1580 years, many channels connecting to the demon world appeared in all parts of the cave world, and thousands of demons came from. The demons rushed out of the demon world and killed the major forces in the cave world. The war between the cave world and the demons broke out. These demons controlled by primitive desires slaughtered living beings crazily. On the Kaladoa continent, the thunder of the sky continued to kill these demons. With the sky, Kaladoa continent did not have a serious demon disaster, but when killing the demons, the sky was also infected by the demonic energy. The major forces in various places took action to deal with this sudden demon disaster. Only Jun Tianzun knew that this was the work of the existence above all living beings. That existence became more and more indifferent and terrifying, but Jun Tianzun became more and more interested. Jun Tianzun has always been like this for all unknowns. After Bo Sun felt the appearance of the breath of the same origin as himself, he began to get excited and took the people of the Great Lei Temple everywhere to make trouble. When most of the Tianzuns no longer appeared in the world, Bo Sun was unstoppable. Even if there were Tianzuns, ordinary Tianzuns were not his opponents. However, Bo Sun was soon punished because he ran to the Nikado continent and was discovered by the Hero King. He was then beaten by the Hero King. Bo Sun ran back to the Jiaoxi in disgrace. Ron deliberately suppressed the energy of the world. All the Tianzun could only hide in the secret realms and realms he created. They dared not to act easily. The second era was about to come. The reduced energy and minerals appeared in large quantities. Ron wanted these people to fight. The road to becoming a strong man was cruel. Ron wanted to select strong men with cruel methods. It was also in this environment that each system was improved again, and the level system was constantly subdivided. After studying the contractors, Skechers quoted the system of paradise and compiled a book. In the book, it was proposed that the current cave world is a fourth-level world, just a medium-sized world, and the levels of those contractors can also match the cave world, and the same is true for the Tianzun level, but the combat power of the Tianzun does not match the level. Skechers' theory did not attract attention and was banned from spreading. Jun Tianzun knew that such things could not be spread in the Dongtian world. Chapter 221. The Hulong Kingdom, as a participant in the Second Qinghai War, also lost the war, which led to the fall of the Huzi ruling faction. Under pressure from the people, a faction called the Equality Party came onto the historical stage of the Hulong Kingdom. After the Equality Party came to power, it sidelined the royal party headed by the Huzi. The royal family became the spiritual symbol of the Hulong Kingdom and was no longer allowed to interfere in military and political affairs. Chu Longta, the leader of the Equality Party, proposed the Equality Act, which was implemented after a vote within the party. Later, the Hulong Kingdom Parliament was established, and people of all ethnic groups in the Hulong Kingdom were absorbed into the parliament. Generally, each ethnic group had 2 representatives as members. As for the current situation in Hulong Kingdom, due to the historical legacy left by Huzi's father Hu Tao, the races in Hulong Kingdom are now the largest in the world. Even now, Ron still thinks that Hu Tao is a very talented person. He gave birth to hundreds of thousands of children in his life and created thousands of races. Even if half of those races are now extinct, there are still more than 2,000 races. After Chu Longta promulgated the bill, he gained the support of these races, but regional discrimination and racial discrimination in Hulong Kingdom are still a big problem. Chu Longta is also a descendant of Hu Tao, but he is the descendant of the daughter of Hu Tao and other cavemen. He has 1/8 of the giant bloodline and 1/4 of the caveman bloodline, so his identity in Hulong Kingdom is a caveman clan, and his appearance is similar to that of a caveman, but he is more than 5 meters tall. At the same time, Chu Longta is also a disciple of Xiantian sect. He went to study in Xiantian sect from Hulong Kingdom and is the disciple of Tiangang Tianzun. Pulling the banner of Xiantian sect, this is also the reason why Hu Zii did not take action against the Equality Party. Hu Zii learned from his father Hu Tao and began to breed offspring, but he did not have the special talent of his father. Like other places, the Hulong Kingdom also broke out in the magic disaster, but the magic disaster was used by Chu Zilongta to sweep away those big families that monopolized all walks of life in the Hulong Kingdom and regain control of the weapons manufacturing industry and the financial industry. After the appearance of those wizard stones, the currency value of Haijin was much lower than before, and the status of the Hulong Kingdom Gold Bank was also replaced by the Wizard Spirit Manor opened by the Wizard Empire, resulting in the economy of the Hulong Kingdom declining day by day, much worse than before. After the Equality Party came to power, it imitated the system of the Wizard Empire to reform the bureaucratic system of the Hulong Kingdom, which was called Longta Reform in the history of the Hulong Kingdom. Chu Longta further formed a cabinet headed by himself as the first generation of the leadership team of the Equality Party of the Hulong Kingdom, and put forward the concept of nation. The major races in the Hulong Kingdom belonged to the Hulong nation, which deepened the connection between the major races. Subsequently, the textbooks were recompiled to deepen the sense of identity of various races with the Hulong Kingdom, and individual ethnic autonomous regions were divided. In addition, the weapons industry was nationalized and joined the Mayad weapons sales group. Chu Longta proposed the concept of governing the country for 100 years, which was divided into 4 plans. The implementation period of each plan was 25 years. The focus was on developing the domestic economy and people's livelihood, researching and producing high-value creations, and unblocking the Navy's black technology, increasing production and transforming it for people's livelihood. Halong Kingdom launched the Centennial Plan in the central 1600th year. The ultimate goal of the plan was to build Halong Kingdom into a first-class country in the Dongtian world. Under the operation of Chu Longta and the Equality Party, the reputation of Halong Kingdom gradually spread in the Dongtian world, and a large number of civilian creations were sold from Halong Kingdom. For example, the wave station developed by the United Navy before, a machine used to spread information, was defeated before it was put into use. Along with other technologies that were not completed, they were sealed and put into the warehouse. A large number of sealed scientific and technological archives were retrieved, and the Halong Kingdom began to conduct biological research and sent a large number of scholars to the Wizard Empire for exchanges. After purchasing a large number of alchemy potions from the Wizard Empire, it obtained 30 exchange places for students from the Wizard Tower Academy. Under Chu Longta's instructions, District 71 was established to study biological potions. A large number of resources and scholars were sent there, and death row prisoners from all over the country were also sent here for processing. This place became a terrifying place in the Halong Kingdom. Chu Longta attempted to create a god with human power and established a god-making project. He needed a strong enough force to ensure the status of the Halong Kingdom in the world. During Chu Longta's reign, various black technology was lit up, but the foundation of these technologies was built on extraordinary characteristics. Once the extraordinary faded, all these technologies would become invalid. Bloodvine network: cultivate bloodvines that can connect to each other, build a bloodvine network, and then upload information on the bloodvine to exchange and get real-time domestic news. There are also steam locomotives, which generate power by increasing the heat of water through which stones. These locomotives can reach a maximum speed of more than 1,000 km per hour, which is suitable for the people of Halong Kingdom. A large number of official roads were built, and a large amount of infrastructure was completed during the first plan. The economy of Halong Kingdom recovered rapidly, and Chu Longta was worshipped as a god for a while. In the current cave world, various civilization styles can be seen, including tribal civilizations wearing animal skins, knights wearing heavy armor, and wizard civilizations using various alchemical creations. This makes the contractors who come here to perform tasks feel like they have changed a world every time. They were drinking in a medieval tavern the last moment, and a steam truck crashed into them the next moment. The Dongtian world also briefly entered a peaceful stage. Even though there were constant local wars, the overall trend was still peaceful. The Vikings from the northern polar ice continent plundered ships in the two northern seas, which reduced the number of merchant ships in the north. The Dongtian Corps was dispatched, and the two enemies also started a game. The Dongtian Corps changed its military leader again. The current military leader was called Zhang Chunkaiu. At the request of Wang Buliaxing and Han Gongkaiu, Tian Gang Tianzun was released from the underworld of Yuta by Gui Tianzun, and then reprimanded by Xian Tianzun. He could not come out again without special circumstances after entering the realm. The demon realm also appeared in the Han dynasty. A large number of troops were sent into it to eliminate the demons, and a wall was built around the demon realm, and great scholars were sent to guard it. After years of development, the Jixia Academy has become another emerging sect in the Kaladoa continent. The four major sects are Xiantian sect, Baiman Jianmen, Shushan sword sect, and Jixia Academy. The four sects all have their own outstanding aspects. The Jixia Academy has Chu Tianzun, who created the great Dao of literature. The Xiantian sect has Xian Tianzun and Tian Gang Tianzun. The Baiman sword sect has a Daimon Tianzun. The Shushan sword sect has a Yunhai Tianzun. All four sects have the foundation of Tianzun. Therefore, there is a rumor on the Kaladoa continent that only sects with Tianzun level can become super sects. These sects have methods to open up the great Dao, which are hidden somewhere in their sects. Chapter 222. Time flies, 100 years pass in the blink of an eye, and the time of mortals flies fast. They create their own life in a short life. The Halong Kingdom completed their plan in 100 years and became one of the giants in the cave world. The reputation of the Halong Kingdom has been heard in all continents, and a large number of items produced in the Halong Kingdom have poured into various continents. Merchants in the Halong Kingdom even dared to trade with the Vikings who ate cave people. Chu Longta died on the eve of his plan. On the last day before the completion of the 100-year plan, Chu Longta was killed when he went to the Centaur Autonomous Region for a patrol speech, and the entire Halong Kingdom was angry. Before the Halong Kingdom started the search, a major event broke out in the entire cave heaven. No, it should be that a major event broke out in the entire chaos. Ron terminated his plan for the demon era. The root of chaos made a move, and the void battlefield was notarized by the root of chaos. Countless world ruins in the root of chaos condensed together and were notarized by the root of chaos and the paradise camp. A special scene appeared. Transcendence Chaos Battlefield, Super Ninth Order. The first transcendental world of this century appeared, but this world has no native races and no birth of the way of heaven. This world is completely controlled by the root of chaos. All worlds under the order of the root of chaos are connected to this Transcendence Chaos Battlefield, Super Ninth Order, and each world has a channel appearing on the Chaos Battlefield. Ron realized that the self-rescue program of the Chaos Order was activated, but he didn't know what his purpose was. These things need to be explored by each world. Ron quickly obtained some information through his human body. The Chaos Battlefield is opened, and worlds of different levels enter battlefields of different levels. The entire Chaos Battlefield is like a pyramid, with the number of worlds decreasing layer by layer. When a world is promoted, the world's channel will be moved to the next layer. There is a ranking list on the Chaos Battlefield. The worlds with higher rankings will receive resources from the root of chaos, and the worlds of the top-ranked world powerhouses will also receive rewards. The worlds can complete the plunder of resources through mutual invasion. A cruel era has begun, and the law of the jungle between the worlds will be fully demonstrated at this moment. Ron needs to take the lead, because other fourth-level worlds have no heavenly way and no channels to obtain information. The world channel appeared in the Han Dynasty of the Kaladoa continent, but it has not been opened yet. Ron can take the initiative to open it, or wait for the power of the Chaos Battlefield to break through the obstacles and force it to open. There are many worlds under the Chaotic Order, and there may be some powerful Fourth-Order worlds. Ron cannot underestimate the enemy. He has heard of a world creature that is itself a creature. When it is in the Seventh Order, it is so powerful that it can even rival the indescribable level. However, that was a rumor in the previous order. I don't know if this monster world was born in this order. Ron had to use the thugs he trained. The leader of the Halong Kingdom was killed by Hong Tianzun. Chu Longta had just received the research results of Area 71, carrying the power of the Tianzun level. He was hunted by Hong Tianzun before he had time to digest it. Those energies naturally fell into the hands of Hong Tianzun. At this moment, Hong Tianzun had just escaped from the Halong Kingdom. When Chu Longta died, Hong Tianzun could even feel the fatal threat. Hong Tianzun, who was not worth it to be an enemy of a country, ran away directly. The Halong Kingdom has developed so fast in the past 100 years that it will naturally be targeted by Hong Tianzun. In an extraordinary world, a powerful country must hide many powerful people, which is very suitable for harvesting. So Hong Tianzun began to lurk in the Halong Kingdom and then killed the leader. However, this kind of thing is not the first or second time, so Hong Tianzun has no pressure to do it. Hong Tianzun, who returned to the secret realm of the Nikado continent with the energy harvested from the Halong Kingdom, suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. This feeling has not appeared for thousands of years. It is a feeling of nostalgia. Above the sea, Hong Tianzun, who was floating in the air, suddenly danced. This was a sacrificial dance in ancient times. As Hong Tianzun danced, the world was surging. When he reached the Tianzun level, every move would cause the world to change. All kinds of fantasy tower rhymes floated around Hong Tianzun. Supreme Father God, please tell me what to do. Hong Tianzun knew that this was the creation god causing his palpitations. He was offering sacrifices. He knew that every time this feeling appeared, it was a great benefit for him. As the first-generation product used by Ron to interfere with the world, Ron would naturally not treat Hong Tianzun badly. However, he only regarded Hong as a tool. After using him, Ron would not think of him if there was nothing. Now contacting Hong, naturally there was something. Hong Tianzun didn't know whether this hidden existence was the real god of creation. He only knew that it was easy for this existence to kill him. Hong Tianzun inadvertently learned about this from his son Jun Tianzun. Ron was not surprised. These weak creatures also had their special places. Jun Tianzun's talent was the best in this world. Now Jun Tianzun's research even began to involve the origin of the world. He would be the leader of Ron's plan. No matter how powerful Jun Tianzun was, he was born in the cave world. He would only be a knife for Ron, just like his father Hong Tianzun. If the knife backfired on his master, he would not have to exist. The current Jun Tianzun did not have this ability, so Ron could use it with confidence. Ron passed the information into Hong Tianzun's mind, but it was not complete. It was not good to know too much. He wanted to make these guys want to explore the unknown. I believe that the curious Jun Tianzun must have enough motivation this time. Ron injected huge energy into the world, and all creatures could clearly sense that Ron not only wanted to get the first place in the world rankings, but also the world's strongest rankings. This time was an opportunity for Ron. Before being promoted to the 7th level, it was more beneficial than harmful for Ron, and he could quickly accumulate resources for promotion. This time, the Chaos battlefield completely detonated the major forces under the order of the Root of Chaos. It was originally just a local battlefield for the big clans to resolve disputes and train the forces below. Now it has become a war of the whole Chaos. The Root of Chaos dragged all the big clans and the big world into the battlefield. These big clans that tested the Root of Chaos received a response from the Root of Chaos, and this response made them passive. It was still the same sentence, your big daddy is still your big daddy. Chapter 223. In a research room in the wizard world, a blue cow was eating grass, but its legs were shaking constantly, as if it was afraid of something. In the laboratory in front of the blue cow, an experiment was going on. Jun dissected himself, and all the parts of his body were soaked in different potions, and his heart was beating in the blue potion. Bones, blood vessels, muscles, nerves, organs, were all separated, and Jun Tianzun's soul floated in the air. He was very dissatisfied with this experiment. There must be secrets hidden in the celestial body. His answer will be fascinating after it is solved. It's a pity that my father is nowhere to go at this time. Otherwise, the comparison between the two celestial bodies should be fruitful. Jun Tianzun's soul licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Then Jun Tianzun decided to make a bold decision. Jun Tianzun's soul was divided by himself and slowly turned into primitive soul particles. Some of the soul particles were slowly illusory, and some were pulled as if they were going somewhere. Whoosh! The soul quickly condensed and turned back into Jun Tianzun's appearance. Jun Tianzun was still a little unsatisfied. It's a wonderful feeling. I almost lost control of my soul. Is the world in some places pulling me? Hua la la! Those body tissues of Jun Tianzun flew out of the bottle filled with medicine, and were quickly assembled under the effect of the power of studying things. Jun Tianzun's soul entered the body. A wonderful body, every time I enter it, I feel an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Jun Tianzun exclaimed. But it was not the case for Hong Tianzun in the distance, because he felt a lot of energy and lifespan being consumed. Every time Jun Tianzun did this kind of experiment, his energy was consumed quickly. Hong Tianzun cursed and hurried on his way. This time he had something to discuss with his rebellious son, hoping that he would not be caught for research this time. King Niu outside the laboratory door saw Jun Tianzun coming out, and his face was full of flattering smiles. Master, the experiment should be successful, congratulations, Master. Jun Tianzun glanced at King Niu, and King Niu shut up instantly, but Jun Tianzun's next words made him feel relieved. But I won't use you for research, don't worry, I'll see next time, you lock up Xiao for me. Jun Tianzun said lightly, and in King Niu's ears it was the sound of nature. Thank you, sir. Jun Tianzun looked at another laboratory, where Skechers was. Jun Tianzun sealed his memory. In order to prevent Skechers from spreading those messages, Jun Tianzun even interfered with Skechers' reading and writing abilities. What Skechers wrote was a mess of code, and what he said was just a bunch of gibberish, and no one could understand it. So Skechers could only immerse himself in his own world, using experiments to pass the time, and his long life could only be spent on this. Jun Tianzun took out another imprint of paradise and soaked it in a special potion. He studied this imprint peeled off from those outer gods for a long time, but he couldn't analyze these things at all. Instead, he would be backfired by this thing and consume his own life. And this thing will be automatically destroyed, but Jun Tianzun thinks that if he can study it clearly, his path can be much more perfect. When Jun Tianzun was about to take these imprints out of the potion for research, Hong Tianzun appeared. Stop it! Hong Tianzun hurried up. He knew that these things were constantly devouring the fruits of his labor. Jun Tianzun heard Hong Tianzun's voice, so he stopped and turned his eyes to Hong Tianzun, who rushed into the laboratory. Father, you came at the right time. I need your assistance in some experiments recently. I always feel that your celestial body is different from mine. Jun Tianzun said. Hong Tianzun shuddered and quickly changed the subject. I came here to tell you other news this time. This experiment can be put on hold. I believe you will be more interested in the other news. Oh! Hearing his father's words, Jun Tianzun became interested. Hong Tianzun dared to come here, which proved that this matter had great benefits and meant that it was very interesting. Jun Tianzun didn't mind listening to it first. Hong Tianzun gave a brief account of the matter and successfully aroused Jun Tianzun's interest. Looking at Jun Tianzun's thoughtful expression, Hong Tianzun knew that the matter was settled. Are you saying that another world war is going to be launched, and this war involves many worlds? Such words are indeed very. It's fun, there are more experimental materials. The last light and shadow world was good, but the amount of materials was too small. Jun Tianzun waved, and King Niu came over, and then the father and son rode King Niu to the world passage. The world passage is in Yudu, but it has not been opened, so Gui Tianzun did not feel it, but felt that something was wrong. Wang Buluxing and Han Gongkai stayed in Yudu for a while, and then went out to travel. They only stayed in the Digi dynasty for a while, and decades passed. They felt incredible, so they planned to return to Dongsheng Shenzhou to ask fellow Taoist Li Er. But they didn't know that Li Er had already sat down and opened up the road. Now he was beating those monsters in Gigzu. Some monsters with spiritual intelligence were already afraid of this guy. Haha! Li Er sneezed, and then he was a little confused. How could he sneeze in his state? Is there any big cause and effect? Then he counted with his fingers, and figured it out, but Li Er ignored it. He had more important things to do. Demon, give me your life. Li Er rushed to those strange places again. The Grand Master Dushan and King Wei and others stood at the gate of the town, watching the great commotion in the depths of Gigzu in the distance. How long do you think this guy can toss? By the way, who is Bodhi Patriarch? He should be a grape seller. Bullshit, which ancestor sells grapes? Who said it's impossible? My master Xian was a small soldier before. I don't know how he is now. I heard that he has become a heavenly master. He should be very strong. I don't know if he is dead or not. Ron was processing the demonic energy he had released before, transferring part of it back to the demon world, and pouring part of it into the body of the ancestor bloodvine of Zonghai continent. The ancestor bloodvine that absorbed the demonic energy underwent a mutation. He, whose strength had not changed for a long time, found that his strength was improving, but he fell into a deep sleep again. The overly powerful demonic energy was too difficult to digest. At this time, Hong and Jun rode on the green ox and drove the clouds to slowly approach the Kaladoa continent. The aura of the two of them attracted the attention of other Tianzun. Some Tianzun followed behind to see what the two father and son were doing. Jun was the first person to open the Dao system. His every move would attract attention. After all, most Tianzun now knew that this guy was a lunatic. If you don't pay attention to his movements, you might be caught by him and sliced for research one day. Chapter 224. A ray of green light crossed the sky and Hong and Jun came to the Han dynasty. Their arrival triggered the hostility of the dynasty's luck dragon, and a 10,000-foot red dragon swirled out. The sky above Kalidoya also opened its eyes, and the huge pupil formed by the clouds looked at the two people and the cow. There were lightning and thunder in the clouds, as if they would launch an attack in the next moment. Gui Tianzun also felt the breath of other avenue pioneers and walked out of Yudu. Xian Tianzun and Tiangang Tianzun also stepped out of the back mountain of Xian Tian sect. Ming Tianzun from the northern barbarian underworld also stepped out, and even Gu Tianzun, who was struck by lightning, raised his head. Qing and Bai Tianzun also came to the Han dynasty. At this moment, the sky had no time to do anything to the two. The more Tianzun gathered, the more obvious the fluctuations of the avenue became, and the shadow of the long river of the avenue was looming. After the two Tianzun set out, Kurong Tianzun also followed the footsteps of the two Tianzun on the clouds, and Gaia Tianzun also flew down with wings. What exactly do the three Tianzuns of the Wizard Empire come to my Han dynasty for? There is nothing worth your concern here. The one who spoke was still the oldest Xian Tianzun, an old guy who has lived since the Jin dynasty of the Tianbu. This old guy is very shrewd. We come here for our own purpose, but it has nothing to do with you. Jun Tianzun smiled. He is not interested in these Tianzun now. Jun Tianzun looks at the nether city abyss below, and his overwhelming mental power unfolds, but is blocked by Gui Tianzun. Ghost Tianzun looked at Jun Tianzun expressionlessly, and a ghost aura spread, floating above the abyss of Yudu, hindering Jun Tianzun's exploration. What do you want to do? Thousands of evil ghosts appeared behind Ghost Tianzun and roared at Jun Tianzun. No, just understand some things, maybe the world war will start again. Jun Tianzun said calmly. World war? Ghost Tianzun didn't understand these things, he had never heard of this thing. Kang Tian had heard of these things, but Kang still locked Hong and Jun's breath tightly, and must be on guard before their true purpose is determined. After hearing this, Xian Tianzun's face was a little solemn. Where did you get the news? Jun Tianzun pointed to Hong Tianzun next to him. You don't need to care where we know it from, but this kind of thing will not lie to you. This world war is very special. It's not just our world, and the passage is under this abyss. Hong Tianzun said. Xian Tianzun saw that the two were not lying, so he took out a dozen signs, and after a while, Xian Tianzun slowly said, I have notified other Tianzuns, they are on their way. Xian Tianzun, as a good guy among Tianzuns, basically has the contact information of all Tianzuns, except Jun Tianzun who wanted to catch him before, and Jibing Tianzun of Jibing Continent. Jibing Tianzun, like his clansmen, also likes to eat cave people, so when he sees a cave person of Tianzhou level, he can't help it. He attacked Xian Tianzun, but was beaten by Xian Tianzun. Xian Tianzun basically has the contact information of the other Tianzuns. Xian Tianzun eats and drinks well wherever he goes. Most of the Tianzuns have discussed with Xian Tianzun. In the previous war in the Light and Shadow world, Xian Tianzun blessed those guys with a lot of gain magic, so naturally he had to accept his favor. After Xian Tianzun contacted, the first to arrive was the Beast Tianzun of Nikado Continent, followed by the Hero King and Longyang Tianzun who had recovered from his Dao injury. Under the sky full of fire, Xiao Tianzun arrived. After the sound of waves and the sound of the tide colliding, Dongtian Tianzun walked out from the long river of the Great Dao, and Miao Tianzun arrived riding the huge waves. There was also Fukin Tianzun, who was tired and sat on the body of Sun Tianzun, and was ridiculed by Gaia Tianzun who was watching next to him. As a Dragon Clan Tianzun, he was actually ridiculed by another clan Tianzun. Sun Tianzun was immediately unhappy when he heard it. If Xian Tianzun hadn't stopped him, he would probably have fought with Gaia Tianzun. As time passed, Shenwu Tianzun of the Dark Continent and Abel Tianzun of the Volcano Continent came hand in hand. Fukong Tianzun also arrived after a gust of wind, and Uchiha Tianzun also arrived after Fukong Tianzun. Most of the Tianzuns in the Cave Heaven world gathered at once. The Great Dream Lord was in a dream, the Gu Lord was suppressed and sealed, the Natural Lord Li Er was fighting hard with the demon in Gigzu, the Yi Lord was in a deep sleep, and the Lazy Yi Lord was. If he is killed, it will probably take some time for him to be reborn. As for the two Buddha demons, Pakan Tianzun and Huanyang Tianzun, they will not care about these things. Pakan Tianzun hides in the Great Laiyan Temple to study his new Buddhist Dharma. Xian Tianzun also discussed with him, but Pakan Tianzun went crazy halfway through the discussion, so Xian Tianzun had to leave the Jiaoxi. Among the newly born Tianzun, there was one who was beaten to death, Wu Gong, the Chihua Tianzun of the Demon Clan, who was also the fastest to be killed after becoming a Tianzun. After planning, he finally opened up the road to become a Tianzun, but he met Lao Yin Bai King and killed him directly, becoming the road of Gui Tianzun. Except for some Tianzun in special circumstances, the rest of the Tianzun have already arrived at the Nether City Abyss here. Under the instruction of Gui Tianzun, the current emperor of the Han Dynasty, Lu Wu, withdrew the Qun Red Dragon. What should we do now? Xian Tianzun asked. Find out the hidden world channel below. We must seize the initiative and build a defense line opposite the channel. We cannot let other worlds in. Otherwise, you know the consequences yourself. Hong Tianzun glanced at Gui Tianzun. He knew the ghost Tianzun best about the Nether City Abyss. Gui Tianzun withdrew the ghost energy, and the souls in the Nether City underworld suddenly felt a strong soul pressure sweeping over. Jun Tianzun started to investigate. This time may not be an opportunity for us. I believe everyone benefited a lot last time. Danger represents opportunity. Hong Tianzun started the pie in the sky mode. Only by winning over these Tianzuns to join the united front can he reap more benefits. If he can start plundering in other worlds, Hong Tianzun feels that the energy of these Tianzuns will not be fragrant. Hong Tianzun will naturally not rob his own world if he can rob other worlds. There is a risk of being killed by that existence. First find the passage, then build a defense line. This passage is within the territory of the Han Dynasty. You should provide support. We can allow you to build a teleportation point, but we will ask for 20% more resources later. Xuan Tianzun began to fight for benefits. So a group of Tianzun started bargaining, and some Tianzun did not speak, just observing Jun Tianzun. Jun Tianzun took out props one by one, and soon the passage was revealed. There. Chapter 225. The world passage was discovered by this group of Tianzun under Ran's deliberate exposure. Hidden under Yudu is an underground cave with a constantly fluctuating space. The underground world below is extremely extensive. The Tianzun went down to the ground. The long river of magma kept flowing, and the long river kept emitting black gas. The high temperature made the air here deformed a little. The world passage was on the boulder in the center of the long river of magma. Jun Tianzun threw out a door and connected the door with the fluctuating space. Boom! The door was located on the boulder, and then it kept rising, and finally reached 100 meters. The door began to fade, and a vortex appeared in the center of the door. Everyone input energy together to open the space channel. There are no people from other worlds on the battlefield over there now. We must take the lead. Hong Tianzun took a step forward, and the majestic power of the avenue surged from his body and then poured into the door. This door was developed by the alchemy wizards of the Wizard Empire. Many space spells are engraved on it. The materials used are also the top in this world and can connect space. With Hong Tianzun taking the lead, other Tianzuns naturally followed closely. In terms of the overall situation, these Tianzuns still have a size. Xuan Tianzun is the second Tianzun to inject the power of the avenue. It must be said that Hong Tianzun, Xuan Tianzun, Jun Tianzun, and other veteran Tianzuns are much better at developing and perfecting the avenue than other Tianzuns. Not to mention their combat effectiveness, the power of the avenue alone is several times greater than those of the new Tianzuns. Comparing the power of the Dao of Ghost Tianzun, Xuan Tianzun's power of the Dao is 5 times that of Ghost Tianzun, which shows the foundation of the old-fashioned Tianzun. As long as they live long enough, pigs can become spirits. Maybe Xuan Tianzun's talent is not as good as some Tianzun, but he has a long life, and the accumulation of years can also gather into a long river. Various Dao powers make the underground a colorful world. The power of the Dao affects this space. Plants grow on the long river of magma and then wither instantly. Boom! Under the full infusion of a group of Tianzun, this world channel opened. In fact, it was not opened by them. Most of them were opened by Ron. These Tianzun did not have so much energy to open a space channel. If Ron did not want this channel to open, he could only wait until the root of chaos opened by itself. No one in the cave world could open it, including Yi Tianzun. After the passage was opened, the Sun Lord was the first to step into the gate. After he sent back a message of safety, the other lords stepped into the passage one after another. After a period of turbidity, the lords came to the so-called chaos battlefield. The lords came to a desolate space. The sky was full of red stars shining, and a huge vortex was behind them. They looked into the distance like ants. They came to the chaos battlefield, black sand covered the ground, and there seemed to be a storm in the distance. This place is not yet perfect. There is no energy here, and only the energy stored by itself can be consumed here. The avenue of the cave world did not extend here like the last war with the light and shadow world. It's not that Ron doesn't want to extend the long river of the avenue here, but he can't beat the root of chaos. This is managed by the root of chaos order. As the last resort of the root of chaos order, no world or race can interfere. The heavenly venerables did not leave the vicinity of the passage. Many worlds gathered on this battlefield. They did not know if there were other strong people who came here in advance like them. If the opponent was an unfamiliar system, they might not be able to deal with it. They could feel the extremely powerful power of the laws here. In the cave world, the heavenly venerables could easily cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, and everything would change with a wave of their hands. But here, even flying in the air was difficult, and stepping on the ground would only make a big pit. The rank of this battlefield was much higher than that of the cave world. The higher the rank of the world, the more it returned to its original state, and even the form of the battle returned to the early stage of transcendence. This was because the rank of the world was raised, suppressing those strong people to prevent them from destroying the world. The heavenly venerables returned to the cave world, and then the major forces began to mobilize again. They could not miss the opportunity to explore and obtain resources. However, only forces with heavenly venerables had the opportunity to enter. Those forces without heavenly venerables or whose heavenly venerables had fallen would not have a chance. A large number of teleportation arrays were built in the Han Dynasty. Batches of materials and soldiers were transported here. The Han Dynasty arranged heavy troops to guard the netherworld. As the owner of the channel, the Han Dynasty can obtain 20% of the resources harvested by other forces. At the entrance of the channel, a huge pass was built. If you want to expand outward, you must protect yourself first. If you let people enter your nest, after the world is conquered and destroyed, no one can survive. At that time, the cave world will be swallowed up, or like the defeated light and shadow world, it will become a subsidiary plane of another world. All creatures in the whole world will fall into madness, and only one of the creatures will survive. The gears of fate began to turn. Ron no longer suppressed those special systems, and the weirdness appeared again from Gigzu, and some systems that were cut off in time began to be found. On the chaotic battlefield, all systems may appear, so the system of the cave world should also be diversified to adapt to the environment of the battlefield. Those ancient systems, such as the fighting spirit system, the god descending system, the totem system, all came out of the long river of history. Some new systems were born when the old systems collided, such as the brain hole system, which chiseled a small hole on one's skull to allow one's brain to contact the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, attract star energy, and enhance mental ability. This system was developed by a mad witch. In order to suppress their madness, some mad witches could only continue to study those systems and release their powerful mental power. The cave world is full of vitality. The Tianzun are busy laying out on the chaotic battlefield. They have begun to discover traces of activities of creatures in other worlds and must make preparations as soon as possible. A large number of soldiers were sent out to investigate. On this chaotic battlefield, those ordinary soldiers actually consumed less energy when they were active. Ron discovered that after the accidental death of people in the cave world, they would be slowly swallowed by the battlefield, and there was no way to take back that trace of origin. It seems that this battlefield absorbs the energy and origin of other worlds to cultivate those worlds in the front, and concentrates the resources under the current order of the root of chaos to cultivate several large worlds. The higher level battlefield is estimated to have started fighting. Unless there are special circumstances, the battlefield of the lower level world below can only wait for the root of chaos to open actively. Chapter 226. In the Atlanta Empire, Gonggong reunified the Atlanta Sea and stabilized it initially. After completing the unification of the Atlanta Empire, Gonggong began to improve his strength. As the saying goes, only strength is the king in the extraordinary world. Miao Tianzun was originally Gonggong's descendant. Now he has become the top master in the Dongtian world. With strong strength, his status will naturally come. Any Tianzun can get the top courtesy if he joins a force. This is the subsidiary convenience brought by strong strength. Gonggong spent a huge amount of money to invite the master craftsman Oyuz Haize from the Nikado continent to create a set of special equipment for him. The Oz Haize family, who have been mortals for generations, have used their mortal bodies to create many magical weapons in the cave world. Each generation can only create one set of equipment, and the name of the head of the family is Oz Haize. Last time, Oz Haize created a heritage weapon for the Sun Tianzun, which was famous. Most of the imperial tools on the Nikado continent came from the Oz Haize family, so the Oz Haize family has a very high status on the Nikado continent and is protected by many martial arts masters. With the support of the resources of the Atlanta Empire, the Oz Haize family created a set of equipment for Gonggong, and Gonggong opened up a new system based on this set of equipment. The name of this system is Acting God. And this set of equipment also combines the trident of the sea god left by Poseidon. Acting God, as the name suggests, is to play the role of a god. The god that Gonggong wants to play is the ancient version of Poseidon. Poseidon once revived briefly and directly controlled the waterway that time. After Gonggong created the god-playing system, he played Poseidon and gained a strong control over the waterway. With the blessing of Poseidon's ability, Gonggong can also be called Tianzun. He is equivalent to Tianzun of the waterway, but he is not the pioneer of the waterway. Gonggong can also be called Gonggong Tianzun, a different kind of Tianzun, who became Tianzun with the god-playing system, but once he loses that set of god-playing sets, Gonggong will lose the combat power of Tianzun, which is also a disadvantage. After Gonggong created the god-playing system, the god-playing system in the Atlanta Empire also developed rapidly, but the gods played were different. The gods played also have to pay a price. Every time the gods' abilities are used, they have to pay the price of life, and the gods played must be in accordance with the nature. If they do not meet the requirements, they will die from the explosion of too strong power. So in order to find those gods, the Taoist heavenly gods system was introduced into the Atlanta Empire, and then after their own local evolution, the Atlanta Empire's ocean god temple god system was formed. And as time went by, the god systems of each continent were formed. On the basis of the heavenly god system of Dongsheng Shenzhou, they formed their own god systems according to the local cultural characteristics. Some weird things were born because of these myths, and some fictitious gods were born because of the condensation of faith. The formation of these god systems accelerated the recovery of lazy Tianzun. In a wasteland in the Stone Kingdom of Nakado continent, a strange man in a black robe stopped a caravan with a child. Who is in front? This is the caravan of my yacht trading company. Leave quickly. The manager in front of the caravan shouted. He saw that the two people in front of him did not seem to be robbers, but he didn't know why they stopped the caravan. However, if they hindered the journey, he would not be polite. The whip in his hand would be whipped to pieces. This strange man was the traveling merchant who reappeared after Ron relaxed the restrictions. Do you want to buy goods? The traveling merchant said. The manager of the caravan seemed to have heard a joke. What did my yacht business have? Why did it need to buy other people's goods? Even if it was to buy other people's goods, it would not be the two people in front of it. They did not look like the people who owned those goods. Hearing such a joke, the manager of the caravan became interested and asked the caravan to stop and rest temporarily. He was looking for some fun. It was also good to encounter an interesting thing in a boring journey. The manager got off the camel and walked towards the two people. The little boy behind the traveling merchant smiled at the manager, but the smile looked a little creepy. What are you looking at, kid? The manager said unhappily. The little boy did not speak, but continued to smile at the manager. The manager did not care, but thought that the child probably had some problems with his brain, but the manager also felt something was wrong. Let me see what goods are there, said the manager. The manager decided that if the two did not let themselves have fun, he would let these two people see the price. The steward did not realize what a terrifying existence these two guys in front of him were. There were still strange things in the cave world before, but not many, so those people just regarded it as an accident, and did not think it was the weirdness in the legend. After all, most of the weird things stayed in Gigzu later. Now Ron has released the restrictions, and these weird things naturally returned to the cave world. The traveling merchant opened the package, and the steward's pupils shrank after seeing it, as if he saw something extraordinary. For a while, the steward was stagnant. The people in the caravan behind also saw the package and surrounded it. They all saw what they wanted most in their hearts. Seeing the people surrounding him, the little boy's smile became even brighter. Soon, these people got the goods they wanted and left here with satisfaction, leaving only the traveling merchant and the little boy watching their backs. This caravan died one after another in a short period of time after completing the mission, but they left a lot of unknown items, and even some appraisers could not identify them. This incident attracted the attention of the My Yacht Company, so the My Yacht Company began to look for clues. The appearance of the traveling merchant was just the beginning, and subsequent weird things appeared intermittently: problem wizard, slave girl, kind farmer, man-eating ranger, weird old man. With the appearance of these weird things, some historical materials were also turned over. People found that there was a short period of time in history when many weird stories were produced, and many people died strangely during that time. Some official departments that were removed to deal with weird things reappeared, and countries that did not set up special departments to deal with weird things also began to set up corresponding departments and sent people to the Atlanta Empire to learn. After all, the Atlanta Empire had the means to control weird things before. Jun Tianzun released Yu Tianzun, allowing Yu Tianzun to absorb those weird energies and continue to grow, preparing for the war on the chaotic battlefield later. The long river of time slowly flows, the cave world is constantly changing, and the impact brought by the opening of the chaotic battlefield affects the changes in the cave world. Chapter 227. The city was built on the chaos battlefield, and the major forces of the cave world built a big city. Because it was built at the entrance of the world passage, it was also called the Boundary Pass. Most of the business in the Boundary Pass was operated by the My Yacht Company. My Yacht confirmed that the benefits this time were great, so he invested a lot of resources to help various countries build the Boundary Pass, and invited various formation families and the God Crafter family. Jun Tianzun even released sketchers to transform the Boundary Pass. Hong Tianzun took Yu Tianzun and started running outside. The two kept drawing maps on the chaos battlefield and buried coordinates, but they did not find the passages to other worlds. The boundary of the cave world is in a large canyon. The canyon has only one opening. To the east is an abyss, to the west is a vast black sea, to the south is the opening of the canyon, and to the north is a fog. These are all natural barriers. The Tianzun began to arrange defenses and layouts in these places, but the canyon is too large. Even the Tianzun has only explored 5%, and the rest of the places have not been explored. If the cave world explores the whole canyon and completely controls it, it will be almost invincible. It is not that there are no creatures on the chaotic battlefield. There are creatures in the canyon, or these creatures are swept into it by the space turbulence. There are some tenacious plants and some strange creatures in the canyon. Hong Tianzun captured some and gave them to Jun Tianzun. Jun Tianzun led a group of wizards to conduct research and found that the energy specifications in this kind of creatures are higher than theirs. Jun Tianzun named those energies as chaotic energy. The bodies of these creatures have been quasi-chaotic and have lost most of their intelligence, but the chaotic energy has a strong physical enhancement for these creatures. Hong Tianzun and Yu Tianzun transformed into animal and plant illustration collectors and mapmakers, constantly drawing maps and collecting those creatures. The strength of these creatures can be comparable to that of weaker Dao lords, and the weakest has the strength of the mountain and sea realm. Some Tianzun who like to explore also began to explore. For example, Sun Tianzun and Bei Shao Tianzun teamed up to explore together. The two loved and hated each other and fought all the way out. Tianzun who didn't like to go out to explore stayed at the boundary pass and arranged the formation, just like Xian Tianzun and Ming Tianzun. The two Tianzuns were stationed at the boundary pass, or returned to the cave world to worship Yi Tianzun. In the boundary pass, each continent directly formed its own camp. After the chaos battlefield was opened up, the contractors of the major paradises didn't know where they were transferred to. The number of contractors who came to the cave world to perform tasks declined at the speed of light, but the group of reincarnations in the main god space did not decrease, and even more reincarnations were sent. In the year 1605 of the Central Period, the Samsaras created the Banruo massacre in the Plateau Kingdom of the Kaladoa continent. The Banruo sect, which was famous in the western plateau of the Kaladoa continent, was wiped out by the Samsaras, including the nearby cities and villages. This incident caused the anger of the other Zhongzhou sects. The four major sects, Jianmen, Xiantian sect, Shushan sword sect, and Jixia Academy, sent a large number of disciples to the Banruo sect, but a large number of Samsaras got the benefits and ran away, leaving only a few greedy guys to be harvested by the four major sects. This was the most wool taken away by the Samsaras from the cave world. On their way back, Ron intercepted half of it, but it was still a huge amount of money. Ron is still not as good as the main god space at present. This time, the interception was almost exposed. Ron could feel that there was a being watching the cave world, but fortunately, he seemed to be restrained by other beings, and he just took a quick look at the cave world and left. However, the incident among these reincarnations has attracted great attention. The newspaper of Mayad Trading Company even used the largest section to record this incident. Major forces began to deepen their research on reincarnations. Some material hunters in the Wizard Empire flocked to the Kaladoa continent to look for traces of reincarnations. Reincarnations have always been the best-selling experimental materials on the black market of the Wizard Empire. Wizards have never stopped their research on them. Due to the madness of wizards, the number of reincarnations on the Geglin Wizard continent has dropped sharply, causing their prices in the black market to soar rapidly, and even became a symbol of currency. After learning that the foreign god disaster appeared on the Kaladoa continent, the material hunters went crazy and took expensive teleportation towers to the Kaladoa continent. Due to the outbreak of this incident, the cave heaven world. The major forces in the world quickly popularized the identification and common sense of outer gods, and these reincarnations found that the difficulty of the mission began to rise rapidly. With the help of Ron, these reincarnations were quickly discovered. If they ran slower, they would be sealed with special props and then sold to the Wizard Empire. The Wizard Empire sold a large number of props to imprison reincarnations. The Wizard Empire was the area with the highest mission difficulty for reincarnations. Some reincarnations did not believe in evil and used high-level props to directly replace a high-level figure in the Wizard Empire. As soon as they went there, they were captured by the wizards of the Wizard Empire. As for the high-level figure, it was confirmed to be dead. In the Wizard Empire, it is also a means to slander one's political enemies as outer gods. After being confirmed as outer gods, just wait to enter the laboratory. The higher the level, the stronger the laboratory, and the lower the chance of survival. As for entering Jun Tianzun's laboratory, the current chance of survival is 0. Jun Tianzun even tried to enter the main god space through the team numbers of the reincarnations many times, but he could not bypass the review mechanism of the main god space, and then was counterattacked. However, Jun Tianzun transferred the counterattack of the main god space to Yu Tianzun. Because Yu Tianzun was immortal, he died hundreds of times before he dealt with the counterattack of the main god space. The Banruo tragedy also attracted the attention of Jun Tianzun. Jun Tianzun deliberately came back from the chaotic battlefield and ran to the Plateau Kingdom to wait. Sure enough, those guys who tasted the sweetness in the Plateau Kingdom thought that the limelight had passed and turned back again. Jun Tianzun, who was waiting, caught nearly 1,000 reincarnations at once, and Jun Tianzun also tried to invade the main god space in reverse. On the chaotic battlefield, Hong Tianzun and Yu Tianzun were exploring, and then waiting for a creature. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Tianzun kept exploding and reborn. The sudden movement scared away the creature. Hong Tianzun looked at Yu Tianzun's movement with a confused face. But soon, Hong Tianzun reacted and realized that it was definitely Jun Tianzun's doing. He could only input energy into Yu Tianzun, otherwise Hong Tianzun was afraid that Yu Tianzun would not be able to be reborn due to insufficient energy and would have to return to the Great Dao to nourish, just like lazy Yi Tianzun. From this movement, it was clear that Jun Tianzun had failed, but Jun Tianzun still obtained some information. Chapter 228. Although Jun Tianzun did not find the main space of the main god space, he found a resting place in the main god space and marked the coordinates with space witchcraft, so Jun Tianzun began to prepare. He was going to the resting place to purchase goods. So Jun Tianzun quickly contacted his father and his great-grandson Yu Tianzun, asking them to stop exploring the chaotic battlefield and return to the cave world. Ron noticed Jun Tianzun's suicidal behavior, but Ron decided to help and save the lives of several people without being exposed. After all, the main god space came to the cave world for so long, and it was not excessive for Ron to rob him of a resting place. This resting place is not unfamiliar. It is the G20 resting place, which is stationed near the cave world all year round to carry out mission reincarnation. This resting place has not been destroyed after many attacks by the paradises, which is enough to prove its strength. Among the resting places in the G-series, G20 is also at the forefront. It has developed rapidly relying on the cave world, but the mortality rate is a bit high as 90%, ranking in the top 10 among all resting places. This Banruo tragedy was also planned by the G20 resting place. The reincarnation who hunted down the first generation of the Waterway Master Ao in the resting place also participated in it. After hunting down Ao, this guy obtained a lot of resources and is now one of the high-level reincarnations in the resting place. After Jun Tianzun locked the coordinates, he began to set up a space array on the chaotic battlefield. Jun Tianzun is such a smart person, he must have guessed that the main god space is probably not as good as the existence of the creation of the chaotic battlefield. This is indeed the case. The Lord God space can only steal under the order of the root of chaos, and will be beaten. The sneaky blood-sucking worms are not allowed to be on the stage at all. Therefore, Jun Tianzun was right to choose the chaos battlefield as the venue, which reduced the probability of counterattack behind the Lord God space. After all, unless there is a huge loss, the existence of the Lord God space will not confront the root of chaos head-on, and there is no way for a thief to confront a law enforcer. On a wasteland in the chaos battlefield, Jun Tianzun, Hong Tianzun, and Yu Tianzun arranged a large number of teleportation arrays. The complex array patterns made it impossible for everyone to study the arrays with superb attainments in the cave world. These arrays were studied by Jun Tianzun after his experiments. Jun Tianzun, who was fanatical about studying reverse teleportation into paradise for a period of time, learned by analogy and reached the highest level of the cave world in terms of arrays. This time, no other Tianzun was called to join, only 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren were making extra money, but Yu Tianzun didn't seem very willing. He just resurrected hundreds of times before he recovered. Even if Yu Tianzun was a weirdo, he couldn't stand being abused like this. Great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, is this really reliable? Yu Tianzun's eyes were twitching constantly. He could feel that the power contained in the formation in front of him was constantly increasing. If this formation broke out, small plates like the Hulong Kingdom could be directly blown and collapsed. However, now in the chaos battlefield, these forces are suppressed by the rules of the chaos battlefield, and their power may be greatly reduced, but the energy they exert should not be underestimated. This formation is the first time I use it, but there will be no mistakes. At most, the transmission process is uncomfortable. Jun Tianzun looked expectant. It was another unknown place, which should be very interesting. Hong Tianzun kept checking the props on his body, as well as the energy storage and lifespan. Buzz! The center of the formation vibrated, and a radial vortex appeared on the altar in the center. The three heavenly lords walked into the altar, and the entire formation exploded. The wasteland, with the teleport sacrifice as the center, continued to crack like a spider web in all directions. This movement even attracted the attention of the other heavenly lords in the boundary pass. However, after they came to check, they knew that it must be the work of those guys in the Jelenwu continent. If it weren't for the fact that the chaos battlefield was open to the outside world this time, the three generations of grandparents and grandchildren would probably be dealt with together. Jun Tianzun captured people and objects everywhere for experiments, and Hong Tianzun was a voyeur, and once you reveal your weakness, you will be harvested by him. Many strong men from other systems died at the hands of Hong Tianzun, and the most famous one was the Baishan Emperor who founded the Baishan Empire. According to the qualifications of the Baishan Emperor, if he had not been harvested by Hong Tianzun, he would probably be a heavenly lord now. Fortunately, these two guys were reliable when there were external enemies, otherwise the heavenly lords would have united to deal with them. Jade Sky. Although Zun is not as good as these two, Yu Tianzun is a weird one. In short, Yu Tianzun is inhuman, but he will show a bit of humanity in front of Hong Tianzun and Jun Tianzun. In the G20 rest area, several managers of the rest area and the 7th level strongmen are counting the benefits they have gained from the cave world. The current manager of the rest area is the reincarnation who hunted AO before. As for the previous manager, he went to the main space after being promoted to the 8th level and has not been heard from for a long time. The current manager's code name is Tian Lang, and he follows the warrior profession system, which can be regarded as a profession system copied from the Paradise Camp by the main god space. This time the harvest is great, and the benefits of this world are very high, but the reincarnations sent later are obviously ineffective, and the legions under your command have to work harder. Manager Tian Lang said while looking at the data panel in the conference room. Have the newly recruited reincarnations arrived? We need to replenish them. Recently, the loss of reincarnations is too great. According to the news sent back, those natives are difficult to deceive. They can identify our reincarnations. A strong man said. This strong man is a legion commander in the G20 rest area. Should we also increase the amount of our profit distribution? A female legion commander said. Tian Lang pondered. The distribution of benefits to them was indeed too low, and the number of reincarnations allocated to the G20 rest area was getting smaller and smaller. Many reincarnations were unwilling to come here to perform tasks. Now the rest area is focused on the cave world, and the mortality rate is too high. Boom boom. The conference room began to shake, interrupting Tian Lang's meditation. Warning, warning, an alien invader has forcibly invaded the rest area, please quickly handle it. The rest area is actively intercepting. Interception failed, please take measures to eliminate the invader. Detect the source of the other party, counterattack. Opposite coordinates, counterattack failed, the rest area enters standby mode, issue temporary tasks to the administrator, and eliminate the administrator after failure. Please perform your task, the other party is powerful, please be prepared, reincarnations. Beeb. Chapter 229. Tian Lang and the 7-level reincarnations walked out of the conference room. They wanted to see what had broken into the rest area. The entire rest area was shaking, and countless buildings collapsed, as if they had been hit by a space-time rail car. The space near the rest area was volatile, just like the waves in a storm. At this time, the space could not be located at all. If you use space skills at will, you will be torn into pieces by the huge turbulence. After a dizzy spell, Hong, Jun, and Yu found that they had arrived in a strange place, which was full of energy. When he was riding the teleportation array just now, Hong Tianzun felt as if a constantly expanding mountain was stuffed in his head, and his headache was splitting. However, after a moment, after feeling the majestic energy and many powerful auras, Hong Tianzun became excited. Here he felt that the shackles that bound him were gone. In fact, these were just Ron who poured a lot of world power into them, temporarily raising their energy level to the 7th level, otherwise they could not deal with the strong men in the resting place. The Tianzun are almost the top people in the same level. The reincarnations or contractors will not be their opponents except those who have been promoted to the extreme. After Ron raised these 3 guys to the 7th level, he had no pressure to deal with these guys in this resting place. In short, it is very easy for Ron to deal with a resting place now, but the main body of the main god space behind the resting place can easily destroy the resting place. There are so many good things. These things have been mentioned by those foreign gods. I'm rich. Hong Tianzun's eyes lit up after he recovered. Soon several powerful auras came over, and Hong Tianzun knew that the 3 of them had been exposed. Come well. Hong Tianzun went straight to meet them. The laws in the resting place are also very powerful, and the power of the moves is suppressed and reduced, and they can't even fly in the air. Ron helped them withstand the pressure from the resting place, and used some props obtained by the human body to transfer the cause and effect to the paradise, so that Ron's body would not be found. A message came into Hong Tianzun's mind. Hong Tianzun knew that the existence behind him only gave him 2 hours. If he didn't leave after 2 hours, he would be killed by the subconsciousness of the main god space of the resting place. It was just because Ron used the authority of the Heavenly Way and the long river of the avenue to contain them. Once the manager reacted and cut off the connection directly, the world power supply on the 3 people would be cut off. After the rank fell to the 4th rank, they couldn't beat the 7th rank. I'll kill them, and you 2 go to grab things, so that these outer gods can also feel the feeling of being invaded. Hong Tianzun laughed, and the green flames all over his body burned, and he greeted the 5 7th rank reincarnations who came over. Jun Tianzun and Yu Tianzun disappeared from the spot and began to search for the special equipment and resources in the rest area. Some reincarnationists who were setting up stalls in the trading market had just recovered from the big earthquake, and were plundered by Jun Tianzun along with their goods. Wherever Jun Tianzun passed, the reincarnationists turned into parts on the ground and were then swallowed by Yu Tianzun. The combination of grandparents and grandchildren made the work not tiring. Hong Tianzun was suppressed by 7 reincarnationists. Although he was not at a disadvantage, he could only resist and could not fight back too much. After all, his current strength was raised by Ron. When they return to the cave world, the strength of the 3 will decline again, but it will be much easier to be promoted next time. Tian Lang's weapon is a spear, and every swing is accompanied by a wail. Hong Tianzun feels that if he is stabbed, he will be injured, but Hong Tianzun will not be stabbed by them. Boom! Under the attack of 5 people, in order to avoid the attack, Hong Tianzun automatically bounced and crashed into the building. The strength of these 5 7th level reincarnationists was not superb, but they still had many means. A reincarnationist took out a feather and tracked Hong Tianzun closely. There was a constant flow of power in this feather into Hong Tianzun's body. If Hong Tianzun was not connected to the avenue and temporarily discharged this energy into the long river, he would probably be blown up. Seeing that this prop was useless, the reincarnationist threw a ball of plasticine, and Hong Tianzun dodged directly. The next second, the plasticine exploded into a deep pit of hundreds of meters. Even if Hong Tianzun dodged in time, he was injured, and the wound could not heal. According to the game, it is real damage and continuous real damage. These high-level reincarnations. There are still many means. Warning, the other party is about to leave, please complete the task as soon as possible, otherwise you will be forced to execute. Additional tips, no exemption authority can be used for this execution, please take it seriously. Giving blessings to the reincarnation, temporarily blessing the attributes of the reincarnation to the extreme sublimation, please execute the other party as soon as possible and resume the operation of the rest area. Hong Tianzun instantly felt that the other party's strength was different. How to say it, just like the hero Wang Shiqiang at the beginning, reaching the limit of the level. However, the strength of these people is still limited. The opponent did not have time to adapt to the sudden increase in strength, so Hong Tianzun can barely turn around. After hearing the system prompt of the rest area, Tian Lang and the other 4 reincarnations changed their faces and no longer dared to keep their trump cards. The main god space will not bargain with you. As long as there is a prompt to kill them, then they will definitely be killed. A large number of props stored in the space were taken out by them and thrown at Hong Tianzun without hesitation. They would not save money at this time. If they didn't use them now, they would have no use when they died. Hong Tianzun was extremely miserable after this moment. He was just blown away, one of his arms was cut off, and his head was almost pierced by Tian Lang's spear. For this robbery, Hong Tianzun also risked his life. Those 6th level and 5th level reincarnationists also surrounded him. In the rest area, hundreds of thousands of reincarnationists besieged the 3 Tianzuns together. Unlike the G10 rest area, the G20 rest area is a powerful rest area. The number of reincarnationists is about 10 times that of G10, which is considered a medium-sized rest area. Seeing that time is getting shorter and shorter, those reincarnationists began to get serious. The female legion leader directly blew herself up close, blowing up half of Hong Tianzun's body. Kill these 3 people, and you will be rewarded with 1 million reincarnation points. The red-eyed Tianlang roared. The reincarnationists went crazy, swarming up like ants, trying to kill Hong Tianzun. However, Jun Tianzun obviously knew that his father had reached his limit. Go! There was a violent wave, and the resting place was hit hard again. Several 7th level reincarnationists saw the 3 people disappear, and despair appeared in their eyes. They knew they were finished. Mission failed, forced execution. Chapter 230. The next day, the news that the G20 rest area was invaded by outsiders and the outsiders escaped unscathed spread throughout the main god space, shocking all the reincarnationists in the rest areas. The main god space issued a task and sent a 9th level reincarnationist to investigate the matter, and this reincarnationist entered the chaotic battlefield. Jun Tianzun and his party returned to the chaotic battlefield, and Xian Tianzun and his party were waiting at the transmission point. They saw the 3 people who came back in a mess, especially Hong Tianzun, who had lost half of his body. Xian Tianzun quickly used some healing magic to expel the Dao injury for him, and Fukin Tianzun next to him also manipulated the power of the Dao to help Hong Tianzun heal his wounds. Where did you go? Xian Tianzun asked while treating. Jun Tianzun did not hide it from these Tianzun. I went to the lair of those foreign gods, and almost couldn't come back, but I gained a lot. I will give you a copy of the research results after I study it thoroughly. Jun Tianzun did not hide it from them because he might need to use other Tianzun to fight Chu Feng in the main god space later, and the main god space did not expect that there would be a 4th level guy who dared to target him. As for those research results, Jun Tianzun did not care. Jun Tianzun just enjoyed the research process and the pleasure brought by exploring the unknown. Hong Tianzun recovered quickly, asked Yu Tianzun and Jun Tianzun to take his energy, and then ran back to the cave world. Jun Tianzun did not return because he felt that he was being targeted. In the chaotic battlefield, the guy who targeted him would not risk angering the creator of the chaotic battlefield to attack him. Jun Tianzun began to study the equipment that he had robbed from the resting place, including a tribute upgrade warehouse, equipment strengthening warehouse, professional transfer platform. Jun Tianzun began to dismantle these things, but these things were obviously not something that Jun Tianzun could study clearly now. Yu Tianzun, who returned to the cave world to replenish the strange energy, began to explode again. His great-grandfather Jun Tianzun transferred all the judgments of death to Yu Tianzun. Under Jun Tianzun's care, Yu Tianzun felt that he almost couldn't survive several times. He lacked emotion and broke his defense directly during those times, cursing his great-grandfather. Compared with his great-grandfather Jun, Yu Tianzun even felt that his great-grandfather Hong was amiable. Hong Tianzun ran to the small secret realm he had built and began to count the harvest this time. The lifespan of the harvest this time was not much, only a few hundred years, but the energy and minerals in the form of energy that were robbed were enough to expand Hong Tianzun's avenue several times. Ron consumed more than 2,000 ounces of world power just during the time he was holding the resting place. It turned out that the cave world was still too weak compared to those existences. These were still held by the Chaos Root and Paradise camps. Ron used the judgment mechanism of Paradise. The Abyss Paradise helped Ron attract a lot of hatred. Jun Tianzun also used the mechanism of the Chaos Battlefield. The main god space did not dare to make a direction judgment, so this was a successful operation. This time, Ron also took the opportunity to plunder some things, which were counted on the heads of Jun Tianzun. All the props needed by Ron's human body were gathered, and some special materials needed by Jinjin were collected. Ron also knew that Jun Tianzun would not only carry out these operations once, and would carry out these operations again in the future, so he had to prepare in advance and reduce consumption, otherwise he would not be able to support them every time. In the Boundary Gate, Skechers used a lot of new ideas. Jun Tianzun and the other Tianzun began to discuss how to catch those reincarnations. He needed more information and materials. And after this operation, his spatial attainment has been further improved, and he can plunder the things in the space of those reincarnationists. At the beginning, things would explode after the death of the reincarnationists. Later, these things were intercepted by Ron and placed in various places in the world of Dongtian to see which lucky people would find those things. After the reincarnationists became experimental materials, most of the things were extracted by wizards, but they were based on the death of the reincarnationists. Now as long as these reincarnationists appear, Jun Tianzun is sure to steal the things in their space. Next, Jun Tianzun began to control fishing. Ron also cooperated to interfere with the location where the reincarnationists were released in the rest area. Jun Tianzun seemed to know that Ron would cooperate. On a plain on the Kalidoya continent, a city group rose from the ground. This city was full of Tianzuns or the incarnations of Tianzuns. Composition: Jun Tianzun disguised these incarnations, and the detectors of those reincarnationists could not detect them, unless they were extremely high-end props. Ron's interference caused those reincarnationists to enter here, because the management of the G20 resting place was executed, and the re-promoted managers sent a large number of reincarnations into the cave world. The Tianzuns played a long game, and these reincarnations found that it was extremely simple to perform tasks in this place, with a high degree of task completion and a low mortality rate of only 50%, so they attracted more reincarnations to enter this urban cluster. A large amount of things in the storage space of these reincarnations were intercepted by Jun Tianzun. Although it was a little loss to let these reincarnations complete their tasks, the things intercepted from them barely made up for it. Although the new manager of the G20 resting place felt a little strange, there was no reason not to make money. After being invaded, the resting place strengthened its space defense and repaired the equipment, but lost a large number of special equipment, requiring the reincarnations in the resting place to perform a large number of reincarnations to provide enough resources for repairs. The news of G20's rest spread throughout the major rest areas, especially the manager of the G10 rest area next door was terrified, fearing that he would be the next to be executed. On the Chaos battlefield, in the Ninth Order world, a Ninth Order strongman from the main god space faced an ancient god from the ancient god star. Compared with the battlefield of the lower world, the big world above has already started to fight fiercely. They were not in the same territory before, so there were few wars. Now the ranking of the Chaos battlefield means resources, so naturally they have to fight. When it comes to interests, no one wants to give in. This time, the Ninth Order strongman from the main god space encountered the Ninth Order ancient god of the Ninth Order world, Night Mother Undead Owl, a female ancient god. Compared with Yesmora, Night Mother is the top existence among the ancient gods. White Shark, you can't run away. You helped the main god space to snatch the heart of the night god from the ancient god star. The Night Mother is in human form, but her appearance is not clear. She changes constantly. After looking at her for a long time, her body will change. However, it is nothing to the 9th level strongman of the main god space, White Shark. It's just a mission. White Shark was wrapped in bandages, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth like shark teeth. Humph, as a strong man, you have no idea of breaking free. Why don't you join our ancient god star? What greeted the Night Mother was the slash of White Shark. Slashing the waves. Chapter 231. Ken Bao is a reincarnation from the G10 resting place. Since the last invasion of the G20 resting place, the reincarnations found that the difficulty of one of their mission world tasks has become simpler. Ken Bao believes that this is the other party's luck transferred to the resting place on his side. Seeing that the difficulty of the task has become simpler and the harvest has increased sharply, the managers of the resting place have invested a lot of reincarnations. During the peak period, several resting places invested nearly 30,000 reincarnations. The mission that Ken Bao participated in reached the peak of this world. A total of more than 50,000 reincarnations entered the cave world. Among these more than 50,000 reincarnations, 80% of them are concentrated in the traps set for them by the Tianzun. Ken Bao came to this place, a country called Fishing Country. Other reincarnations said that the tasks here were easy to complete and the mortality rate was very low, but Ken Bao always felt something was wrong. Ken Bao was a lone wolf and did not join any team. As for whether the main god space was mandatory, at this level, he only needed to pay a little money, and the main god space would automatically exempt some mandatory mechanisms. You only need to bring enough benefits to the main god space, and even the existence behind the main god space can escort you, which is also marked in the commodity exchange table of the main god space. At this time, Ken Bao came to a village called Baishi Village. The mission target was a Confucian trader hidden in the village, who was actually the incarnation of Tianzun's structure, and this incarnation was also the incarnation of Bai Tianzun. Ken Bao always felt something was wrong, but when he used those probes to check, the displayed attributes and information were not unusual. According to the task prompts, Ken Bao walked to the east end of the village. The villagers pointed and talked along the way, because Ken Bao's identity was now a foreigner. As he walked, Ken Bao thought of a prop that he seemed to have obtained before. Just in case, Ken Bao took out the prop. This prop was given to Ken Bao by an 8th level strongman as a reward for running errands. It was time limited. Ken Bao simply used it to test the specific information of the boss of the task. Ken Bao came to the place where the boss was very carefully, only to see the boss reciting loudly in a dilapidated yard. Ken Bao used the prop that was about to expire. The prop could obtain some real information of the task target. It was said to be a replica of the prop on the 8th level boss, just a casual work of the boss. However, as the information of the boss entered Ken Bao's mind, Ken Bao broke out in cold sweat. He seemed to have thought of something. The recitation in the yard stopped, and within Ken Bao's sight, the boss wearing the robe of a Confucian scholar disappeared. "Are you looking for me?" The voice came slowly from behind Ken Bao. Ken Bao's face turned pale. These natives were doing something big. No wonder the name of this country was called Fishing Country. Ken Bao lowered his head and watched his lower body slowly disappear. He knew that he had failed this time, but fortunately he had prepared a backup plan and the loss was huge. "It seems that this is not a village, but a village of people." Ken Bao said the first and last words he said when he came here. Buzz. Ken Bao turned into a sky full of light spots, and the incarnation of Bai Tianzun also disappeared. In the palace of Fishing Country, the original bodies of the Tianzuns turned into palace ministers. These Tianzuns played role-playing games happily. The king sitting on top was Hong Tianzun, the prime minister below was Jun Tianzun, the general was Xian Tianzun, the national teacher was Ming Tianzun, and the rest of the civil and military officials were divided up by the remaining Tianzuns. But it is reasonable. Hong Tianzun was the Witch King of the Witch Kingdom. His reign was the first prosperous period of the Witch Kingdom, and he also left a batch of foundations for his son Jun to squander. As for Jun Tianzun, after Hong gave birth to him, most of the government affairs were handled by Jun, so it is reasonable for him to play the role of prime minister. At the beginning, Xian Tianzun was just a warrior of the Tian tribe. Later, with the battle and the research on the magic system, his strength gradually improved. In addition, people of the same generation gradually died, and his status rose accordingly. Later, he became the person in charge of the Tian tribe's military organization. It is also reasonable for him to be a general. The eunuch next to Hong Tianzun is Qing Tianzun, and the leader of the soldiers guarding outside the hall is the Hero King, but now all the Tianzuns have changed back to their original forms. Bai Tianzun said, "It seems that we have been discovered, and we have to close the net. We have been planning for so long. I didn't expect that there were only so many foreign gods coming. This should be their peak number. Some of them have gone to other places. After all, the place is too small to accommodate so many foreign gods." Xian Tianzun said on the side. The whole country is the incarnation of the Tianzun. The every move of the reincarnations is under the control of the Tianzun. They also understand that now is the time to close the net. He 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 he. Qing Tianzun laughed. Boom. A purple thunder fell from the sky and struck him. "Kang Tian, I will kill your ancestors." Qing Tianzun was charred all over, and he cursed at the Kang Tian who struck him. But Kang Tian ignored him, just because he was unhappy with Qing Tianzun. He struck him, "I have blocked the fishing country, you can start your fishing." Kang Tian used his power to establish a sealing barrier at the border of the fishing country. Ron added some strength. These reincarnations could not go back. They could not break through even with the props. The crippled leopard just ran away too early, otherwise even the surrogate props could not be used. The heavenly lords began to control their clones, showing their claws and teeth, and began to catch these fish. They ate the bait of the fishermen, but it was not so easy to run away. Fishermen never come back empty-handed. So, these reincarnations who heard the news found that these usually harmless natives seemed to become strange and smiled strangely at them. In the villages, towns, and the capital, the reincarnations found that they were discovered by the natives, and wailing sounded. The whole fishing country became a sea of joy for the Tianzuns. The Tianzuns showed different attitudes. They would not show mercy to these invading foreign gods. Hong Tianzun, the energy and lifespan are all mine. Jun Tianzun, I have the best experimental materials again, and I should be able to study those special instruments. Qing Tianzun, he. Xian Tianzun, it's a sin. Killing foreign gods is our duty as cultivators. Gui Tianzun, slurp. Ming Tianzun, great and mighty dragon, those weird bald donkey slogans are quite useful. Xiao Tianzun, Buddha's wrathful lotus, all fires surrender, burn all demons. Miao Tianzun, the seniors are so mighty. Bei Shao Tianzun, I am the only one, and His Majesty the Hero King is here too. Yu Tianzun. Fukong Tianzun, let the wind blow. Abel Tianzun, earth, give me anger. Kurong Tianzun, Lord Jun has become more skilled, when will my son return? Sun Tianzun, I am the strongest dragon, and you are the mixed blood dragon. Gaia Tianzun, idiot. Longyang Tianzun, may my people no longer be bullied by foreign gods' infringement. Shenyu Tianzun, light will judge you heretics, and the honor of the knights must not be insulted. Bai Tianzun, what is Lao Qing eating again? Fukan Tianzun, I miss Lord Lazy. Uchiha Tianzun, Tobirama, I will definitely find a way to revive you. There must be clues among these outer gods. Dongtian Tianzun, damn the long man, Jaiwu Tianzun, very interesting moves, learn it. Chu Tianzun, conquer people with virtue. Kang Tian, boom. Most of the Tianzun gathered here, and some Tianzun did not participate in this fishing operation. Chapter 232. Damn the cave world, I was wondering how it was so easy to complete the task, it turns out these natives have learned to fish. The G10 manager was furious. He watched the number of reincarnations drop rapidly in the resting area. 80% of the reincarnations disappeared from the entire resting area. This was the biggest loss since the establishment of the resting area. Even when being chased by the Paradise Camp, the loss was not so great. After Ken Bao returned to the resting area, he reported the news to the manager. Ken Bao was a little lucky that he decisively used the props. It was said that none of the reincarnations behind him escaped using props. The natives of this cave world are too weird. They actually set up a country to capture reincarnationists. They are more like reincarnationists than they are. I heard from the reincarnationists who were performing tasks in other parts of the cave world that those natives even created a discipline to study them. At this moment, the manager realized the seriousness of the matter. He received books from those natives, which contained many methods of dealing with and identifying reincarnationists. It was simply an art. It would be even better if it was not used to deal with reincarnationists. The manager has seen so many worlds, and there are also worlds that hunt reincarnations, but he has never seen a world that specializes in studying reincarnations and has made such a big plan to capture reincarnations. It is worthy of being the world at the top of the mortality rate list. These natives are really awesome. The manager felt that if he suppressed his level and entered the world, he would probably be killed by the natives in the world. He spent decades laying out and attracted so many reincarnations, and now he is directly harvested. The manager wanted to cry but had no tears. He tried various methods but couldn't get in, and he almost attracted the attention of the Paradise Camp. This time, it was their G10 who was in trouble. Soon, the managers received a notice of dismissal and were transferred to other worlds to participate in world looting. The main god space also mixed into the chaotic battlefield and started to fish in troubled waters. The fishing country disappeared. After the Tianzun finished catching fish, it disappeared from the Kalidoya continent. They knew that after this time, this group of foreign gods would probably not come to the cave world for a long time. This harvest made all the Tianzun sigh and look forward to the next fishing. Hong Tianzun took his harvest and hid in the secret realm again. As for which secret realm it was unknown. Pakan Tianzun and Balian Tianzun did not participate. They didn't even know about the opening of the chaotic battlefield. They just hid in the Great Laiyan Temple and continued to cultivate generations of monks. Buddhism spread to various continents. Among them, the most powerful Buddhist sect on the Jelanwuo continent was Balian Buddhism, which was a group of lunatics. The Storm continent has the ascetic flame sect, whose doctrine is to pass on the fire of hope of the human race through asceticism. It is another branch after the combination of the fire bearers and Buddhism. The Kalidoa continent has the Tantric and Zen sects. The Tantric sect was founded by the disciples of the Banruo sect after they left the sect and studied Buddhist doctrines. The Zen sect was founded by a Taoist in Dongsheng Shenzhou who studied Buddhist doctrines and turned Taoism into Buddha, so there is the saying that Buddha is originally Taoism. The Dark Continent is weaker, and is a Knight Buddha system, which was founded by a knight who absorbed some Buddhist scriptures and combined them with the original precepts of the knights. Except for hairstyle and clothing, most of them are still Knight style. The representative Buddhism of the Nikado continent is the Baidian Buddhist sect. They believe in the ubiquitous Wushan Buddha. They guide people to vent their primitive desires and act only according to their own likes and dislikes. They are regarded as a cult on the Nikado continent, but they are constantly rebuilt in the process of eradication, which is very contagious. There are also various small Buddhist sects in the rest of the New World, but these Buddhist sects all respect the Great Laiyan Temple as the ancestral home of Buddhism. As Buddhism flourished, Taoism naturally developed as well, but the scope of Taoism's dissemination has always been within Kaladoa, especially in the Han Dynasty, where the emperors of the Han Dynasty ruled the country of Taoism and Confucianism. These sects with doctrines collided in the dissemination and looked down on each other. Buddhists are generally called bald men, Taoists are generally called cow noses, and Confucianists are called stinking corrupt Confucians. These sects are all in the central Kaladoa continent. Zhongzhou is still prosperous and is still a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. In the Guizhou Seniors, I always feel that the world has changed. Can you explain why there are more and more evil demons outside this domain? Li Er asked the residual souls in the hero town with a puzzled look. It has indeed changed. You should go down to the mortal world. The world is in chaos now, you have to look for answers in the peaceful mortal world. King Wei said with a mysterious look on his face. The other residual souls nodded one after another. They had heard the heavenly myths told to them by Li Er over the years. Li Er thought they had forgotten their identities, so he forcibly assigned identities to this group of people according to their appearances in the heavenly myths. Is that so? Are the negative emotions in the human world the nourishment for these foreign demons? Li Er murmured. It seems that I have to go down to the mortal world. Thank you for your hard work, seniors. I want to go to the human world. Go. The remaining souls stood at the exit of the town and waved together. I'm leaving. Li Er left Guizhou. Finally he left, and the remaining souls breathed a sigh of relief. Since Li Er came, he had been pulling them to rebuild the so-called Tian. Now the hero town has been renamed Tianting, and the architectural style has changed from the style of the megalithic civilization to the style of the Tian tribe civilization, but this makes Master Dushan admire him very much. Li Er's existence makes them very uncomfortable. They will be pulled to work even if they die, and they can't rest after suppressing the evil god. Let's have a drink. King Wei took the lead and walked into the town. The remnant souls welcomed their banquet time. In this way, Li Er, the natural lord, returned to Dongsheng Shenzhou from Guizhou and rebuilt his body. King Wei and others deceived Li Er that Bodhi Taoist had been reincarnated, so Li Er decided to find Bodhi Taoist's reincarnated body. Ron felt that he had completely mastered this world and could be like an ordinary heavenly way, no longer like a premature baby. The accumulation of the fourth level was almost there, and now he only needed the power of the world. Ron began to strengthen the laws of the world and improve the status of the world's material. This is another level of strengthening the foundation. Perhaps, it is not a bad idea to release a new race underground, but now is not the time. Maybe it can be released in the next heavenly Dao year. The time of mortals is still too short. These creatures, even if they are heavenly venerables, are just a small passerby in Ron's long life. It is equivalent to blinking an eye and they will die. Ron began to take stock of the various continents in the world. He had not carefully looked at the changes in these continents for a long time. After all, it is impossible for any creature to pay attention to the subtle changes of its body all the time, even the will of the heavenly Dao of the world is the same. Chapter 233. The history of the country is not the same as that of the ancient city. First of all, from the perspective of the Kaladoa continent, the north is the northern barbarian cultural circle radiating from the northern barbarians, the east is the Taoist cultural circle formed by the Dongsheng Shenzhou countries, which is influenced to a certain extent by the original Salt tribe culture, the west is the Plateau Kingdom and the Salt Kingdom, and the overlord of the south is the Han Dynasty, which belongs to the Tian tribe cultural circle. In addition, the gaps between the major cultural circles are also interspersed with various small cultural circles, and there are also small countries and small forces as buffer zones between the major countries and tribes. Within the radiation range of the northern barbarian cultural circle, there are two major forces, Jianmen human domain and Shushan sword sect, as well as the holy land of two demon clan Tianzun and the demon plain where the demon clan is active. To the south is the 3000 mountains, where many tribes of the Gu master system exist, and the 3000 mountains serve as one of the barriers between the northern barbarians and the Han dynasty. The central area of the northern barbarians is still neutral no-head city. At this time, the one who rules the northern barbarians is Bai Yat, the descendant of Bai Ji. The ruling power of the northern barbarian king's court is not as good as before. The backward and corrupt system has not been reformed, and it is dead. The eastern Dongsheng Shenzhou is blocked by a large river, but its area only occupies 8% of the continent. It is deeply influenced by the Ziyu Sangzing cave, which is also the ancestral home of Taoism. Dongsheng Shenzhou is prosperous in martial arts, and the qi refining system has been fully developed here. However, the influx of the Buddhist system has impacted the qi refining system here. The system that relies on faith to quickly improve has impacted the traditional ideas of these qi refining masters who practice the nature of heaven and earth. The Western countries have been influenced by the Confucian system, but they do not have strong natural barriers. Most of them call themselves vassal states of the Celestial Empire and pay tribute to the Han dynasty every year. The Jixia Academy, the ancestral home of Confucianism, is also here. The Celestial Empire is also the influence left by the Tian tribe. During the Tian dynasty, the suppression of the hundreds of Western countries was maintained. The central and southern parts were all under the rule of the Tian dynasty. After the Han dynasty overthrew the rule of the Tian dynasty, this name did not change. The central part of the Kaladoa continent is also called the Central Plains. The Han dynasty's secondary capital Luoan city was built here to guard against the Western countries and the Demon Plain. The Demon Plain Great Wall built in ancient times still exists. The Han dynasty has always been on guard against these demons. In the Han dynasty, with neutral Tiandu as the center, there is the nether city Hell guarded by Gui Tianzun in the south, with Kang Tian watching over it. There is also the largest faction Xian Tian sect in the central part, which is still the strongest dynasty force in Kaladoa. There are frictions between the countries on the Kaladoa continent. The northern barbarians' court cannot control some large tribes. For example, the Golden Wolf tribe attacked the Han dynasty several times while Ron was observing the continent. Although they were repelled several times by the Han emperor himself, they still caused great damage to the Han dynasty. In addition, the Western countries also fought against each other, and some countries even openly wanted to compete for the Central Plains. As a result, they were beaten by the Han dynasty's army and surrendered. The kings were replaced several times. In addition, in the Western countries, since the emergence of Confucianism, other schools of thought have emerged one after another, but most of them have joined the Jixia Academy. The Jixia Academy has changed from the only Confucianism at the beginning to 100 schools of thought, becoming the most famous place for academic exchanges on the continent. Under Chu Tianzun's amiable, moral, and fist and foot fighting, everyone exchanges academics in a friendly manner. There are also heavenly venerables in the Western countries, such as Tangman's changing heavenly venerable Tang Ersi, but his presence is extremely low. He was only heard when the road was opened, and he seemed to have disappeared afterwards. Not to mention the northern barbarians, with the existence of the demon source, the disciples of Jianmen and the disciples of Shushan Sword School go in to kill demons all day long. In addition, the people in the northern barbarians have been simple and honest since ancient times, so there have been constant fights. As long as they don't kill people at will, basically the officials of the northern barbarians will not care. The Taoism in Dongsheng Shenzhou will not care about the disputes among the civilian countries, but if the upper level affects the lower level, they will take action and beat the rulers so that even his mother doesn't recognize him. Therefore, the civilians in Dongsheng Shenzhou live a relatively good life. With the existence of Kang Tian, they are full of happiness. Ron glanced at it. There are many old shady people on the Kaladoa continent. Many old guys from the Tian tribe era are still alive. The longevity research started in the previous Yi period may really be useful, but Yi died before he could use it. Among these old guys, there are leaders of the Tian tribe, and some old guys buried in the ground sleeping. These guys are too patient, but they are destined to be unable to break through to a higher level. They can only survive. Some old guys have transformed into special forms. Some have refined themselves into corpses, some survive by swallowing blood, and some have sealed themselves up. They have used all kinds of means to survive. After observing the Kaladoa continent, Ron went to see the Nikado continent in the south. Now the Nikado continent is ruled by the giant stone kingdom of the Hero King, but there are still other small countries. Only the core area is ruled by the giant stone kingdom. The center of the south is neutral stone city, and the center of the north is neutral beast king city. The big crack in the center separates the north and the south. This big crack was caused by the stone dome in the past. As the world expanded, it became an abyss. The demon court of the demon clan era huddled in it. The 6 demon clans have not gone out for many years. The demon clan's presence in the Nikado continent gradually disappeared with the unification of Nikado, but it still exists in some remote small countries. The southern megalithic cultural circle is still prosperous with a sacrificial martial arts system, while the northern beast cultural circle is a coexistence of various systems. The folk customs in the north are also simple, with many tribes and most families nomadic in the form of tribes. There are no old guys in the Nikado continent. Hong Tianzun has been here for so long, and those strong men were harvested before they reached that age. Where did the old guys come from? At most, there are a few special ones, such as the one in Maple Leaf Town, but that one is at most a baby compared to the old guy in Kalidoya continent. The oldest one, besides Tianzun, is only one Gahi, but Gahi is not a living thing, but an imperial tool that runs according to the basic logic given to him by the creator. Now, under the re-refining of the Hero King, it has become the guardian of Maple Leaf Town. In addition to the 2 large cultural circles, there are also some small cultural circles, but no strong men have been born. The Nikado continent is now a battle for hegemony among the Buddhas. Various factions of Buddhism are fighting here. It was only after the order of the Hero King that it became a little civilized. The Hero King directly ordered that if there was another large-scale turmoil, he would directly issue an order to destroy Buddhism and prohibit them from spreading Buddhism in the mainland. Only then did these sects calm down. With so many factions, there are naturally good and bad ones. A large number of Buddhist temples were built on the mainland to compete for faith, and strong people in the Buddhist system emerged. However, these strong people have been targeted by Hong Tianzun, and it is unknown when they will be harvested. Chapter 234. The number of strong people in Nikado continent is still a little less because of many hardships. If there is no Hong Tianzun, this resource-rich continent may be the second most powerful continent in the world. However, it is also Hong Tianzun's operation that makes Geglanwyo continent the second strongest continent. Not to mention other things, just one Tianzun, no family in the whole Dongtian world can do it. If Jun Tianzun wants to cultivate Tianzun, he can cultivate it quickly with some time. Daezu is not joking, but Jun Tianzun is no longer interested in this aspect. Jun Tianzun will not study things that he has studied thoroughly unless there is another change. Fortunately, Jun Tianzun did not continue to study, otherwise Hong Tianzun's small treasury would probably be exhausted. Speaking of the Geglan Wizard continent, the specific distribution is that the Wizard Empire is in the east, the Bone Empire is in the south, and the South Jambyo continent is in the south of the Bone Empire. The middle is the Great Wilderness, the North Jolo continent is in the north, and the West Niuhi continent is in the west. The areas where the Geglan Wizard civilization is developed are the east and the central and southern regions. No matter how crazy the wizards are, they are intellectuals. The rest of the areas are either charlatans or barbarians. In the Wizard Empire, the central area is still the Wizard World, and the center of the Wizard World is neutral Wizard King Tower City. After becoming a wizard, you must register and enter the Wizard World. Except for special circumstances, you are not allowed to stay in the outside world. Now the Dark Night Forest is also included in the Wizard Empire, and part of the territory of the Crazy Wizards is also in the Wizard Empire. With the expansion of territory, the administrative regions in the Wizard Empire are constantly divided, and the major wizard families are fighting for power and profit. The Wizard Empire has also decayed over time. However, because Jun Tianzun has become the supreme wizard and the emperor of the Wizard Empire, no one dares to think about the throne. The 3 strongest emperors of the Wizard Empire are still alive, but no one dares to move their positions without eyes. Hong, who founded the Wizard Tower Academy, can make these guys eat a pot. There are many old guys in the Jelan Wizard continent, and some old guys are loyal to their supreme wizards. The new generation can be corrupt, but if they dare to make plans for the supreme wizard, their ancestors will crawl out of the coffin and take them to experience life. The Great Wilderness in the central part and the northern Jolazhu in the north are the activity areas of big monsters and demons. For wizards, they are material cultivation sites and experimental observation bases. A large number of experimental subjects are put in them, which also leads to the emergence of various murderers. Many wizards are killed by their own experimental subjects. There are many experimental subjects running out of the laboratory. For example, the founding emperor of the Kugu Empire, Jiguan, that is, Ku Rongtianzun, is Jun's experimental subject, so it can be seen how powerful the wizard's experimental subjects are. Those who can be released or escape from the laboratory are the ones with the strongest strength and talent, otherwise they will be killed by wizards during the experiment. Xinyu Hezhu is now managed by a group of demons from the White Lotus Buddhism. Although these guys have a weird style of behavior, they can still develop their native land. After Huanyang Tianzun left, his disciples have developed well. The original barren land has grown some hair. These guys often go to Nanshan Buzhu to rob people. Now the population of Xinyu Hezhu is still large. Before, they went to the Wizard Empire and were beaten by the fighting wizards in the Wizard Tower Academy. Then hundreds of tower wizards went to Xinyu Hezhu and dared not enter the Wizard Empire to rob people. If the wizards hadn't said that it was Huanyang Tianzun's dojo, they would have destroyed them long ago. For a Tianzun, there is still some respect. There are still many fierce men in the tribes of Nanshan Buzhu. They have retained ancient customs and have repeatedly repelled the southward expansion of the Bone Empire. There are many old guys hidden. One of them is a fierce man named Sun Yi. He combines the formation, witchcraft, and blood pattern system and engraves the formation on his body. Sun Yi is a disciple of Yaneng Great Witch and the strongest of the new generation. He has led the nations of Nanshan Buzhu to repel the attacks led by the third generation king of the Bone Empire many times and was recommended as the new generation leader. However, no one can inherit the formation pattern system he created, which is considered a unique system. Outside these large land blocks, there are sporadic tribes and countries, but they are all small countries and are dependent on several major forces. There is a small country in Beijoluzhu called Yelang Country, which belongs to the Crazy Witches. Under the protection of the Crazy Witches, the country is still peaceful and the people are safe, but it is necessary to provide a group of people as experimental materials. There are also many countries in Xinyu Hezhu, but they are all from the Buddhist country. Xinyu Hezhu, which has just been developed, is very poor, so these people believe in Buddhism while killing people, and believe that they can be cleansed by the Buddha and enter the paradise after death. Ron took a quick look, and then hacked some guys to death. Those guys were replaced by the churches of the chaotic camp in the chaos. After their arrival, it means that those unnamed beliefs will enter, which is not good news for the cave world. Looking at the pattern of the countries on the Dark Continent, the Dark Continent is more chaotic. There are the Sea Kingdom, Nidoras Confederation, Kinluo Confederation, which have been passed down since ancient times, and the Chu Kingdom established later, as well as the afterglow of the Holy Empire. Needless to say, the Sea Kingdom is located in the western part of the Dark Continent and belongs to the old hegemonic power. It's just that there has been no decent strong man. Only a unicorn snake kept in the royal family is left. If Lazy Tianzun knew about it, it would probably be in trouble for the Sea Kingdom. Fortunately, Lazy Tianzun has not revived now. In the center is the afterglow of the Holy Empire, the City of Heroes. The City of Heroes radiates outward, but its influence is not great enough, so there is a big gap between the center and the four directions. Many countries have established their own countries in the name of the Holy Empire Alliance, so the number of countries on the Dark Continent is the largest. There are two countries in the north, one is the Kingdom of Chu that occupies neutral Kaoch City, and the other is the Kingdom of Shang that has become strong after the restoration of the country. The Kingdom of Shang and the Kingdom of Chu have a hatred of seizing the country, so the two countries are now in a state of war, but under the suppression of the god of war, the two sides are not affected much. In the south are the other two confederations, the Nidoras Confederation and the Kinluo Confederation. These two countries have a low sense of existence, but a long history. Their regimes are extremely stable, and there are many old monsters in the country. There is no relatively strong force in the east of the Dark Continent. Thousands of small countries have been conquering continuously, so a group of knights who violated the Knight Code were born. These knights were thrown into the war, and even the god of war could not suppress them in the east. The system of gods and spirits on the Dark Continent is also very complete. Many of the temples built by Fu Bo here have been preserved. After absorbing the Taoist system of gods and spirits in heaven, the Dark Continent formed its own system of gods and spirits, the Dark Court. Chapter 235. The knights are prevalent on the Dark Continent, and most of them practice the knight system. Over the long years, the knight system is considered a complete system, and it can also be connected to the channel system in the end. In addition to these areas, there are also demonic areas on the Dark Continent, and there are also dangerous places left over from the Blood Fog Night. The danger here is very high, so people here love adventure. The people of the Dark Continent are influenced by the Sea Tribe civilization. They are currently the continent with the largest number of sailors. The people of this continent are free and brave. They are deeply influenced by the hero King Shikyong and dare to fight against darkness. Various knight factions have developed tenaciously on this continent, and the descendants of the Hero King's subordinates are still waiting for the Hero King's call. Speaking of this, the influence left by the Hero King on the Storm Continent is not small, and the 7 titled knights are still passed down to this day. Let's talk about the distribution of power first. The north is the newly established Winter Kingdom. The extreme Iceland has become the extreme ice continent and has separated from the Storm Continent. However, the Winter Kingdom still has to guard against the Vikings, but the Winter Kingdom has lost its legitimacy. The center of the Storm Continent is neutral Winter City, which is generally the ruling center of the Storm Continent. Now it is ruled by the Fire Kingdom, which means that the Fire Kingdom is the orthodox. With the existence of Xiao Tianzun, the Fire Kingdom is indeed the dominant force. To the south is the Zhongshan human domain established in the Demon Clan era. The Zhongshan human domain is rich in resources and has the existence of the human emperor, so the human race here has the highest sense of happiness on the Storm Continent. If Xiao Tianzun is not good for the human race in the Zhongshan human domain, the human emperor lineage in the Fire Cloud Cave will take action, and Xiao Tianzun will not feel good. The eastern part of the Storm Continent is the Storm Confederation. These forces are no longer the same as before after the Demon Clan era. Their original territorial scope has long changed. The west is the area where the demons are active. Xiao Tianzun knew that without pressure, the human race would have no motivation and would easily die in comfort, so he left the Storm Dragon King. The one in the west is the Storm Dragon King, the demon overlord. At the beginning, the Storm Dragon King was almost killed by Xiao Tianzun. The demon court rescued him at that time. Later, this guy kept hiding in the nest. The human race of the Storm Continent went to slay the dragon many times and was killed by this guy, so this guy is also famous on the Storm Continent. However, there are not many strong people on the Storm Continent. Except for some ancient fire transmitters, there are no old guys. As for the Tianzun level, there is only Xiao Tianzun. The Storm Dragon King may have the combat power of the Tianzun level, but at most he can only fight with the new Tianzun. After a long time, he will be killed if his energy cannot keep up. The relatively complete cultivation systems of the Storm Continent include the Duki system, the Night system, and the Fire Refining system. The overall strength is in the middle of all continents, which is better than those new continents. As for the Ice Continent separated from the Storm Continent, the Vikings there established the Viking Empire, but it was a tribal united empire. They accepted the leadership of the Ice royal family at the time, and the social structure was composed of 16 tribes. When a war broke out, the Vikings would obey the king's order, but when they had internal fights, the royal family could not intervene, and the royal family was responsible for the food expenses during the war. There was an Ice Heavenly Venerable on the Ice Continent. This was the first and last Heavenly Venerable in the history of the Vikings. He was unique. They had no fate with the Tao, and the birth of Ice Heavenly Venerable was just a variable. The Vikings often hunted cave people in the seas in the north of the world, so they were strangled by many cave people. Xiao Tianzun tried to kill Ice Heavenly Venerable, but Ice Heavenly Venerable shrank in the Ice Continent. On the Ice Continent, Ice Heavenly Venerable was a son of luck, so Xiao Tianzun would be suppressed there and returned empty-handed many times. There are many old guys in the extreme Ice Continent, but they are not Vikings, but old cavemen. These old guys use the black ice to freeze themselves and slow down the loss of their lifespan. Many of them are old guys from the Wind and Snow Church. The old guys in the various continents of the cave world may not be top-notch, but the old guys who can survive to this day have the highest hiding skills. Only Ron can find them, but the Heavenly Lords can't find these old guys. I'm afraid that this is what happens when people become spirits when they grow old. On the extreme Ice Continent, the Vikings also have gods to worship, but they are fictitious. They are called the Goddess of Wind and Snow. The upper body looks like a Viking, and the lower body is the body of an elk. She is the only god worshipped by the Vikings. Look. Seeing these Vikings offering sacrifices to their gods, Ron took a look. The power of faith accumulated over the years did create an idea, but it was not fully mature yet. Perhaps in 1,000 years, the snow goddess would really appear. Below, Jibing Tianzun left Jibing Continent for unknown reasons and headed for Storm Continent. Ron did not care much and turned his attention to Sky Continent. Sky Continent is completely ruled by Sky Kingdom, so Sky Kingdom is also very powerful, but it is very low-key in the world and does not stand out at will. After expelling Mo Chongsheng, Fukong Tianzun started the cleansing of Sky Continent. After the Great Cleansing, the surveillance formation was established, and Sky Continent entered an era of low-key development again. However, the foundation of the new continent is weak, and there is nothing to see. 99% of the human race on the entire continent are winged people, and some are other tribesmen who come here to do business or stay. After looking at the Sky Continent, let's look at the Volcano Continent. The Volcano Continent is also unified by a single race, that is, the werewolf tribe descended from Abel Tianzun, and now it is divided into two countries. One is the original wolf country with abundant hair and more like a wolf, and the other is the Volcano Kingdom with sparse hair. The dispute between the two countries lies in appearance discrimination. Both sides look down on each other's appearance, but under the suppression of Abel Tianzun, no war broke out. The Volcano Continent is the continent with the least strong people. If there is no Abel Tianzun, it can't even beat the Fire Continent. However, due to the rich mineral resources, there are many merchants in the Volcano Continent. The special minerals here are very famous in the world, so the werewolves are also very rich, and the Volcano Continent has established a strategic alliance with the Sea Kingdom, so no one dares to make a plan. The systems and cultures of the two kingdoms of the werewolf tribe on the Volcano Continent are derived from the Sea Kingdom, so they have a high favorability towards the Sea Kingdom, and even consider it an honor to marry a woman from the Sea Kingdom or marry into the Sea Kingdom. Many of the mines here were dug by Ron, most of which came from the contractors of Paradise. Ron used the power of the world to stimulate the birth of these mineral veins. After looking at the Volcano Continent, let's look at the Zonghai Continent. The Zonghai Continent is the strongest among the new continents. Chapter 236. The land of Zonghai is a circular continent with a circular inland sea in the middle, called the Sea of Baikal. There are currently 3 national forces in Zonghai Continent. One is the Zonghai Alliance, which was transformed from the original Winged Sky Kingdom. Another is the Dragon Kingdom created by the Sun Tianzun. Both of them are local forces. Another is the Digi Dynasty, which was transferred here due to the disorder of time and space and made enemies with local forces. The Digi Dynasty is located in the north of the continent and built a border wall to defend the Zonghai Alliance and the Fuxi clan. There is currently the largest group of bloodvines in the Sea of Baikal. There is also an ancestor bloodvine with the combat power of the Tianzun level, but its body cannot be moved. The diameter of the ancestor bloodvine is 10,000 meters and it is high into the clouds. The bloodvine elves live in the bloodvine group. As a subsidiary population of the ancestral bloodvine, the bloodvine elves are allies with the Fuxi clan. The Fuxi clan also lives on an island in the Baikal Sea. Now the Fuxi clan has grown to more than 100,000 people, but there are only 108 Fuxi, and the rest are acquired Fuxi, and conflicts have begun to appear between the innate Fuxi and the acquired Fuxi. The acquired Fuxi covets the powerful power and bloodline of the innate Fuxi. The power of the acquired Fuxi weakens with each generation, and later they can only be stronger than ordinary cave people. The innate Fuxi is a transformation of the unicorn snake clan, so the number is rare. Most unicorn snakes are now unwilling to transform into Fuxi, so the number of innate Fuxi is becoming increasingly rare. A few innate Fuxi occupy the right to speak of the Fuxi clan, which naturally causes dissatisfaction among the acquired Fuxi. The two groups of people also had conflicts, but that is a matter for the future. There are nearly 500 unicorn snakes now. They are strong and have a long lifespan. In addition, they have no natural enemies, so their number has reached the highest number in history. However, unicorn snakes do not like the acquired Fuxi because the acquired Fuxi regards them as tools. It is also because of the acquired Fuxi that they are unwilling to transform into the innate Fuxi. There are 2 major associations in the Zonghai Alliance that are fighting for balance. In addition, there is a royal family above them, so it is relatively stable. In addition, there is the existence of the outsider Digi Dynasty, so they have no major conflicts for the time being. After the last incident, the Digi Dynasty built a border and then continuously sent people to hunt down the people of the Zonghai Alliance. The Zonghai Alliance also organized strong men to attack the Digi Dynasty many times, but later no longer sent strong men above the Dao Lord level. There are many strong men in the Zonghai continent, including the resurrected Lazy Tianzun, the Sun Tianzun, the Fukan Tianzun of the Fuxi clan, and the ancestor Switeng Balo, as well as some old guys from other systems. For example, Dr. Gongdamu of the Fairy Trainer Association, this old guy signed a life-sharing contract with a fairy called Sleeping Ice Silkworm, and lived from the previous monster fairy era to the present. The life-sharing contract was made by the wizards of the Wizard Empire from the contractors, and then sold to the Zonghai continent, where it was put into effect by Dr. Gong Damu, but they have to go into a deep sleep every winter to slow down the loss of life. Dr. Gong Damu first created the first half of the monster fairy era, and the later fairy era also developed under Dr. Gong Damu's research, and various fairy-specific technologies were developed, such as fairy cards. Except for Dr. Gong Damu, the other 5 kings are still there. The old monsters of the Gourmet Hunter Association are the 4 hunters of the year, the 4 title hunters, the so-called Poison Hunter Amitba, the Iron Bone Hunter Steel, the White-Haired Hunter Kixing, and the Devouring Hunter Guyan. There is also an old monster in the royal family, but he is younger than Dr. Gongdamu and the others. His name is Eagle, and he is a winged warrior. This guy cultivates the brain hole system, and his mental power is extremely strong, but he occasionally goes crazy. The only one in Zonghai continent that Ron needs to pay attention to is the ancestor of the blood vine, Balo. Ron had previously deployed him, but now it seems that he has undergone a racial change and is no longer a member of the blood vine family. Or it can be called a tree, and a space seems to have been created inside him. Ron took a look at the space inside, and saw a bunch of blood vine elves sleeping in it, and they were all powerful blood vine elves. This ancestor blood vine seemed to have their own plans. The perspective turned to the Fire continent. This different continent did not belong to the sequence of the 8 continents, but its presence was not weaker than that of the 8 continents. The Fire continent has been unified, and the 2 holy places are hidden. As the current ruler of the Fire continent, Naruto Boruto and Ataka Senju are both qualified to open up a great road in the Golden Generation. Boruto. After the people and the Thousand Hands attack went to study in the Kaladoa continent and submitted the token, Bai Tianzun looked at them strangely, but finally accepted them as disciples. The 2 practiced the subordinate system of the Great Dao of Immortality created by Bai Tian, and finally the 2 perfected their own immortal arts. After returning to the Fire continent, the 2 created the immortal land and taught the 2 immortal arts. The system of the Fire continent was further developed, and Uchiha Tianzun guided the 2 many times. Under the development of Naruto Namikaze, the number of strong people in the Fire continent has also reached the peak of the history of the Fire continent. There are no old guys here. The oldest guy is Uchiha Tianzun. Another famous continent is the continent where the Halong Kingdom is located. After Chulongta died, Chulongta's successor Hild came to power. He felt that the Halong Kingdom had become world-class after years of development, and it was time to redistribute the interests. So Hild started large-scale armaments manufacturing, and a large number of people were conscripted into the army. He planned to start a world war again. With the support of the military hawks in Halong Kingdom, Hild killed a large number of doves and purged all of Chulongta's team and sent them to grow corn. Halong Kingdom started its layout in the world and contacted Arthur, the descendant of the Arms King Yelong, but was rejected by Arthur, and Arthur replied to Hild that if Halong Kingdom dared to start a war first, he would provide arms to Halong Kingdom's opponents. Arthur hated war, so he transferred the family's arms to the Mayad Company. The Ya family no longer sold arms, and Arthur was appointed as the next king of the stone. Now some people on the Nakado continent have called him King Arthur. After seeing Halong continent, I scanned other islands. There are some good places, but it is not worth Ron to take a closer look. Chapter 237. The battle was a battle, but the battle was a battle. When the Halong Kingdom began to prepare for war, the other major forces had already deployed a large number of troops on the chaos battlefield. In the eyes of the real overlords, the Halong Kingdom was at best a stronger ant. If they destroyed the plan of the chaos battlefield and harmed the interests of the heavenly lords, a small Halong Kingdom could not withstand the wrath of the heavenly lords. Relying on the chaos battlefield, in addition to the establishment of the boundary gate, a large area of city walls also began to be built. The people of the Cave Heaven world were keen on building large-scale city walls, especially those from the Nakado continent. They were born to like building these warlike buildings, so many formation masters and famous architects came from the Nakado continent. After capturing those reincarnationists, the Tianzuns returned to the chaos battlefield after squeezing out their value. Traces of monks from other worlds have been found in the Grand Canyon, but the other party did not seem to have discovered the existence of the Cave Heaven world, so Hong Tianzun took on the task of observation. Hong Tianzun captured the guy sent by the other party to check the situation. The creatures in this world are also humanoid creatures, in simple terms, lizardmen, who have layers of scales. Hong Tianzun sent these captured guys to Jun Tianzun, and the news came out soon. These guys call their world the Rock Mountain World. They live in a rocky continent world. There is no water in their world, only stones and a special energy gas. There are only lizardmen in the whole world. However, the populations among the lizardmen are different. There are 3 types. One is the rock lizardmen who eat rocks, which accounts for the vast majority, one is the crazy lizardmen who eat other lizardmen, and the other is the gas lizardmen who swallow gas. They form the biological community of the Rock Mountain world. Air lizards swallow gas to create rocks, rock lizards swallow rocks to release gas, and crazy lizards maintain the number of the other 2 races. The system these lizards practice is the physical system. They simply absorb energy to strengthen their bodies. There is no clear distinction between the strong and the weak among them. The gap between the strong and the weak is not big. The weak can even kill the strong with tools. This means that their population is very powerful, unlike the cave world. The human race in the cave world has the 1st level and the 4th level. The gap between the strong and the weak in the cave world is very large. But this rock world is different. Their weakest are all 3rd level, and they are all 4th level after adulthood. This world cannot produce strong people, but they have great potential in war. Even if their 4th level is garbage compared to the 4th level of the cave world, they are not too weak. The population of this world can make up for everything with quantity. Of course, they need a strong commander. As it happens, they have a powerful commander, who is the great sage recognized by all lizardmen. The current civilization of the entire Rock Mountain world also appeared under the hands of this great sage. Before that, the Rock Mountain world was a primitive world. This world is simple and powerful. They are strong in the physical body, but there may be shortcomings in the soul, and not every guy who cultivates the physical body is like Yi Tianzun, whose physical body is so strong that others cannot target his soul. Dealing with this kind of world is much simpler than dealing with the previous light and shadow world. The current lizardmen belong to a loose group civilization. As long as the great sage is solved, the entire Rock Mountain world can be decomposed and harvested. To describe it more clearly, the Cave Heaven world belongs to the Pyramid-type world, and the Rock Mountain world belongs to the Rugby-type world. The strong people in the Cave Heaven world are only the top of the pyramid, but there are many mortals at the bottom. The Rock Mountain world is a huge middle-level force, lacking the existence of a single person. As Hong Tianzun continued to capture these lizardmen, Jun Tianzun continued to dig deeper, and more information was presented to everyone. It has to be said that these 2 father and son are really useful as allies, but as enemies, they must be killed immediately, otherwise their subsequent means will torture you to the point where you would rather die than live. The intelligence excavated shows that in addition to the Great Sage, there are 5 commanders in the ancient world. The strength of these 5 commanders is roughly equivalent to that of the old Tianzun, and they respect the Great Sage very much. There are also conflicts among these 5 commanders, and wars often break out. And it seems that their wars are regular. After years of war, they find that they are getting stronger and stronger, and their world is also slowly improve. There are about 20 billion lizardmen. The area of the Rock Mountain world is only 1/10 of the Cave Heaven world. The Cave Heaven world is the largest among the 4th order worlds. 3 of the 5 leaders are crazy lizardmen, 2 of whom are female leaders, and the remaining 2 leaders are 1 each from the other 2 tribes. The leaders of the crazy lizardmen are Babu, Shanyan, and Shanyi. The 2 female leaders are twins. When they join forces, the other 3 leaders are no match. One of the other 2 leaders is called Linbug and the other is called Turam. These lizardmen sent a large number of troops to explore the Grand Canyon, but their leaders were very cautious and did not show up. After understanding the social structure and combat power comparison of these lizardmen, the Tianzun began to make arrangements for them. Hong Tianzun, Jun Tianzun, and Yu Tianzun of the Wizard Empire of the Geglanwu continent acted on behalf of their forces. The Kugu Empire, which is also on the same continent, sent Kurong Tianzun. The Geglanwu continent sent a total of 4 Tianzun. The Dark Lord of the Northern Barbarians of Kalidoya, the Changeable Lord of the Western Countries, the Mysterious Lord, the Heavenly Lord, the Ghost Lord of the Southern Han Dynasty. The Nikado continent sent out the Dragon Sun Lord and the 100 Beast Lord. The Fukin Lord and the Sun Lord of Zonghai continent. A total of 13 lords were sent for this operation. Some of the remaining lords were in retreat, and some were defending at the boundary gate. Those who did not participate in this operation naturally received less benefits, but the risks were relatively small. The 13 lords were ambushed at the coordinates of the world channel of the Rock Mountain world. They caught the opponent one by one, even the weakest soldiers were not spared, and no news was sent back to the opponent. Hong Lord and his men believed that the opponent was not in a hurry at all. Once the world channel was opened, it could not be closed. The opponent could not be in a hurry. The wise men among these lizardmen would definitely notice it. This is the effect that Hong Tianzun wants to notice. If the enemy doesn't notice it at all, how can they take the bait? If the fish can't find the bait, how can they take the bait? Chapter 238. The Halong Kingdom has been trying to win over allies in the world, but few responses have been received. Only some ignorant small countries have joined Hilt's Halong alliance. Hilt set his imaginary enemy as the Han dynasty this time, and pulled out a lot of historical reasons. In order to justify his actions, he brought up the joint navy of more than 1,000 years ago and called on the people to join the army in the name of revenge. After learning about the claim of the Halong Kingdom, the Han dynasty did not take it seriously. The current Han dynasty is still ruled by Lu Wu, but Lu Wu has entered his twilight years. The price of inheriting the throne is a short life. During Lu Wu's reign, the reign was called Tianwu. In the early period, Lu Wu worked hard to govern the country, reduced taxes and levies, built official roads, and vigorously reformed the military system, upgraded the army's equipment, introduced advanced equipment from other countries in the world, and independently developed teleportation magic arrays, breaking away from the dependence on the teleportation arrays of the Wizard Empire. During the Tianwu period, the territory of the Han dynasty expanded by 10%, and the length of official roads increased by 800,000 kilometers, the grain output increased by 5% annually, and the population reached 7.8 billion. The Han dynasty entered a prosperous era with sufficient granaries and a rich treasury. People called it the Tianwu prosperity. Don't underestimate this 10% of the territory. This 10% is millions of square kilometers, and it was not obtained by invading other countries, but by opening up those wildernesses. There are a large number of wastelands without countries on each continent, which are the so-called wildernesses. There are only some primitive tribes and those ferocious beasts and monsters. Opening up means killing these ferocious beasts and monsters. The world of Dongtian is very large, and not every place has people. The various races in the world of Dongtian are still not developing the world enough, or they are too lazy to pay the price to develop those wild places. Even on the map of Mayad Trading Company, there are a lot of unexplored places. You should know that Mayad Trading Company made its fortune by sea charts and maps, and their maps are the most complete. Therefore, the development of the Han dynasty actually left a piece of land for their descendants, a land with sustainable resource production. The countries on the continent are naturally vast and sparsely populated. Small continents like the Halong Kingdom and the Fire Continent are naturally developed very fully, and even the resources produced locally are not enough for their own consumption, so they need to expand outward. This is also caused by their own civilization characteristics. They need to explore outward to meet the development of their country. This is also one of human nature. Human desire is an important factor in promoting the development of their civilization. In the middle of the Tianwu period, Lu Wu ordered the compilation of the Tianwu Encyclopedia, collected books in the dynasty, recruited tens of thousands of scholars, and compiled the first encyclopedia in the world of Dongtian. The book collected tens of thousands of ancient and modern books at that time, including classics, history and Buddhist scriptures, Taoist scriptures, medicine, drama, vernacular, engineering, agronomy and other works. Not only in terms of culture and territory, the Han dynasty also saw the emergence of many Tianjiao strongmen in this era, such as the supervisor of the Imperial Observatory, who created a star system and absorbed the Dao rhyme of the stars of heaven and earth to match his own wuji. The name of the supervisor is Zhuhao. Zhuhao was called the first person since the founding of the Han dynasty by Emperor Tianwu. He was well versed in ancient and modern times, knew astronomy, geography, and military and political affairs. In addition to the supervisor, there is also a Confucian scholar Cheng Zhu who opened up the Neo-Confucian system. As the first Confucian in the Han dynasty, Cheng Zhu founded the Bai Ludong Academy. Although he was not in the court, his students and former officials were all over the world, and he had great influence in the court and the country. In addition, there are 3 young generals in the army of the Han dynasty, who have repeatedly made military exploits in the war of opening up the wilderness and killing monsters, and are known as the 3 heroes of Tianwu. One of the 3 is called Liu Zigan, who studied under the great Confucian Ma Rong. Ma Rong is one of Chu Zi's 72 disciples. He educates those tribes on the border of the Han dynasty. He has inherited Chu Tianzun and likes to win people over with virtue. The other two are Zhu Gongwei and Huang Fuyujin. Zhu Gongwei was recommended by Taoist Su Changjin to join the strongest army of the Han dynasty, the Kangtian army, and participated in the treatment of weirdness and the encirclement and suppression of monsters. He once defeated some of the remaining dynasty rebel forces of the Tian dynasty with 1,000 soldiers. Huang Fuyujin is the great-grandson of Huang Fulongdu, a disciple of Kang Tian. He is also the leader of the three heroes of Tianwu and the tutor of the crown prince. He is deeply trusted and loved by Emperor Tianwu and is designated as the next general. In the later period of Lu Wu's reign, because of his ambition, Lu Wu. He began to build large-scale projects, recruited tens of millions of civilians to replan and build neutral Tiandu, and also upgraded the secondary capital Luoan city, which was built according to the standards of Tiandu. Lu Wu proposed to move the capital to Luoan many times in the court, but was rejected by the ministers, and a large number of ministers were dismissed. However, under the resistance of officials, Lu Wu still gave up the plan to move the capital. Lu Wu started a new operation. In his later years, he started to select concubines, and sent people to question Gui Tianzun many times, why he was not allowed to practice, and openly insulted Gui Tianzun on some important sacrificial occasions. Lu Wu also started to suppress Taoism, disbanded the Kangtian army, the foundation of the Han dynasty, and destroyed the temples of Kangtian, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the people. Fortunately, this behavior did not last long. Lu Wu died at the age of 100, which was longer than the previous emperors. Even his sons and the crown prince were outlived. His grandson Lu Donglei succeeded to the throne, and the reign was named Zaolin. Emperor Zaolin was not young either. After taking office, he listened to advice, promoted young officials, solved the mess left by Emperor Tianwu, and apologized to Gui Tianzun. After reigning for 11 years, Emperor Zaolin died, which solved the chaos in the late period of Emperor Tianwu and prolonged the influence of the prosperous era of Tianwu. After Emperor Zaolin died, his son Lu Jiabei ascended the throne, but Empress Dowager Yan in the harem launched a coup and abolished Lu Jiabei. Lu Jiabei was in office for only 7 days. After Lu Jiabei was abolished, Empress Dowager Yan's own son Lu Suan became emperor, and the reign was named Suanwen. Empress Dowager Yan used the young age of Emperor Suanwen as an excuse to control the government and reuse foreign relatives. The Yan family expanded and became the hegemon of the capital. However, Empress Dowager Yan was soon killed by Gui Tianzun, so Emperor Suanwen regained control of the imperial power and made rules that no women with cultivation were allowed to be recruited from the harem. These female relatives were not like the emperor and the crown prince. They had their own cultivation and their lifespans were much longer than those of the emperors. Accumulating from generation to generation, they formed a force in the palace. Emperor Suanwen used the power of Ghost Tianzun to eliminate this force and also extended the lifespan of the Han dynasty. Chapter 239. After Emperor Suanwen took power, he set up his own cabinet and, with the help of the three heroes of Tianwu, dispatched border troops to the court to kill the foreign relatives. All the foreign relatives who had been left since the founding of the country were cleared out. Including Emperor Suanwen's mother's family, they were also cleared out. All of them were confiscated, exterminated, and exiled. Emperor Suanwen quickly took control of the dynasty under military power. However, the Confucian school in the court had already gained the upper hand and dominated alone. Many political orders could not even leave the court, so Emperor Suanwen began to use eunuchs to balance the power in the court. Emperor Suanwen was very good at balancing. After the forces of all parties were disintegrated by Emperor Suanwen's balance, the development of the Han dynasty continued and initially recovered to the heyday of the Tianwu period. Under Emperor Suanwen's recuperation policy, the Han dynasty stopped foreign conquests and actively carried out cultural exchanges with other countries. The major schools of the Jixia Academy were also introduced into the Han dynasty, and the 100 schools of thought lasted for 10 years. When the Han dynasty was thriving, Emperor Suanwen died. Emperor Suanwen had been weak and sick since childhood. After ascending the throne, he spent a lot of energy on handling government affairs and playing tricks, and finally died of exhaustion. Emperor Suanwen died before he had time to deal with the eunuchs, which made these eunuchs suddenly become powerful during the power exchange, and they controlled the harem and became a new force in the harem. Under the manipulation of eunuchs, Emperor Yuanzhuang ascended the throne. After taking office, Emperor Yuanzhuang tried to get rid of eunuchs and control his own power. After killing some of the big eunuchs, he was poisoned by the eunuchs and died suddenly. He died less than a year after ascending the throne. After Emperor Yuanzhuang died, the 3-year-old Emperor Qingli ascended the throne. The government was completely controlled by the eunuchs. These eunuchs began to support their confidants and exclude dissidents. Among them, the head of the eunuchs, Yu Huachun, even called himself the 9,000-year-old. Emperor Qingli reigned for 17 years. He was educated by the eunuchs to be a tyrannical and unjust monarch. He was moody, often killed people in the palace, and was licentious. After he was 13 years old, he held a national election of concubines 3 times a year, which consumed a lot of national resources. However, this kind of life did not last long. The 3 heroes of Tianwu entered the court again, holding the edict left by the original Emperor Tianwu, beheaded the eunuchs, and began a great purge of the court. This edict was left by Emperor Tianwu in the middle of the Tianwu period. At that time, Emperor Tianwu was not yet incompetent, and he predicted many situations and left many means. The 3 heroes of Tianwu was one of the means he left. Emperor Qingli was held hostage by eunuchs and then died in the chaos. The Crown Prince Emperor Xinyu ascended the throne. Emperor Xinyu died in the backlash of the Long Dragon of Luck. He ascended the throne for less than 3 months. Finally, the youngest son of Emperor Suanwen abandoned his cultivation and ascended the throne to become the emperor, with the reign name of Ping'an. After Emperor Ping'an ascended the throne, he worked hard to govern the country in the early stage, but the Han dynasty, which had been destroyed by eunuchs, was not suitable for heavy medicine. After the eunuchs were removed, a large number of Confucian scholars entered the court, and the court began to be controlled by the academic cliques. Factions were formed in the major colleges and places within the Han dynasty. These factions were also left during the reign of Emperor Suanwen, but Emperor Suanwen died suddenly before he could deal with these problems, and these problems left behind were difficult to solve. After many years of the Han dynasty, local families have begun to form. Those who followed the founding Emperor Taizhi to open up new territories have begun to have great influence in the local areas after generations. Emperor Ping'an tried to solve these problems, but after many policies were disintegrated by major factions, Emperor Ping'an began to play badly. He knew that his ability was not enough to solve these problems. However, at this time, the local areas still feared the prestige of the central government, so nothing happened during the Ping'an years. When natural disasters and man-made disasters occurred, they were solved by officials. Emperor Ping'an did nothing, but he got the reputation of a wise ruler. In this way, Emperor Ping'an died after 13 years in office. The dynasty's luck suppressed the emperors more and more. Their lifespans were even less than some mortals. They carried the power of the dynasty's luck. They enjoyed power and paid the price. Emperor Ping'an's son Liu Ying ascended the throne, and the reign was called Rulan. Emperor Rulan was deeply influenced by Confucianism and ruled the world with the literati. However, Emperor Rulan believed that if these Confucian scholars wanted to rule the world together, they would have to bear the price. In the 5th year of Emperor Rulan's reign, he began to use the dynasty's luck to transform these Confucian disciples. As long as they entered the court as officials and enjoyed the dynasty's luck, they would. The lifespan of the Confucian scholars was no different from that of ordinary people, except that they could use the power of literature and the luck of the dynasty at the same time. Once this method was used, countless great Confucian scholars died suddenly, and those who had enjoyed the grace of the dynasty's luck also aged rapidly. The higher their official positions were, the faster their lifespans were lost. In the 7th year of his accession to the throne, Emperor Rulan was killed by the group of Confucian scholars who were dying of old age. His son Liu Xian ascended the throne and the reign was called Zhengxi. After Emperor Zhengxi came to power, he began to avenge his father, formed the Great Han Suanyao Guard, and began to patrol on behalf of the emperor, hunting down the old Confucian scholars hiding in the country, and all the demons and monsters were within his target. However, Emperor Zhengxi also suffered a counterattack from the other side. He suffered more than 300 assassinations in the 10 years of his accession to the throne. He finally died at the age of 23. His brother Liu Jian ascended the throne and the reign was called Jianxi. In just 100 years, the Han dynasty experienced 7 emperors, and the average lifespan was less than 30 years. The emperors of the Han dynasty changed too quickly, and the conflicts left behind accumulated more and more. The aristocratic families had developed, and the ruling power of the Han dynasty began to weaken. In addition, Ghost Tianzun had not appeared in the chaos battlefield in recent years, and the Nether City underworld was deliberately concealed by the aristocratic families. The guys in these places began to swell. In the chaos battlefield, the Tianzun had been squatting here for a long time, about 5 years, which is nearly 100 years in the cave world. Logically speaking, the flow rate of the same world would not be too different. Will the other side not come out? Bei Xiao Tianzun asked. Hunting requires endurance of nature. When I was in the Nikado continent. Hong Tianzun stopped talking abruptly because the other Tianzun were looking at him. Something is wrong. Just when Hong Tianzun was embarrassed, there was movement in the world channel of the Rock Mountain world. A group of people came out, about 100 people, and the leader was as powerful as an ordinary Taoist master. This guy should be able to fight with ordinary Tianzun for a few moves. Judging from the decorations on the lizard man, he should be of middle status in that world. Tianzun of 100 Beasts stretched out one hand, which turned into a large hand of dozens of meters, trying to catch these lizard men. Boom! A green claw full of scales also stretched out from the Rock Mountain world and collided fiercely with Tianzun of 100 Beasts. Chapter 240. I was wondering what was going on. Why didn't any of the people we sent out come back? It turns out that there are other creatures. The wise man was right. A green, skinny lizard man came out, dragging a long tail, and his body was very strong. The Lord of Beasts just finished punching the lizard man, and seemed to have suffered a little loss. This guy's body is very strong, and his power seems to come from his heart. The lords could understand what the lizard man said. According to the description of the captured lizard men, this guy should be the leader of the 5 great leaders, Babu. You heretics, the wise man is right, you must be killed. Babu looked at the 13 lords above. At this moment, all the heavenly venerables have come out and looked at each other. This lizard is quite fierce and dares to say such words. The heavenly venerables can understand the words of the lizard. After becoming heavenly venerables, they can understand the language between heaven and earth. Everything has a way to follow. They can even understand the Dao language, not to mention these alien languages, not to mention that they have captured a group of lizardmen before. Hearing the arrogant words of this lizard man, the Sun Heavenly Venerable took the lead and hit Babu with a huge fireball. It was only because of the rules on the chaotic battlefield that he was suppressed, otherwise this fireball would at least cover the sky and the sun. Bang! Babu's tail moved slightly, bounced up, and kicked the fireball to pieces. Little trick! Babu sneered. Tear! Babu's right arm was torn apart, it was Hong Tianzun. Plop! Plop! Babu's heart beat violently, his arm grew out instantly, and at the same time, flames attached to the surface of his body. Hey! A strike was made to the place where Hong Tianzun was just now, but it only hit the afterimage of Hong Tianzun. Hong Tianzun had already mastered this attack method. Let's go together and kill this lizard. For this kind of thing, the Tianzun dare not underestimate the enemy. If they know themselves and the enemy, they can consider a one-on-one fight. If they don't know, why should they fight alone when they can fight in a group? He 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 he. Hong Tianzun laughed strangely, like a villain, and the other Tianzun cast strange eyes again. Boom! Fortunately, Babu broke this embarrassing situation for Hong Tianzun again. Let Lord Babu kill you, the wise man will definitely reward us. Babu was very strong and arrogant. He even lasted for 2 hours under the siege of the Tianzun, and then he was caught and put away by Jun Tianzun with special instruments. The rest of the lizardmen became the energy of Hong Tianzun. If Babu only faced one Tianzun, he would still have a great chance of winning. If he faced 2, he might be tied. If he faced 3, he would have to run away. However, the premise is that the Tianzun he faced was within the normal range. If it was Yi Tianzun, he would probably be turned into lizard meat paste in a few moves. A group of Tianzun looked at a transparent glass column. The arrogant Babu was now peacefully soaking in the glass column, and Babu's body was constantly excreting a light green blood. His blood became a part of his seal. This lizard is very strong. Does Jun Tianzun have a way to extract the memory? Xian Tianzun asked. Jun Tianzun shook his head. He had studied these lizards. The body structure of this leader lizardman disappointed him. It was similar to that of ordinary lizardmen, but there was an energy in his mind that protected it and could not be forcibly extracted. The great sage they are talking about has some tricks. I need some time. It would be great if we could catch that great sage. Jun Tianzun put away the column containing Babu. Continue to wait. Hong Tianzun asked. I'll go back and study first, and let the other Tianzun come. Jun Tianzun disappeared. All the Tianzuns continued to wait together. Rock Mountain World, Temple. A grey-brown lizardman in a black robe sat on a metal chair. There were a bunch of lizardmen of other colors sitting on the other seats next to him, and they were arguing constantly at the moment. Commander Babu has been gone for so long, nothing will happen, right? The great sage must have a way. Should we continue to send people? I've said that I have to take action, Babu, that guy can't do it. The lizardmen below were arguing constantly, but soon they quieted down because the great sage above coughed. Last time, a lizardman was beaten by the other commanders because he made a noise when the great sage coughed. Killed, even the family was wiped out. Bab is in trouble. It seems that there are other creatures waiting at the exit of the passage. The hoarse voice of the wise man sounded. A female lizardman below stood up and said respectfully, "Great wise man, do you want us two sisters to go check together?" The wise man shook his head. In his opinion, even if the two sisters went out together, it would not help. The wise man could feel that Babu was captured in a short time, which showed that the other party was very powerful. As a person with good luck in this world, the wise man could also feel some information. This passage may exist as an opportunity, but it may also become the cause of the world's destruction if not careful. The wise man had to consider it carefully. The wise man began to think about how to bring those guys outside in. But looking at the strength of their waiting, it is estimated that it is not so easy to come in. It seems that a holy war must be carried out to select some warriors, otherwise those guys cannot be dealt with. Order, start the holy war. All the lizardmen below trembled, some were excited, some were afraid. The holy war was to return to nature and use the cruel laws of nature to eliminate the weak individuals. The holy war was the killing of the weak by the strong, and it was also an opportunity for the weak to strengthen themselves, but it was slim. The holy war had not been held for many years. Yes. But no lizard dared to oppose the great sage. Their ancestors all surrendered to the great sage, and those who did not surrender had no descendants to survive until now. The celestial masters on the chaotic battlefield did not feel the passage of time, but in the cave world, time passed quickly, and 100 years was just a blink of an eye. The Halong Kingdom actually organized an expeditionary force to attack the Han Dynasty. An 800,000 pioneer navy rushed towards the Han Dynasty aggressively. However, they were soon dealt with. Before they arrived, they were smashed into the sea by thunder from the sky. The sky seemed to have changed. As time went by, it seemed that it was infected more by the Great Dao and received more sacrifices, which affected it. The first wave of attacks from the Halong Kingdom was during the reign of Emperor Suanwen. Later, during the reigns of other Han emperors, troops were sent one after another, but they were all easily dealt with by the Han Dynasty. Even though there were problems within the Han Dynasty, any local army was enough to easily deal with the Halong Kingdom that came from afar, which made Hilt more excited and more resources were invested in the military.